Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Shift, 5 Complete Novellas by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Mason Lloyd and Gillian Macy. Shift Out of Luck. There are few things that are off limits to the werebears of Pine Falls, but humans are one of them, which is a real pain because I've had it bad for curvy Adelaide Laurent ever since she sashayed into town. The fact that she's forbidden fruit just makes my fantasies all the sweeter. But when she signs up to go on a weekend camping trip with the town's biggest player, it's time for a bear to step in and claim his mate. I don't care if it breaks the rules. She's mine, and it's time she knew it. Chapter 1. Cole. You ever going to do anything about that, or just stand here and howl at the moon like a dumbass wolf? Leo Profukes doesn't need a reply, so I don't bother giving him one. That requires me diverting my attention away from the lush figure across the street, making her way into her shop to start the day. Some bears drink coffee in the morning. Some do shots of Red Bull to wake them up. Me? I stand just inside my trading post and watch Adelaide Laurent climb out of her shoebox of a car and unlock the door to her spa, the one the locals said wouldn't last a month. Yet 3 years later, she's still here, still thriving, still making my balls bluer than the Boundary Waters. Beside me, Leo shakes his head in dismay. You're a disgrace to the clan, boy. He claps me on the shoulder, and the blow is hard enough that it rattles my teeth. If he'd done the same to a human, bones would be broken, which is exactly why I've been standing in my store every morning for the last 3 years watching Adelaide instead of bringing her to work after we'd had a good early morning lovemaking session. Adelaide's a curvy girl with plenty of meat on her bones, but she's still a human and way too frail for a beast like me. Even in my unshifted human form, I'm about twice her size. I'm big all over, and there are very few human women who've ever been able to take me comfortably. Adelaide's just not one of them. The problem is that I can't get hard for anyone but her. Since she swayed that sweet ass of hers into the town meeting 3 years ago announcing her development plans, my dick only rises to full attention when she's around. At first, it was just healthy masculine appreciation. She looks like a 50s pinup model, with her red lips and blonde hair with its big curls. My mouth waters just thinking about what one of her fat nipples would taste like. From head to toe, she's a hot package. Any red-blooded bear would get excited when she waltzed by. But as time wore on, my appreciation turned to lust, which has turned into an obsession. And now no one interests me but her, which is too damned bad. The door to the spa slams shut behind her, and I finally turn away. I'm worried about you, brother. Leo follows me to the checkout counter and watches over the top of his coffee mug while I double-check the starting cash in the register drawer. Have you gotten laid at all this past month? Those girls over in Vancouver were all over you last weekend, but we might as well have been at a Little League tournament for all the excitement you were showing. They were jailbait, I reply abruptly. 16 is the age of consent, Leo argues. Besides, they were at least 18, and I slept with 2 of them, so they were the equivalent of 1 cougar. You're 28, I reply dryly. I don't think sleeping with 18-year-olds, even 2 of them, makes the girls cougars. They howled and scratched the shit out of me, so they acted like some kind of animals. He reaches one massive hand over his shoulder to rub his phantom scratches. Leo acts more like a cub than the fully matured bear he is. And bonus, they both walked away in one piece the next morning. True, they were walking funny because I'm so thoroughly amazing in bed, but the only thing they were worried about was when I was coming back to town. Those females were part of the Vancouver South clan, I reminded him. They were not human. You gotta put that shit with Lowry out of your mind. That was an anomaly. There've been plenty of human and bear matings. Name one, I challenge. Leo opens his mouth and closes it, then tries again. Finally, he says, there's Grace and Scott Barnes. Scott's the human, not Grace. I'm not getting in bed with a human, no matter how beautiful she is. Leo tugs on his ear and then drains his coffee. If you can live with her shacking up with another guy, then by all means, just stare out the window. I slam the drawer shut harder than necessary, and the resulting clang makes Leo jump. Guess that answers that, he mutters. It's a good thing the cash register is made out of industrial steel. Otherwise, I'd have broken it. The thought of another man between Adelaide's plump thighs makes me want to rip the machine off the wooden counter and drive it through Leo's shaggy blonde head. I remove my hands from the heavy metal register and take a couple of deep breaths. Don't you have somewhere to go? I ask as evenly as possible. Leo's my cousin, and I know my mom would take issue if I dragged his ass home, bloodied and maimed. Not really. He wanders into the back room to deposit the coffee mug. I'm helping out Eli with a new corporate tour group this week, but I won't be required to go over until tonight. I run a finger down the list of incoming tourists. There are 3 groups arriving today. In the winter, Pine Falls, Minnesota serves up dog sledding, cross-country skiing, winter hiking, and visits to the brown bear and wolf rescue centers. In the summer, we have a non-stop flood of outdoor enthusiasts who canoe and kayak on the glass-clear lakes of the Boundary Waters. Eli's is not the only corporate camping retreat in the town, but it's the best because his guides know the backwoods better than anyone, unlike Pat Sampson, who apparently has a tour booked for the next 3 days. I shake my head. How that fucker stays in business, I have no idea. He couldn't lead a group of Pine Falls natives down the main street without someone injuring themselves. I see Pat Sampson has a group coming in. I whip my sheet around to show Leo. He frowns. That guy's going to kill someone one of these days. Let Eli know. Maybe he can send another guide out to keep watch over the Sampson group. The bell over the door chimes, letting us know we have a customer. I check my watch. It's not even 8. We're not open, I start to call out, but the words stick in my throat when I see who it is. I know you're not open, Adelaide calls out cheerfully, but I was hoping you could help me out. Tell her you can help her out of her clothes, Leo mutters under his breath. Ignoring Leo, I step into the main room. Sure. What can I do for you? I shove my hands into the pockets of my jeans so I don't reach out and grab Adelaide. She looks like a fresh peach this morning. Her perfect skin glows like she's lit from inside. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and the Boundary Waters is full of beautiful things. Nature at its finest. Pure and untouched wilderness, wild animals, water so clear and clean that you can see to the sandy bottom no matter how deep the pool. But none of it compares to Adelaide. I eat her up with my eyes, the only action I allow myself. Watching her is fine. Touching her is not. You know I hired the Miller girl to help me out on the weekends, right? I nod. There's little about Adelaide I don't know. She likes strong coffee in the mornings and doesn't mind that I prefer tea with lots of honey. She has a good work ethic. Her spa is open 6 days a week, and up until about 6 months ago, she was there every day. But she hired Dean Miller's daughter and has reduced her hours to just 5 days a week. Mondays are the worst for me because I don't see Adelaide at all. Well, I've decided to finally go camping. I think I must be the only one in Pine Falls to have not done the camping thing. She claps her hands together, and the 2 rings she wears glitter under the lights. When Adelaide first arrived in town wearing those rings, I thought she was taken, but I learned that they were just pretty things she liked to wear. I kind of wish she was taken. Maybe I wouldn't be so goddamned obsessed with her. That's good, I finally say, when I realize she's waiting for me to respond. You going with Francine? Francine owns the coffee shop and runs some kind of girl power business organization in town. No men allowed. Only women who have a business or are interested in owning a business. No, I'm going with Pat Sampson. You're what? I roar. My Adelaide out with Pat Sampson? Behind me, I hear Leo snorting. Adelaide blinks at my outburst. Do you have a problem with Pat Sampson? Or is it just me in general? Why would I have a problem with you? I growl. Pat Sampson is a shitty-ass guide. If it was winter, I wouldn't let you go. He'd kill you out there." "You wouldn't let me?" She puts her hands on her hips, and my eyes dropped to the nipped-in waist. My hands could span that distance easily. "Since when do you decide when and where and with whom I can camp?" "I'm so glad I came in this morning," Leo murmurs with glee. I tear my eyes away from her ample hips and flick upward to see her glaring at me. Even that turns me on. And frankly, I don't care if she's mad. I'd rather have her mad at me than out with Pat Sampson, who uses his camping trips to fuck lonely women while exposing them to a multitude of dangers. I wouldn't let my worst enemy go on a trip with Sampson. I stomp over to the checkout counter and slam my ass down on the stool. "Dumbass," Leo coughs into his hand. "I'm your worst enemy. Is that what you're saying?" Adelaide's blue eyes are firing daggers at me. "What are you talking about, woman? I never said you were my worst enemy." I fold my arms across my chest and glare back. "Fine. Whatever." She throws up her hands. "Are you going to help me get the appropriate gear or not?" "No. Sampson isn't safe, and I'm not going to help him take you out into the woods where you could be injured. Or worse." The thought of her out with Sampson makes me sick to my stomach. She stalks over to the counter and slaps her palms on the polished wood surface. When she leans forward, the fabric around her soft tits gapes and gives me an eyeful of lush flesh. Before I'm able to force myself to look away, the vision of her perfect tits is burned into my brain. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't go, and I won't. The animal in me lurks just under the skin, and right now it's clawing at the surface, wanting out. It takes everything I've got not to toss her right onto the counter, whip her skirt up, and pound into her in front of Leo and any other goddamned person who could walk through the door. "You don't belong out there," I say abruptly. "You're a jerk, Cole Braxton. A good-looking guy, but a real jerk." She twirls on her dainty foot and stomps out. When the door shuts behind her, I release a sigh full of relief and regret. I miss her already, but she's just too much temptation to be around on a regular basis. Dude, she wants you. She practically laid herself out on a platter, and you turned her down, Leo says with disgust. I'm not going to hurt her, but you'll let her go with Sampson? I can't let that happen either.
Chapter 2. Adelaide. Who does Cole Braxton think he is, anyhow? I storm back to pamper yourself without a single bit of camping equipment, my list crumpled in my fist. So much for finding an excuse to flirt with Cole. I might as well give up. It's like flirting with a stump, a really pissy stump. I re-enter my spa and grit my teeth as I move behind the counter to flip on the small indoor waterfall next to the front desk. I turn on the Celtic music CD and straighten magazines in the waiting room. It takes a moment before my crappy mood settles down, and even Enya's soothing harp sounds can't make my temper go away. I don't know why I bother. I've been in Pine Falls 3 years, and my business is thriving, even though everyone seems to laugh at me. Everyone here is all about hiking and camping and dog sledding and all kinds of crazy macho outdoor vacation things. Naturally, that struck me as the perfect spot to set up a spa. You know, the mom getaway. Dad gets to go hunt bears or track wolves or whatever it is they do. Mom gets pampered at the spa. Everyone has a happy vacation. It's worked out beautifully, too. In the off-season, I get just enough business from the locals who want mani-pedi jobs. In the tourist season, I'm booked solid. You'd think that would get me some respect around here from the other business owners. Nope. Cole, in particular, looks at me as if he wants to squash me like a bug. He always glares disapprovingly. I smooth my hands down my flouncy, flirty skirt. I should give up trying to crack him. Maybe he doesn't like blondes. Maybe he only goes for waifs. I'm more on the pleasant side of plump. But the thought of going after another guy makes me cringe inside. It's not that there's not a lot of hot guys around here. The town's crawling with them, and they're all ridiculously athletic. There is something about Cole, though, that drives me crazy. Maybe it's because his camping supply store is right across from my spa, and I get to see him on the street every day. We run into each other, grabbing morning coffees. I send customers his way, and he sends them mine. Every time I turn around, Cole's there, firing up my libido with his big, brawny arms and that fall of messy dark hair that does ridiculous things to my ovaries. I mean, if a girl's going to dream about giving up her virginity, she might as well pick a prime specimen, right? But after 3 years of flirting at the local coffee shop, wearing low-cut shirts as I give him the mail that makes its way into my spa's mailbox, and wearing tight skirts, nothing's working. Then, a few days ago, Pat Sampson suggested I join his next nature hike crew. It'll be 3 days of roughing it in the wild. I thought it'd be a good thing to show Cole that I'm tougher than he thinks I am. That under my candy-colored lip gloss and pink nails, I'm a tough, capable chick who can handle any testosterone thrown at her. That I'd be good girlfriend potential. And heck, it was an excuse to go to his store and lean on the counter with my boobs practically hanging out. What did the man do? Called me an idiot and ran me out. I officially give up. My crush on Cole is getting me nowhere. Time to throw in the towel and move on. Maybe I'll meet someone hot while camping. Maybe I'll just go home and give my bullet vibe a good round and daydream about Cole. I pull out my day planner and scan the list of appointments I have today. When I look up, Leo's heading across the street to my spa. I straighten and fluff my hair, just in case Cole sent him over. Then I pretend to be super busy, staring down at my planner and making notes as if things need tweaking. The door chimes as it opens, and I look up with a smile. "Hey, Leo, what brings you here?" Leo grins at me, all white teeth and tanned skin. I wish I was attracted to him instead of fixated on grumpy Cole. Leo's easygoing and friendly. "I think we both know I'm here to apologize for Cole." I sniff. What? He's not adult enough to put on his big boy pants and apologize to me in person? Leo shrugs. That's not it. He just gets a bit worked up around you. Yeah, worked up, like pissed off. How dare I paint my nails in their testosterone-laden resort town? He's just a jerk. I go out of my way to be nice to him, and he talks to me like I'm stupid. Leo shakes his head and sits in one of the pink girly seats in my waiting room. He picks up a women's magazine, and his brow wrinkles as he gazes at the pictures. "Nah," he says, not looking up from the mag. "You just hit a nerve with that Pat stuff." "What's wrong with Pat?" "Pat's a dumbass." Really? We were back to this again? Pat Sampson is a very nice man. He told me he saved a spot on his next camping trip just for me. "I'll bet he did," Leo mutters. I pull out a tray of nail polishes and begin checking the bottles for dried-up paint. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing," Leo drawls and flips the magazine sideways, then tosses it aside. "He just don't like the thought of you camping with Pat." "Pat offered." "And Cole doesn't like that." Exasperated, I slam a bottle of Gunmetal Gray down harder than I should. Oh, good Lord. Why doesn't the man just pee on my leg and mark me as his territory? That's a wolf thing, not a bear. I tilt my head at him. Huh? Leo waves a hand. Nothing. He leaps back out of the chair, sending it skidding backward. Anyhow, I came here to ask if you wanted me to put together those supplies for you, since Cole's being a jackass. Oh, that'd be sweet. Thank you, Leo. I beam at him. I have the list right, I bend over and grab the crumpled wad out of the trash can, and then do my best to smooth the paper before handing it over. My cheeks feel hot. Leo just shakes his head and chuckles. Alrighty, I'll see what I can round up, and I'll text you later with the total. You can swing by and pay for things after hours. That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much, Leo. Truly, you're a good friend. He studies the list, and then that coy grin moves over his face again. You don't have condoms on this list. I beg your pardon? Condoms. He taps the paper. You want me to pack some for you? A nervous laugh escapes my throat. Why would I need that? He shrugs. No reason. I'll get this started for you. Later, Adelaide. Bye. I watch him leave, curious. Does he really think I'm going to hook up with someone on Pat's camping trip? It's absurd. The only person I want to hook up with is Cole, who hates me. I sigh. I must really have it bad. Maybe a few days in the woods will do me a lot of good. Here's a robe for you, I say to Mrs. Wesson as I lead her back to room 2. I'll give you a few minutes to change and pick out a scent for your massage oils, and then I'll be in shortly. I smile at her encouragingly. Do you have lavender? She asks in a feeble voice. Mrs. Wesson is 90 if she's a day. She's been here every Monday this month, and she always asks for lavender. Of course I do. I let her into the room and shut the door behind her, just as the front door chimes. Frowning, I flip the occupied sign on room 2 and then head back toward the front waiting area. I don't have anyone else lined up this afternoon, and I never take walk-ins. I'm more than a little surprised to see Pat Sampson standing in my spa, peering over my Zen water fountain. He's got his camo trucker cap in his hand and is squeezing the bill repeatedly. Hi, Pat. What brings you here? I keep my voice pleasant, though I've got a funny knot in my stomach at the sight of him. It can't be coincidence that Cole tells me he doesn't want me to go camping with Pat, and then Pat shows up several hours later. That's a little too neat, if you ask me. Pat nods at me. Just wanted to come and see if you had any questions about the trip this weekend. Weather's a go so far. I relax a little. He's just being friendly. It has nothing to do with that jerk Cole. I'm still a go. Leo's getting some camping gear for me. Remember some thermals. Might be a cold night on Friday. He gives me a flirty look. Though I wouldn't mind if you wanted to curl up with me, of course. I chuckle because it's rather pleasant to have a guy flirt with you. Nice try. I'm getting a heavy-duty sleeping bag, but I thank you for the offer. He winks. Can't say I didn't try. Can't say that, I agree. And out of habit, I look over at Cole's sporting goods store. If I squint, I can just barely make out a face staring over here. I can just picture the glare on Cole's face. Did he see Pat come over here? Is that getting on his nerves? Good. I want him to stew a little. I'm still wounded from earlier this morning. It's that remembered slight that makes me toss my hair and lean forward on my counter to smile at Pat. So, are we going to see any wildlife out on this trip? I'd love to see some deer. Suck it, Cole.
Chapter 3. Cole. Pat Sampson's tour group shows up around 4 in the afternoon. They're young, cute, and bubbly. Sampson's tour guide webpage has multiple pictures of him shirtless, holding an axe over his shoulder and sweating lightly. Running around in the North Woods without a shirt in the summer is asking for Lyme disease. But the ladies eat that shit up. Rumor is that Sampson sleeps with at least one of his guests each trip. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's no way Adelaide is going with them. No way. I bite my tongue as the ladies flit around the shop, cooing over some wood carvings that Mal Standard whittles in his solitary cabin on the other side of the lake. If these women picked their camping guide based on the amount of oil Sampson pours over himself for a photograph instead of the actual reviews full of angry and unhappy customers, they deserve whatever happens to them. Still, After the last one hops out the door, I pick up the phone. "Pine Lodge and Resort," a young man answers. By the tremor in his voice, it must be Dylan. Dylan's 13 and undergoing a lot of puberty changes. On any given hour of the day, his voice could be 2 octaves different from the last time you spoke with him. "Dylan, it's Cole Braxton. I need to speak with Eli." "He's got a group with him." I scratch my head. "Get a pen." The Solberg boys are forgetful. On the other end of the line, I hear Dylan rummaging through at least 4 drawers before he huffs back to the phone. "Got it." "Write down there's a group of 3 women who are heading out with Samson as a guide starting tomorrow." "Make that 4. Leo breezes back in and starts plucking items off the shelf. "4? Dylan chirps. 3, I say, firmly glaring at Leo. He's unfazed. "Okay. What else?" he asks. "That's it. Your uncle will know what to do." I hang up and round the counter. Leo holds up a lightweight backpack. "This your best woman's pack? I want to make sure I get a good one." I grab it from him and hang it back on the hook. Arms crossed, I glower at Leo. "What are you doing?" "You'll need to call Eli back and tell him it's 4 women. I don't want him passing up the Samson group just because of a miscount." His eyes dance as he taunts me. It doesn't take much brain power to guess who the 4th one is. "She's not going," I tell him. The pulse point at my temple starts throbbing. "Oh, she is." He pulls the pack off the wall again. "I was just over there, and she was telling me how excited she was. It's her first real vacation from the spa, and she wants to get the true native experience." I rip the pack away from him and take it into the back room. Leo trots after me. "She's not getting anything but bit up to hell by bugs and fed shitty water. She'll come home with the runs and won't be able to work at her shop for 5 days. Then she'll hate this town and leave for Minneapolis, where she'll meet some pansy-assed actuary and be bored out of her ever-loving skull." His eyebrows shoot into his forehead. "I see you haven't given any thought to this at all." I clench my jaw and turn away in frustration. Yes, I want Adelaide. I've wanted her for 3 fucking years, but the sad fact is that I'd rather have her be hooking up with an actuary than dead because I couldn't keep my animal urges under control. Just make sure she's safe. "No can do," he whistles merrily, as if I hadn't just ripped open my guts and laid them on the floor for his inspection. "I've already told Adelaide I'd help her out. If you really think she shouldn't be going on this trip, then you'll have to stop her." I'm surrounded by a bunch of fools. Watch the register. I ignore the muffled snort of laughter that follows me out of the front door. In less than 10 seconds, I wrench open the door to Adelaide's spa and step inside. The dim lighting and the soft music do nothing to decrease the pounding in my head. "Is Adelaide here?" I rein in my irritation and opt for a smile for Adelaide's little helper. She grimaces and points down the hall. "She's in her office." Adelaide's office is tiny and smells, fuck me, like a perfumed bathhouse. I've got to get out of here. I back out. "Sorry, I'll just wait for you outside." "No, come in, Cole." Adelaide jumps up from behind her glossy white desk, and the motion makes her tits bounce. I'm instantly hard. Ever since she moved in here, I've gotten turned on by the scents of detergent and shampoos and basically every cleaning agent out there. I've had to avoid the bathroom aisle of the local grocery store so I don't scare any children or old ladies with my inappropriate woodies. I try to escape into the front room, but Adelaide is faster than me and has the door slammed shut before I can get my body out of the danger zone. She leans against the door, breathing slightly heavily at the exertion. Her breasts rise and fall with each intake of air. Between my legs, my balls tighten and my cock thumps its head against the cold steel of my zipper. Of all the days to go commando, it would have to be this day. I make a mental note to do laundry more often so that I won't be unprotected around Adelaide. I need at least 5 layers of clothing to prevent her from seeing the erection I'm always sporting around her. Why are you here, Cole? Why was I here? My brain had short-circuited when she shut the door and plastered herself against the wood. In just 2 steps, I could be standing between her soft thighs. In another move, I could have the skirt of her pretty dress up around her neck with my cock pressed against her cunt lips. Would she be wet? I take a deep breath, and the smell of her arousal staggers me. A bear's sense of smell is better than a dog's, a wolf's, and definitely better than a human's. I've never smelled this on her before. Maybe I've never been this close to her. Maybe I've been too focused on trying to get away before she realizes my cock wants to burrow into her body every time she's within a 5-mile radius of me. Against my better judgment, I take that step, and then another, until we're so close that when she gasps, her hard nipples scrape against my chest through the thin fabric of her dress. Somewhere in the back of my head a warning bell is going off, but the blood rushing past my ears makes it impossible to hear anything but the raspy intake of air between us. "Adelaide, you need to move away from me," I whisper hoarsely. Fire licks along my spine, heating me to a desperate boiling point. That has only one outlet. My mouth on hers. "Make me." I can't help myself. I press my mouth against hers. I mean to punish her for being so goddamned sexy, for refusing to move, for daring to spend time with that asswipe, Samson. But the moment I feel her soft lips part under my mouth, I'm done for. She owns me and has from the minute she placed her beautiful toes in this town. I've fought this for so long, and for what? I can't even remember now why I've stayed away. I stroke my tongue inside of her. She moans, and it makes me feel 1,000 feet tall. I could go outside and fell a forest of trees powered by this one kiss. I reach behind her and lift her against my diamond-hard cock. The need to be inside her is an incessant drumbeat in my head. I have to claim her. Now. She wraps her legs around me, and I fit my cock against the notch between her legs. She shudders and begins to ride me. Through the denim of my jeans, through the thin fabric of her dress, through whatever scraps of lace and cloth cover her pussy, I swear I can feel her heat and wetness. The top of my head nearly comes off. That pussy surrounding my cock? I need that. Holy hell, do I need that. I rip my mouth away from hers and trail it along her jaw. She tastes like strawberries and sunshine. As I reach her ear, she tilts her head to expose the long, smooth column of her neck. I can't resist the invitation. Her skin is softer than a lamb's. What does she put on herself? Unicorn tears? Jesus Christ. "You are so fucking soft," I mumble against her throat. "So soft and so fucking delicious." "And you are so very hard," she whimpers. Too hard. My cock could break her. My physical strength is too great for her. I shouldn't be here, I remind myself. "Adelaide, please," I plead, breaking away from her sweet mouth. "Make me leave." She shakes her head numbly and tightens her legs around me, grinding against me. "No way. I've waited a long time for this." She's waited? Fuck. Whatever scruples I may have had are gone. I need this skirt gone. I need her on some table. I need to be between her legs. I swing her around, looking for some kind of surface to place her on. The only thing I see is her desk. It's got bottles on it and papers and other shit. I stumble toward it, tripping over a chair and nearly dropping her. She yelps in surprise or fear and clutches me tighter. "I'm sorry, shit." I manage to get her to the desk and sit her on the edge, but in the process knock over several bottles. God damn it. Shit, I repeat. I try to right the mess, and my big paws accidentally push papers onto the floor. I drop to my knees to gather stuff up, and my rock-hard cock screams in protest as it folds over in my jeans. "It's nothing, Cole, really. I'll get it later." Adelaide jumps down from her perch and tries to help me. Somehow, my shoulder knocks into the desk, and I watch in horror as her expensive laptop totters and then slides off the surface. It crashes to the floor, and we both wince at the sound of breaking glass. The lust that fogged my mind since I stepped inside this office finally burns away. I push to my feet and look at the wreckage. Paper and broken bottles lie in a drunken, sodden mess near our feet. The computer is lying on its side, but the glass screen is clearly cracked. The desk is askew, and one chair is tipped over. Adelaide rises and pushes a hand through her hair. I turn away before I can see the dismay and disgust in her eyes. Don't touch anything in here. I'll get one of the Solberg boys to come over and clean everything up, I tell her as I open the door. You're leaving? She asks incredulously. Haven't I done enough? I gesture toward the wreck in the room. So we made a mess. It can all be cleaned up. She starts toward me. I hold up a hand to stop her. This is just a sample of the real havoc I'd wreak on her. Better I destroyed her office than I hurt her. I don't know how to rein in the animal when I'm with her. She makes me lose my mind. On the way out, I spot a pair of hiking boots in the corner. Fuck. I'd forgotten why I'd come over here. Don't go with Pat Sampson, I say gruffly. Why? He's dangerous. And you're not? She makes a frustrated sound at the back of her throat. Exactly. Stay away from both of us. The fallen expression on her face cuts me to the bone, and I leave before I bleed out in front of her.
Chapter 4. Adelaide. I touch my lips as Cole storms out of my office, leaving a hurricane of destruction in his wake. Oddly enough, I don't mind the busted computer or the expensive testers of scents that are now stinking up my office. I mind that he left. I flung myself at the guy, and he ran away like I was a leper. Geez, that hurts a girl's ego. Still, he did kiss me. In a daze, I ignore the mess on the floor and return to the chair behind my desk. I sit down and pull a drawer open. I should be cleaning up the spilled bottles and papers. Instead, I pull out my bullet vibe. Oh, come on. Like any girl wouldn't have a vibe in her desk if she got to look at Cole every day. I hike my skirt up under the desk and push the vibe into my panties. God, I'm so wet just from that kiss. I'm baffled as to why he ran. But that kiss, oh, that kiss, it's gonna fuel my fantasies for months, years even. I flick the vibe on, and a jolt sears through me as it starts. I begin to rub it against the hood of my clit as I close my eyes and picture Cole's face, not angry with frustration, but dazed with lust. The smoky look in his eyes when my legs went around his hips. The feel of the bristle on his cheek as his mouth slid over mine. I come nearly instantly. Cole doesn't come back, and my horny hopes die a slow and painful death over the next few days. And with the death of my hopes, irritation returns. Who does Cole think he is? He doesn't want to take me camping. Lord knows I've coyly hinted at it more than once. But he doesn't want anyone else to take me camping either. Am I supposed to sit around and wait another 3 years for him to kiss me? I mean, there's only so much entertainment in this town, and my Netflix account is down to suggesting foreign art films because I've seen everything else. And really, the only thing that's driven him to actually kiss me is jealousy. So that camping trip with Pat, totally on. I'm strategic about things as well. My apartment's across town, but I decide to head for the lodge straight from work on Friday. And I make sure to wear my sexy camper clothing. I have a tiny white undershirt that peeks out from under a red flannel shirt that's been artfully hemmed by the local tailor so it emphasizes my breasts. I let it gape open, naturally. I pair this with a pair of cute, rather brief cargo shorts and some cute hiking boots. My hair is fixed into 2 long curly pigtails over each shoulder, Ellie Mae Clampett style, and my red lipstick is out in action. When I'm satisfied that my appearance can't be improved on, I check my teeth for lipstick stains, pop a mint, and then shoulder my backpack for the saunter across Main Street. If Cole sees me, he doesn't come out of his store. I'm super disappointed. I even walk a little slower just in case he's busy with customers. No dice. With a sigh, I give up and head toward the lodge. Pine Falls is a cute, touristy sort of place, with one main street full of shops that more or less lead up to the lodge, where all of the winter happenings start. I don't know more than the bare details about it, except that there are a lot of skiers and dog sled teams and the like. My business isn't the guys as much as it is the wives left in town who don't want to be all sporty, though. The lodge is just up the hill from the main road, but it takes me forever to hike up there with my backpack. Guess I should have driven. By the time I make it up to the front of the lodge, the meeting place for Pat's group, I'm huffing and sweaty, and my oh-so-carefully arranged curls are now sticking to my forehead and neck. I'm 3 minutes early, but Pat's waiting in the main lobby of the lodge already. He's wearing a flannel shirt like me, and ours are both open with a similar number of buttons undone for a sexy gape. That's weird on a guy. I fight the instinct to button my own shirt a little higher in response. Pat flashes a grin at me, his teeth toothpaste commercial white against his tanned face. Actually, he doesn't look tanned as much as he looks spray-tanned. His hair is perfectly tousled in the way only good product can manage, and his jeans are tight. The bag he hauls over his shoulder looks brand new, and I'm a little surprised at Pat's appearance. Aren't mountain men supposed to look a bit more rugged? Pat's definitely metrosexual. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just odd in a trail guide. Addie! My smile becomes a little more forced. If I'm honest, I hate the nickname Addie. Probably because no one ever says my full name. Except Cole. Damn it, I've still got Cole on my mind. Pat moves toward me and his arms go out, and I realize he wants to hug me. Okay, weird. I give him an awkward half hug and pull back quickly. Maybe he's just super friendly. We've been occasionally chatty here and there, but nothing that warrants hugging. Or is it lady, he says as I pull away. Huh? Is it Addie or lady? Ugh, seriously? It takes work to keep the smile on my face. Let's go with Addie. I think I'll puke if he really starts calling me lady. How we doing today? He rubs his hands and looks eager. I'm great. I scan the lodge for other campers. It's pretty empty right about now. Off-season, I tell myself. Looks like I'm early. He gives me another dazzling smile and takes my pack from my shoulder and hefts it onto his. I can carry that. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be part of the plan of roughing it. Nonsense, he says, and puts a hand on my shoulder to steer me. And you're not early. It's just the two of us tonight. I stare at him, planting my feet. Wait, what? It's just the two of us tonight, he says, and either winks or has something in his eye. God, I hope it's the latter. I'm starting to get a weird feeling about all of this. But I thought this was a group tour. Oh, it is, he assures me. Tomorrow night. Tonight, it's just us. You said you wanted to rough it, so I'm taking you to one of my favorite spots. We'll just need to watch out for bears and other wildlife. I don't know if I want to rough it enough to warrant a visit from bears, I tell him nervously. Maybe we should just wait for the rest of the group. Trust me, he says, and puts that steering arm around my shoulders again. You'll love this, I promise. No, really. Pat pauses and looks shocked. Are you worried about being alone with me? What? Don't be silly. I wave a hand, trying to dismiss my fears. And, I guess a little. It's just weird, you know? He leans in. Between you and me, I don't know how much of campers the others are going to be, so I thought we'd hit all the cool spots today and tomorrow and swing back to get them for the kiddie shit. But if you're uncomfortable... No, it's fine, I say, despite the weirdness of the situation. I did ask to rough it. I did ask to see a few of the local spots. He's giving me what I asked for. I can't be weird about this. Pat guides groups out all the time, a lot of them full of women. The nervousness is all in my head. It's not in my head. Pat's a creep. It started out innocuously enough, but the longer we hiked up the mountain, the more convinced I became that this was a bad idea. For one, he left the trails behind, telling me he knew a shortcut. Shortcut seemed to mean cut through the trees and bushes and forge your own path that even Bigfoot wouldn't want to take. As we walk, and my legs get bitten by bugs and slapped by branches, I worry about tonight. I'm not interested in Pat. Like, not even slightly. He's a nice guy, but there's something a little heavy-handed about his jokes that's pinging my rapedar. So, where's this great stargazing spot? I ask for the 100th time as I watch the sun disappear behind the trees. You said we were almost there? We are, he agrees and checks his wrist compass. Isn't this some great scenery? Lovely, I agree. And it is pretty. Everything's alive and lush with early summer, including the black flies. I slap at one that lands on my arm. I hear the crinkle of paper and see that Pat has his back to me. Curious, I move forward to peer over his shoulder. What are you doing? Nothing. He hides something that looks suspiciously like a map. Are we lost? I ignore the quiver of terror in my stomach. Cole was right, I think. Then squash that idea. Don't be ridiculous, Pat says, and gives me another toothy smile. We're just taking a breather to enjoy the twilight air. He inhales deeply. I slap at another bug. Are they biting you? He asks, all concern. Everywhere, I agree. He should have mentioned that I'd need bug spray, but all he'd told me to wear was a smile. I'm really regretting this trip. I should have waited for Cole. After all, what's another 3 years to a lonely virgin? I sigh. Sit here, Pat instructs me, and his hand on my elbow steers me toward a fallen log. As he does, I hear a branch snap in the woods. I turn, scanning the trees. It's dusk, so it's getting harder to see. What was that? Probably just deer. You said there were bear in this area. It's just a deer, Pat repeats and presses on my shoulder. Sit and let me look at your legs. I sit as instructed, and the moment I do, he picks up my foot and slides a hand along my calf. A startled eep escapes me. Oh my, Pat murmurs, stroking my leg. It's a shame to see these beauties all torn up. You poor baby. I'm fine, I say, and try to jerk my foot back. This trip has gotten officially weird. He doesn't let me have my foot back. In fact, his hand strokes over my knee and then to my thigh, where I slap it away. Hands off! Don't be like that, Addie. He gives me a flirty grin. You want me to rub some lotion on you? I'm real good at making girls feel better. Ew! Just leave me alone. Another branch snaps in the woods. He doesn't let go of my leg, and I do my best to kick his crotch. I'm serious, Pat. This is not funny. I'm not interested in you like that. His smile grows harder around the edges. Don't be a fucking tease. Why else would you want to come up here with me alone if it wasn't to get laid? I gasp. Because of nature, and I didn't want to be alone. You don't have to play hard to get anymore, baby, he murmurs. I'm a sure thing. And he reaches to slide a hand up my thigh again. This time, it sounds like something's thundering through the woods and heading right in our direction.
Chapter 5. Cole. After the last tour group gets kitted out, I close up shop and head for the lodge. Eli's place serves as the meeting ground for most of the tour groups, even if they aren't headed up by Eli and his crew. He allows it, figuring that doing us solid by the townsfolk will play in our favor should the secret of our otherness get out. Eli thinks it'd be good to come out. Up here, people are mostly pragmatic and practical, and would be less likely to turn us into circus animals than down in the cities. I don't have an opinion either way. Living with humans doesn't mean we are humans, though. I find Eli in his office overlooking one of the many tributaries that make up the boundary waters. Massive amounts of fresh water that separates the U.S. and Canada. "Good to see you, Cole," Eli says absently as he paws through his mail. "What can I do for you?" "You get my message about the Samson thing?" I ask. There's a plate of cookies sitting on the edge of the desk, and I sweep up 5 before Eli can protest. "Jesus, these are fucking amazing," I mumble around a mouthful of soft, gooey heaven. "What's in them?" "Honey, sugar, butter. Fuck if I know." He removes the plate from my reach. "You don't have to worry about Samson's group. I reviewed the trails he plans to take them on, and they're all baby courses. Even Samson should be able to make it through those hikes without any injuries. There are no night events either. Everyone is either checked in here at the lodge or one of the cabins." "Actually, I saw Samson go out today with someone," chirps Dylan, who comes in to steal a few cookies. "A girl someone?" I ask suspiciously. "Yeah?" He reaches for more, but Eli growls a low warning, which makes Dylan back off. "I think it's the lady who runs that girly place in town, the one with the pillows on the sign in front of the building." I jump out of the chair and glare at Eli. "You said no one was going out until tomorrow, and definitely no overnight camping." He raises his hands as if to fend off a blow. This wasn't on his agenda. This time it's me who does the growling. Eli and Dylan's ears flatten against their heads in response. Dylan backs up against the door and lowers his head. I spin on my heel. I don't want to fight Eli or his cub. It's Samson that I want, and Samson that I'm going to have. I have to go. What direction did he take? I think he was going toward Bass Lake Trail. The Superior National Forest isn't for amateurs. There are things that live in these dense forested regions that no human should come into contact with. If you're thinking of shifting, there's a house full of human guests the west side of the lodge. You'll probably want to avoid them, Eli advises. What will you do if you catch her? When I catch her, I correct him, I'm going to take her home and make sure she understands the Superior National Forest isn't safe for her without a guide from here. And that's all you plan? He asks. It's clear he's been talking to Leo. Adelaide is a human, I remind him, and exit the office. He follows me. Just because Eric Christensen had an unfortunate run-in with his girlfriend doesn't mean the same thing can happen with you. You're older and have a lot more control of your animal. I wouldn't risk it with Adelaide. Then what does it matter if she's out with Pat Sampson? Because she's mine! I bare my teeth and take off, ignoring Eli's hearty chuckle behind me. It doesn't take long to shift. The beast is just underneath the skin, and calling him forth takes no more effort than scratching an itch. I pick up Adelaide's scent, along with a putrid male one. I don't make any effort to quiet my lumbering through the woods. I want Samson to know I'm coming, and if he shits his pants in fear, so much the better. Don't be a fucking tease, I hear Samson order. Why else would you want to come up here with me alone if it wasn't to get laid? Because of nature? And I didn't want to be alone, Adelaide exclaims. The yelp and slap that follow gets swallowed by the crashing of my 800-pound body through the underbrush. What the fuck is that? Samson cries. Where are you going? Stop that! Come back here, you asshole! When I reach the small clearing, Adelaide is watching Samson's back retreat down the slope. Oh my God, she screams and starts to run down the same way Samson took. I lunge past her, chasing after Samson. With a giant grizzly hot on his heels, Samson runs faster than Usain Bolt, and we leave Adelaide far behind us. The acrid smell of urine wafts up, and I veer off the path to avoid stepping in Samson's piss. Finally, his weak human legs give out, and he collapses near the edge of the woods. I crouch down into a lunging motion, and that's enough to spur Samson into gear again. He jumps up and runs to his jeep. After a couple of false starts, he peels out, spitting up gravel behind him. Satisfied he's gone, I hunt for a clan cache, a hidden hold in the ground or around a tree stump that contains clothes and food for the bears and other creatures that shift. I find one halfway back to Adelaide, but the fit is off. The cubs must have stalked this one. The pants don't zip all the way and end around my ankles. I pull on the socks and forego the shoes entirely. The t-shirt strains at the seams. If I even stretch, I might rip the thing. I tie the plaid flannel around my waist and position it so my damn cock isn't dangling in the wind. I hurry back to where Adelaide was left behind and find her on the trail holding a twig like a weapon. Tears have dried in streaks on her face, and there are big red welts forming from the mosquitoes. Damn Samson. He didn't even prepare her. Her fine breasts are going to be one big bug bite if she doesn't get out of the woods soon. Cole, what are you doing here? Did you see the bear? Oh my God, it was so huge, I thought it was going to eat me. She half laughs, half shudders. You have any bug spray? I ask, ignoring the questions. She nods. I lacquered it on, but the bugs are still eating me up. You gotta cover up. I pull the flannel from my waist and drape it over her chest. Give me your bottle, I demand. It's in the pack. She jerks a thumb over her shoulder. I grab her hand and march back to the clearing. I try to ignore the electricity that heats up the minute we make contact, and the fact that my pants are now being held up solely by my fully erect cock. There's no chance in hell she doesn't see it. What are you doing here? She presses. I think that's my question, I shoot back. I told you not to come out here with Samson. Well, I guess you didn't give me a good enough reason to stay in town, she replies pertly. I wish she wasn't so goddamned irresistible. Why couldn't her skin be less soft or her hair less pretty? Why does she dress like she's my wet dream come to fucking life? What did I ever do to deserve this kind of torment? There are dangers out here that Samson can't protect you from. When we reach her pack, I drop to one knee and pull out her bug repellent. I spray it liberally all over her legs. Ouch! It burns! She flinches when the acid hits the red scratches the branches and underbrush made on her skin. Sorry, fuck. I lean forward and blow on the tiny wounds. She freezes, and then her hands drop to my shoulders. I realize then just where I am. On my knees between her legs. If I raise my head, my nose would be right at pussy level, and even over the distinct smell of mosquito repellent, I can smell her. She smells like fucking heaven. Am I in danger now? She whispers hoarsely. I force myself to keep my eyes on her legs, although that's not much better. Her calves, knees, and thighs are just as delicious looking as any part of her. No, I manage to choke out. Then let's stay here. Just you and I. Her hands have found their way into my hair, and the gentle scrape of her nails against my scalp is doing things to me, like rubbing away any resistance I have toward her. Not that I had much to begin with. Tonight. I close my eyes and imagine sliding my hands up her juicy thighs until they meet at the juncture of her legs. I fantasize about tugging down her shorts until all she's wearing is a pair of tiny panties that are soaked with her desire. I'd nudge the sopping fabric aside with my nose and then lay the flat of my tongue against her wet, hot pussy. I'd eat her until her gentle touch turned animalistic. I'd suck and lick and bite her until her nails scored my flesh and she was scaring the birds away with her screams. Yes, tonight. I went with Pat Sampson because I've been here for 3 years and never once have I done anything outdoorsy. I thought... She pauses. You thought what? My voice sounds like my throat has been thoroughly scored with the roughest sandpaper made. She tenses against me and then sighs. I thought maybe you'd see me as something more than just a pampered princess. I do see you, I say quietly. You're all I see. Then why? She cries. Why did you kiss me today and then run off? With a big heave of my own breath, I lean back on my haunches and dangle my hands between my legs. The hurt in her voice calls forth a more honest response than I was prepared to give. Since you've come to town, I haven't looked at another woman. Really? I nod miserably. Does that make me less of a male to her? Perhaps she believes a real male is like Samson, nailing every willing body that moves in front of him. That's amazing, but why stay away? I want you, too. Her honey-filled words are like an aphrodisiac. I muffle a groan of need. Because I'm too big for you. Look at these hands. I raise my big, rough palms between us. Oh, trust me, I have. Her cheeks turn rosy, and I know it's not due to the sun. This time my growl is too loud to hide, and it causes her to blush harder. She drops to her knees in front of me and places a small hand on my arm. It takes every ounce of control I have not to maul her then and there. Is it because you're afraid of breaking things? She strokes the forearm exposed by the two short sleeves. Look at this out here. It's wide open, and if we knock the tent over, it makes for a good story. Nothing is getting destroyed out here. My cock is one solid, pulsating mass. I could come from her just petting my damn arm. It's not things I'm worried about destroying, I say lowly. This time the heat is in my cheeks. If Leo could see me now, I'd never hear the end of it. Ruddy-faced like some wet-behind-the-ears cub. It's you. Chapter 6. Cole. Me? She laughs incredulously. Cole, I'm not a delicate flower. I'm a meaty girl. I've got hips and an ass, she reaches around and pats that plush bit of flesh, that are probably big enough to be seen by satellite. I force myself to look down at my hands instead of peering over her shoulder. Her generous ass is one of my favorite things to look at. I never leave my window when she's walking around town. You're beautiful, Adelaide. I swipe an unsteady hand across the back of my mouth. Too beautiful for a brute like me. That seems like a really convenient excuse to let me down gently. Gosh, Adelaide, you're just so pretty that I can't stand to touch you. Hurt mars her lovely face. I don't have a good answer for her because that's exactly what I'm saying, only she doesn't believe me. She thinks I'm blowing her off with fake words. She straightens up and bends over to pick up her pack, her shirt gaping open to reveal the deep shadow of her cleavage. Plaid has never looked sexy before, but now, every time I go to my closet, I'm going to be thinking of the pattern wrapping around Adelaide's gorgeous body, and I'll get hard. I'd like to take her plaid top home and lay it on the pillow and imagine that she's with me. It might be the closest I'll ever come to having Adelaide in my bed. I get to my feet, too, and try to shove my cock to the side so it isn't obscenely pointing in her direction. She isn't paying attention to me anyway. How far is it to the road? She squints down the empty trail. The sun is setting, and with the canopy of trees, there isn't much light around here. Probably a half an hour, I admit. I could make the distance in 10 minutes, but a human would take at least twice as long. And you're not going to be happy about it, but Samson took off. You know that how? She wheels back to me. I saw him. You saw him? She repeats. You saw him drive off in his car and showed up down this trail that is half an hour away only minutes later? I'm pretty fast, I offer lamely. Her eyes narrow. I could lead her out of the forest easily. My night vision is damn good, but I kind of like being out here, alone with Adelaide, even if she is pissed off at me. This your tent? Samson had done a halfway decent job of setting up camp. There was a tarp underneath the tent, and the stakes were driven in nice and deep. I toss one flap of the opening aside, and my lip curls when I see the setup. A king-size air mattress covered with 2 sleeping bags. Maybe I'd misread the situation between her and Samson. Maybe she wanted to be out here alone with him. Yes, Pat only brought one. I thought we'd each have a tent or I'd share with one of the other girls, but no one else was out here tonight. She joins me and peers into the tent. That asshole, she spits out when she sees the mattress. No wonder he had me gathering firewood. He was busy setting this up. She tisks in disgust. So you didn't want this? I ask with renewed hope that I have no business feeling. Not that it's any of your business, but no. I wanted to camp. She sighs. Damn it, this day has gone to shit. I've tried for 3 years to show you that I'm here for the taking, but you've ignored every signal until this morning. And then after you kiss me, you run off. We're finally alone out here in this gorgeous place, and you won't touch me because I'm too attractive or some dumb shit reason. But you know what? I shake my head because I don't know anything. I'm mesmerized by the fire in her eyes. What does she look like when she's in the grip of passion? When she orgasms, do her eyes shoot flames? Fuck, to be burned by her would be the pinnacle of my pathetic life. I'm camping. You can do what you want, but tonight I'm going to sleep in this stupid tent, and tomorrow when I wake up, I'm going to look for a place to open a spa that is far away from asinine men. And it'll be a huge hit because there are probably millions of women just like me who are tired of you and your silly games. She steps inside the tent and whips the flap closed, the nylon material slapping me in the face. A thought emerges. If I could show her how much I want her, how true my feelings are for her, maybe she would understand and forgive me. Adelaide, I growl. The word comes out more menacing than I intend. I clear my throat and try again. Adelaide, may I come in? For what? To apologize. You can apologize out there. Not properly, I can't. I need to be in front of you, Adelaide, on my knees so I can show you exactly how sorry I am. Fine, she huffs. Come in, then. You have 5 minutes. I open the flap and take one step in before falling on my knees. What are you doing? She asks suspiciously. Showing you how beautiful I think you are. How much I want you. How I spend every night dreaming of you. How no day is complete until I've caught just one glimpse of you. I place my rough palms on the back of her legs and slide them down to the tops of her socks. With slow, deliberate moves, I unlace her boots, giving her every chance to kick me out. She stands there, mute now. I look up and her face is filled with a cautious hope. I pull one boot off and then the other. I set them in the corner of the tent. Her socks are next. Her cute toes curl into the tent floor and I hear a deep inhale above me. Still she waits. I lean down and kiss the tops of her feet and then the indent behind each ankle bone. A swift gasp escapes her. She's sensitive here. My tongue darts out to lick the hollows. The next moment I feel her slender hands land on my shoulders. I brace for rejection, but when she doesn't push me away, I reapply myself, kissing my way to her calves. With each new patch of skin I encounter, her grip on my shoulders becomes stronger and more secure. She isn't going to turn me away. As I reach the softest part of her legs, the delicate portion that lies just inches away from that honeyed juncture, I take a deep breath and let her arousal fill my lungs. My trembling hands meet at her waist, and I take a chance to look up. Her blue eyes glow with anticipation. I lick my lips as if I can already taste her. You smell amazing, I tell her. Like bug spray and sweat, she jokes. I lean forward and place my nose right between her legs. Like goddamn heaven. She flushes adorably. The scent of her arousal is making me drunk with lust. I fumble with the button on her shorts, but manage to push the damn thing out of the buttonhole. She sucks in a breath when I slide down the zipper. God damn, I choke out as the delicate lace of her light blue panties is revealed. God damn. I let her shorts drop to the ground and reverently shape my hands around those luscious hips. You're so fucking beautiful. If I was controlling a satellite, its camera would definitely be pointed at your ass. She gurgles with laughter. Is that right? She replies flirtatiously. I grin up at her. The anger and frustration that was there earlier has been replaced by desire and some kind of giddy pleasure. I aim to put an expression of pure ecstasy there by the time I'm done. Definitely. I squeeze her ass cheeks. This here's a work of art. Don't ever talk bad about this body of yours. It's fucking amazing. I'm glad you think so. I don't believe anyone's ever said those words in reference to my ass before. Then everyone is a bunch of stupid motherfuckers, I mumble. Baby, how much do you like these panties? They're my favorite pair. Why? Where'd you get them? Online. I ordered them off. She breaks off with a yelp as I slice the sides of the panties in half. My claws retract almost instantaneously. I'll buy you a dozen new pairs, I promise, and then jerk her forward. I push the palms of my hands against her ass cheeks to hold her steady as I lap my tongue to drink up the juices that coat her swollen pussy lips. Her body is ripe and ready. The moment I make contact, my taste buds explode. I need more. Oh, God, she cries. Her knees buckle a second before she tells me, I need to be horizontal for this. She tumbles backward onto the air mattress. Her thighs fall open, and despite the dark of the tent, my Earth-sign night vision allows me to see her soft flesh glistening. I drag her toward me until her ass is just at the edge of the mattress. I have to have you now. I kneel between her legs and spread her open. I force myself to take it slow and not devour her in one gulp. I need to make it good for her. I blow on her heated skin and she shudders. Her fingers dig into the mattress and her hips arch toward my mouth. I cover her clit with my lips, swirling my tongue around that stiff bud. I slide one finger inside her tight, hot channel and smile when I hear her gasp and then clench her muscles around me. One finger is followed by a second, and then with a little push, a third finger fits in. She grinds against my mouth, her hips pump furiously against me. I draw out the sensations, curling my fingers against her tender, sensitive inner flesh. I love this. I fucking love her. I have for so long. She's sassy, successful, and gorgeous. Her writhing beneath me, calling out my name in breathy sighs and pleas for more as every fantasy I've ever had come to life. I never thought these rough, dirty hands of mine would ever be allowed to touch something as fine as her. Cole, please, give me... I need... Please, she pants. I drive my fingers into her at a relentless rhythm. Her body spasms beneath me, but I don't let up. I want to push her over the edge and make her fly. She twists and arches beneath me like a wild animal, nearly bucking me off with her own physical need for more contact, more pressure, more feeling. It's as if she's been on a sexual fast, and her body is trying to make up for all those lost weekends spent alone in front of her television, wishing for someone to take her. Fuck, that's me. I've been the one lost and alone. I've been pining for her. I've spent every spare moment wondering what she feels like, what she tastes like. Now that I'm here, though, I realize none of my weak fantasies could have ever lived up to the real thing. She feels like magic, wet and hot and tight around my plunging fingers. She tastes like tart honey, sweet and tangy. I could do this for hours, or days, or weeks, or however long she'd allow me to kneel between her thighs and fuck her with my tongue and fingers. The beast inside of me roars with pleasure. It wants out. It wants to feed on her desire, but I beat it back. I can't lose control now, even though my cock is burrowing a hole in the tent floor. Beneath my driving fingers, beneath my voracious mouth, she rocks toward that orgasmic high. Her hands fist in my hair and her thighs quiver as she teeters on the edge. Come, baby. Come for me, I urge. Right now. I slap my fingers across her clit, and the reaction is immediate. Her cunt clamps down on my fingers, and her back bows off the mattress. Her cum floods my hand, and I lean forward to lap it all up. I could live off just the honey of her body. I want to carry her away and into some dark cave in the forest. I'd forage for berries and fish and feed her only the food that I found. I'd clothe her in the leaves and kelp of the water and lay her down on a soft bed of foliage where I'd take her like this with my fingers and tongue, again and again until she forgot that there was a world beyond that which I could provide for her. I can't give her up, but as the blood pounds like thunder in my groin, I know I can't have her either.
Chapter 7. Adelaide. He stands over me, his face full of need and lust as he gazes down at my sprawled body. I can see the desire in his eyes as they gleam in the darkness, and I squirm with anticipation, my nipples aching. He called me baby. He ripped my panties off me and tongued me. He fucked me with his fingers until I came. God, it's been worth waiting 3 years for this man. I don't regret a bit of it. My hands slide down my belly, and then I rake my nails over my thighs. They're still spread, and I absently wonder if I should close them. Come down here, Cole. I want you to make love to me. I guess I should tell him at some point that I'm a virgin. That finger bang probably did a lot to get rid of the situation, but I still feel like it's something he should know. I'll tell him. Soon. But he only stares down at me. Is he rethinking things? Please don't let him rethink things. To encourage him, I slide my hands up to my shirt. I tug my white undershirt up and reveal my bra. It's not a sexy bra, but it does have the advantage of snapping in the middle. I undo it with a flick, and my breasts spill out. The breath hisses from his throat. That got his attention. My hands stray to my breasts, and I tease my nipples. They ache, and I picture his mouth on them, sucking and licking at them the way he did to my pussy. My breath hitches, and I squeeze my breasts, my thumbs gliding over the tips. Cole gives a low groan, and his hand jerks at his belt. Excited, I arch on the air mattress. Now he's going to lie down on top of me and fuck me silly. I watch with fascination as he rips his belt off and flings it aside, then shoves his jeans down. He's not wearing underwear, and the jut of his cock as it releases from its confines is staggering. Wow, he's a big guy in all ways. His hand goes to his cock and he strokes it. A fascinated gasp escapes me, and I watch as his hand works it over, moving from the base of his shaft to the head. Slow at first, and then quick. I've never seen a man do this. Well, maybe a few minutes of a porno, but it's different when one's right in your face inside a shadowy tent. As I watch, his hand moves faster, and then he groans, squeezing the head. A hot, wet spatter lands on my thighs and stomach. And I gasp again, sitting up on my elbows. Did you just jerk off on me? His breath rasps in his throat, all sexy and growly. Fucking wanted you too much. Cole drops to his knees. His hand goes to my stomach, and he starts rubbing his sperm into my skin. I don't know how I feel about this. My virginal senses are a little shocked, a lot titillated. And I'm fighting disappointment. Is he not going to touch me again? Maybe there's more coming. So, I say, and lick my lips. What do we do now? Cole continues to rub his cum onto my belly, and I can feel myself getting aroused again at his touch. Not that I stopped being aroused. Now, I should probably collect some firewood and see about starting a fire. What? What? The man gets to his feet and turns away. He's leaving? I watch as he unzips the tent, but before he can turn and walk away, I grab his pants. Cole's arms windmill for a moment, and then he falls backward onto the air mattress next to me. There's an audible pop, and the entire thing deflates under me with a whoosh. Hi, I say, as Cole looks over at me. His face is inches from mine. Why did you do that? Because I don't want you to go, I tell him softly. I reach out and brush a lock of inky dark hair off his forehead. He looks so much more menacing in the shadows than in the daylight. Strange how it arouses me. His skin is warm, and my fingers trail down to his jaw, where there's a growth of rough stubble. Oh, God, I remember that stubble brushing against the insides of my thighs. A small moan escapes my throat. Cole groans, and he captures my hand in his. He leans in and sniffs at my wrist, which seems like an odd gesture to me. But then he takes my fingertip in his mouth and nips it. I'm just afraid to hurt you, he admits in a gruff voice. Because I'm a virgin? He stills. You what? Oh, no. I'm a virgin, Cole. I've been waiting for you. I've had plenty of offers from other guys who have let me know that they were interested, but I was waiting for the right guy. My finger traces along the beard stubble to his full lower lip, and I stroke it with the pad of my forefinger. When I saw you, I knew I wanted you. Don't keep pushing me away, please. I half expect him to go running into the hills, pants around his legs at the thought of me being a virgin. He's already worried he's going to somehow break me. Instead, he moves over me, and he pins my arm back against the flattened mattress. His breathing is a rough rasp in his throat, and his face is so close to mine that I can feel the warmth of his breath and smell the spicy, outdoorsy musk of his scent. You saved yourself for me. His weight presses between my thighs, his hips cradling mine, and I have to fight the urge to wrap my legs around his hips and lock my feet. I nod. This body is all mine. God, there's such a throaty growl in his voice. It's making me tingle in all kinds of places. Again, I nod. Cole gives another harsh groan, and then his mouth swoops down on mine. I gasp under him, startled at the brutality of the kiss. I love it, though. When his lips mash against mine, I whimper and arch up against him, rocking my hips. His tongue dips into my mouth, and I slide mine against his, encouraging him to give me more. His hand cups my breast, and I cry out because it feels so good. He's got calluses all over his fingertips and palms, and they rub against my nipple in a way that drives me wild. You like that? His voice is husky and deep, and it makes me wet to hear. You like my big rough hands on you, Adelaide? I moan. God, yes. He pinches my nipple between his fingers, and when I moan, he slides his hand lower, past my sticky stomach. His hips lift off mine, and a moment later, I feel his hand pushing between my folds. You're so fucking wet for me. I can't believe I'm the only one to touch you like this, Adelaide. You're the hottest fucking piece I've ever seen, and you saved this sweet pussy for me. I nod, my breath gasping. He's so close to touching my clit that I can feel myself getting wetter and wetter as each second passes. Need to claim you, he growls, and buries his face against my throat. His fingers press against my clit and rub, and I jump as if shocked. My fingers dig into his shoulders. Yes, claim me. I'm all yours, Cole. I slide one leg around his hips and rub the bubble of his ass with my foot. God, his butt is incredible. He growls again, and it sends an electric thrill through my body as he nips at my throat. You want me to take you, Adelaide? God, do I ever? I hold him tighter against me. I'm yours. Cole grabs my thigh and pushes my legs open wide, and his hips settle between mine again. I cling to his neck, waiting for more kisses or for him to pull a condom out so we can take things to the next level. But the head of his cock nudges at my entrance, and then I forget about everything. Gonna make you mine, Cole breathes. He claims my mouth in a hard kiss and then pushes into me. It feels like I'm being ripped open for all of a second. A small shriek escapes my throat, only to be swallowed up by his kiss. Shh, he murmurs against me, holding me close as I quake. My Adelaide. The throbbing inside me turns into a dull pain and then slowly subsides. As it does, I become aware of his big body pressing down on mine, of how deep he is inside me, how very close we are to each other. And I start to like it. I shift my weight, vaguely aware of the hard earth under my back, but more aware of Cole and the way he covers me. "Okay if I move?" he asks, and his hips push a little against mine. I nod. He nuzzles me and slowly pulls out, then pushes into me again. There's a small twinge, but other than that, it doesn't hurt. He kisses me again, and his tongue coaxes mine as he begins a languid rhythm, stroking into me. After the first few pushes, there's no more discomfort, and I start to enjoy it. I also start to worry I'm not doing enough. Should I lift my hips, bounce against him, play with his nipples? I hate being a virgin. I slide my hand along his side. "What do you want me to do? How should I touch you?" "You touch me however you want to, baby," he tells me, and then he thrusts again, harder this time. A gasp escapes my throat, and I try to remember to move my hand over his skin, touching him everywhere. I love the feel of his strong back and the soft skin of his buttocks over the hard steel of the muscle underneath. All the while, he keeps thrusting into me and murmuring possessive words. It feels good, but not like before when he drove me crazy. Just kind of pleasant. I enjoy the feel of his big body over mine more than anything else. He nips at my ear. "How does it feel, Adelaide?" "Good?" I tense. Am I doing something wrong? Nope, I am. He kisses me again and sucks gently on my lower lip until I'm moaning with need from his kisses. Gosh, I love kissing him. I could kiss him for weeks on end. Then Cole takes my thigh and tugs me up against him, changing the angle of my hips. He grabs one of the pillows from above my head and shoves it under my butt and then pushes into me again. This time, I gasp. That felt different. Different, good. He rocks his hips, thrusting in again. And holy cow, it is good. I feel something elusive building in my belly. Oh, definitely good. I bite my lip and concentrate, trying to raise my hips along with his to get more of that feeling. He pauses, and I tighten my grip on his shoulders. "Keep going." Cole chuckles and begins to pump into me harder, increasing his pace and the intensity of his thrusts. All the while, the delicious sensation continues to grow deep inside my belly. I close my eyes and concentrate on it, and my nails dig into his shoulders. His next thrust is rough as hell, but it sends incredible sensations through me. "Oh," I breathe. He does it again, and another "oh" escapes me. "My Adelaide," he growls. "So fucking beautiful." He gazes down at me, and I realize that he's driving both of us across the tent with the force of his thrusts, and it feels incredible. But I'm still not there, so close, but not quite. I strain, raising my hips against him with every thrust. "Oh, Cole, I need—" "I know," he says. I feel him shift against me, and then his hand pushes between my legs. His fingers brush against my clit as he thrusts into me again. That does it. Everything inside me clenches, and a little sob escapes my throat as my body locks around him. The orgasm rips through me, harder, and 1,000 times more intense than anything I've ever given myself with my vibrator. I'm losing control, exploding into billions of itty-bitty pieces, and sobbing with the utter intensity of it. "I've got you," he says, and then nips at my throat again. Christ. Christ, you feel fucking amazing. You're squeezing the hell out of my cock with that sweet cunt of yours, aren't you? I can't respond. I only sob again as he thrusts into me over and over, sending more shockwaves of orgasmic pleasure through me. Adelaide. He growls my name out, and I feel his entire body shudder against mine with the force of his own orgasm. And then he snarls. And, oh God, it sounds just like the bear did. Chapter 8. Adelaide. At first, I think the snarl came from Cole, but it really did sound just like the bear. Which means the bear returned while we were making love, and is now right outside our tent. Cole, I whisper, clinging to him. The bear's back. He groans loud enough to make me flinch and buries his face against my breasts as he collapses against me, utterly spent from his orgasm. No. I nudge him, trying to encourage him to get up. Cole, we can't rest now. The bear... There's no bear, he murmurs sleepily and lazily tongues one of my nipples. Damn, Adelaide, you have pretty tits. Cole! I smack his shoulder. I heard the bear. There's no bear, I promise. But... He lifts his head and looks at me. Baby, I have a secret. I stare at him, eyes wide. We forgot condoms, and now he's going to tell me he has an STI. Which is awful, but not quite as awful as getting eaten by a bear. Now is not the time, Cole. The bear is me. He nods slowly. That was me you heard. I'm the bear. I stare at him. A snort escapes me. Oh, please. His eyes narrow, and he shoots me a wounded look, and I realize he's serious. He thinks he's a bear. Oh, God. He's a furry. That's why such a hot, sexy man has been single for so long. He's got a bear thing, or he thinks he's a bear in a man's skin, or some craziness like that. I thump his arm. Can we please not talk about your fetishes when there's a real bear about to eat us outside? Adelaide. He pins both of my wrists in his hands. You're not listening to me. I am the bear. That is my secret. I'm a shifter. That's how I was able to chase off Samson. That's how I knew he was gone. That's why the bear never came back. The bear is me. I frown. I don't understand. How can you be a bear? You ever hear of werewolves? Like the guy from Twilight? He visibly flinches. Ugh, kind of. I'm a bear shifter. I transform into a bear. Everyone in my family has the ability. It's passed down generation to generation. In fact, most of the locals in town are shifters of one kind or another. I gaze at him for a long time, digesting this nugget. Well, he asks, releasing my wrists. What are you thinking? I smack his shoulder with a fist. I think this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of, Cole Braxton. Seriously. If you want to nail and bail, just freaking say so. Honestly, the nerve of you thinking I'd believe a stupid story like this. He sighs heavily and rolls off me. I immediately feel lonely the moment his body parts from mine. He gets to his feet and kicks his pants off his ankles, then rips off his shirt. What are you doing? I'm going to show you, he says. Come on. I watch in surprise as he storms out of the tent buck naked. Where on earth is he going? That damn bear is still out there. I tug my shirt down over my loose breasts and try to stretch it over my ass since I no longer have panties. That's a losing proposition, though, and I roll out of the tent a moment later with a pillow held in front of my girl bits. "Cole, come back!" He's walking a few feet away, his gorgeous bubble butt flexing in the darkness. Then he pauses, glances over his shoulder at me, and crouches. What is that crazy fool doing? I'm about to ask this aloud when I hear the bear snarl again. And it's coming from him. As I watch, his skin ripples, and I hear the crack of bones. Oh my God. I squeak and immediately press my face against the pillow because I can't watch this. Hell, I can't even watch Grey's Anatomy without flinching. All I know is something is happening to Cole's body. I hear several disturbing bone cracks and the rustle of grass, and I peek over the pillow a moment later to see Cole's hand change into a big furry paw. Then I slowly lower the pillow, utterly shocked by what I see. It's a bear, an enormous grizzly bear. Fear shoots through me, but then it sits on its hind legs and flops onto its back, waving a paw in greeting. That's Cole. He wasn't lying. My eyes feel as big as saucers. He rolls in the grass and then lumbers to his feet and approaches me. I clutch the pillow and take a step backward until I run into the side of the tent. I shouldn't be scared. It's just Cole, who's a bear. Totally normal. He noses me and then licks my arm. "Can you change back now?" I ask in a small voice. I really don't know what to make of this. Most of the locals in town are shifters of one kind or another. No wonder I've always felt like such an outsider. I'm completely, totally human. There's no way I can do anything like that. I watch as Cole's shoulders hunch and he starts to change back, and I cover my eyes once more. I don't want to see that. A few minutes later, big hands grab the pillow and toss it back into the tent, and Cole grins down at me, his hair slightly tousled and sweaty. "You're a bear," I breathe. "I am." "Not a furry." "Nope." I digest this for a moment as he gets back inside the tent and then tugs on my hand, indicating I should join him. I follow, and he lies back down on the now flat air mattress and relaxes. I sit next to him, still stunned. He pulls me against him and begins to nibble on my shoulder. "How?" "Like I said, it's in the bloodline. It's just something that my family's always done." He brushes my hair aside to reveal my neck and lightly sucks on a patch of skin. "Damn, you smell nice." "Is this why you never hit on me, no matter how many times I flirted with you? Because you're a bear and I'm not?" "Humans are off limits," he admits, and he doesn't sound pleased about it. In the next moment, though, he squeezes me against him. "No one's taking you from me, though. You're my mate." "I am?" I squeak. He nods, and his hand goes to my belly. "I took you, and I might have given you a baby." "So?" "So, I want to be the father of your child. If we have one," he adds. "We don't have to start a family right away." "Gee, thanks," I say sarcastically. I'm trying to be mad at him, but it's so difficult when the man I've lusted after for 3 long years is kissing my skin and talking about starting a family together. "Cole?" He nuzzles the curve of my breast. Shivers move through my body, and I feel my pulse picking up at his touch. "Are you going to be in trouble for sleeping with me?" "I don't care. As long as we keep this secret, I'll manage things. I'll talk to Eli. Eli is the owner of the vacation lodge. I frown at this bit of information, and then gasp when Cole licks my nipple. Wait, you're distracting me. Why do you need to talk to Eli? What's the secret? Bears, he says, and licks my nipple again. That's the secret, and Eli's the one in charge. One in charge? I echo. Man, it's getting hard to think with all the touching going on. Yup. He buries his nose between my breasts and pulls me tighter against him. Everyone in town? I ask in a faint voice. Shifters? Pretty much. Except me? You and a few others. Leo? He hesitates a moment. Shifter. You won't say anything, will you? Who would I tell? You think anyone would believe me if I called the local news and said, "Hey, guess what? My boyfriend can turn into a bear." He grins, his teeth gleaming white in the darkness. So, I'm your boyfriend? I feel a little flustered at that. What else would I call the man nose deep in my cleavage? Yes? He growls again, and the sound is pleased. Good. My assistant Jenna? The Millers? I ask as he moves up to kiss me. Are they bears? They're in the clan, yes. He changes direction and kisses my chin instead, then moves to my neck. What about Pat? Not Pat. He snorts. The man's an idiot, and let's not talk about him again. No Pat. Okay. What about... I'll tell you more later, baby, but right now, all I can think about is your scent. My scent? Bears have an intense sense of smell. And you smell fucking amazing, Adelaide. Did I ever tell you that? His hand slides between my legs, and I feel his fingers push into my sore pussy. I love that this is mine, baby. I moan, and my arms go around his neck. We'll talk about things later. Right now, all I can think about is Cole's mouth on my skin, and his fingers sunk deep inside me. I wonder if bears have a lot of stamina. Sometime later, I learned that yes, bears do indeed have a lot of stamina. Several rounds of enthusiastic sex later, Cole has me tucked under his arm, and we're drifting off to sleep. There's a twig poking into my back from under the tarp, but I don't care. I'm too boneless to care. My mind won't stop working, though. What about Francine at the coffee shop? He chuckles. Adelaide. Sorry, right. The whole town. I snuggle down closer against him. And they won't be mad that you told me? His arms tighten around me. Baby, I don't care if they're mad or not. You're mine, and I'm never letting you go. For some reason, I love that. I sigh happily and drift off to sleep.
Chapter 9. Cole. You sure you want to come in? I cut the engine. I ran and got the truck this morning because no way was I making Adelaide walk all the way back to the road. Yes. We're a couple, right? She flicks her index finger between us. Cautiously, I nod yes. Then we go in together because we're both involved. Besides, what if Eli goes off on you? I'll be there to tell him that I forced it out of you. I run my eyes over her sexy frame. Even if Eli bought the improbable story that Adelaide forced me to do anything, I wouldn't let her take an ounce of the blame. I couldn't have stayed away from her. I know that now, but I sure as shit could have kept my mouth shut. I didn't, because I wanted Adelaide to mate with me. I wanted her to have our cubs and bring her special scent into my house, where I could have her night and day. If Eli gets mad, he'll get mad at me. You aren't in any danger, I reassure Adelaide as I help her out of the truck. I should hope not. If he gets mouthy, I'll just tell him that I won't take clients from the lodge anymore. She tips her nose in the air and marches toward the lodge as if she's wearing a suit instead of tight Daisy Duke shorts and a half-buttoned plaid top. Leo is lounging on the lodge steps as we approach. He doesn't have any qualms about eyeing up Adelaide as if she's a fresh honeycomb just spun from fat, hothouse-fed bees. A low growl of dominance and challenge echoes from my chest. His eyes flick up to meet mine and then drop to his shoes to show me I've nothing to worry about. But in that brief moment I catch a glimpse of unholy mischief. Have a good time in the woods? Yes, Adelaide says. Shut up, asshole, I answer, and gently prod Adelaide up the stairs. I don't think now is the time to tell her that while the pine trees might have provided plenty of visual cover, the sounds and smells of our mating wouldn't have escaped any bear within a 5-mile radius. Just wanting to make sure you had a good time, Leo lies cheerfully. He knows we had a good time. He's just needling me, but I can't get real angry because after 3 years of waiting I finally have Adelaide. And now I was going to make sure I could keep her. Better time than you've had with anyone but Rosie Palm, I mutter as I pass him. The right hand is a regular and reliable date, Leo grins. Plus, she knows exactly how I like it. You need to get out more. Maybe go for a walk in the woods. Worked for me, I offer magnanimously. Maybe I'll do. Inside the lodge's cool lobby, Adelaide raises her perfect eyebrows. Rosie Palm? Did you just tell Leo that all he does is masturbate? I flush a little, like a schoolboy caught passing dirty notes by the teacher. Depends on if it makes you mad. She laughs. No, it reminds me of some friends back home. They are always joking with each other. Okay, then, yeah, but it was all in fun. I'm glad, because Leo seems like a nice guy. Nice guy? I don't like that. I frown at her and don't even try to stop the unhappy growl that rumbles in the back of my throat. Adelaide pats me on the arm. Don't worry, big guy. I'm only hot after you. Leo came and told me not to give up on you when you were being a poopy head the other day. Well, shit. Now I have to be nice to Leo. That was decent of him, I admit grudgingly. It was, wasn't it? She smiles as if it doesn't bother her at all that she's asking me to be nice to Leo. I mumble something to myself about how being nice to Leo would ruin my day. She just pats my shoulder, and to tell the truth, as long as she's handing out these little caresses, I'll probably do whatever it is she wants. Her happy demeanor disappears when we reach the lodge office. At my knock, Eli's booming voice tells us to come in. Don't worry, I whisper against her ear. He doesn't bite. Eli, I wanted you to meet Adelaide. I told you about her the other day. Adelaide owns the spa in town. You probably know each other. Eli rounds his desk in about 3 giant strides. Nice to see you again, Adelaide. We're getting a lot more couples now that you've opened up your business. He shakes his head at her outstretched hand. I can't touch you, or this old man here will have my head. I give Adelaide an I'm sorry look, but Eli's right. My need to make sure that it's my scent all over her body, undiluted by any other male's, will abate over time. But right now, it's pretty danged high. No need for an unnecessary domination fight. Eli waves his hand toward a chair, but I'm in a hurry to get home. Adelaide and I both have to open our stores in 2 hours, which barely gives us enough time to go home, have shower sex, and return to town. I throw an arm around Adelaide's shoulders. Adelaide is my mate now. I told her I'm a bear and that most of Pine Falls are shifters. She squeaks at the rough embrace, but doesn't move away. I'm not going to tell anyone. I swear it. She holds up her hand as if making an oath on a non-existent Bible. Eli leans his ass against the front of his desk and crosses his arms. It took you long enough, he says to me. Adelaide coughs into her hand to disguise a laugh. His lips quirk up at her response. He likes her and will have no problem letting her in the clan. My heart swells with satisfaction. Adelaide is worth the wait, I tell them both. She sighs. Eli turns to her. We aren't ashamed of our nature, Adelaide, but there are some out there who might not be as accepting as you, which is why we're careful about how and when and why we share this information. I understand. She slips an arm around me, and I'm deeply touched by her show of support. And I would never do anything that would jeopardize Cole or his family. And you are his family. Eli nods. We are. And we're your family, too. Violet made another batch of those honey cookies. You should get a few on your way out. That's Eli's way of telling us that the meeting is over, and he wants us to leave. Any other time I would have stopped and gotten a couple dozen of Violet's cookies to shove in my mouth, but I am far more interested in getting Adelaide home. There isn't anything in the kitchen and nothing Violet could cook up that would taste better than Adelaide. I'll open the store for you, Leo calls out as I drag Adelaide out of the lodge and into the truck. She looks at me with regret. I should probably go and supervise the opening of my store. There's someone there, but I still should be there. I press a kiss to her forehead. No worries. We have the rest of our life together. And I mean it. Shift just got real. Life's given me the short end of the stick on looks. I'm big, ugly, and brutish. Normally I wouldn't care about the packaging, except for the fact that the woman of my dreams is Ryan Brown, a human half my age and so lovely she makes my body ache. What's a werebear to do in this situation? Whatever he can to forget her, of course. Except Ryan's not taking no for an answer. And when she catches me watching her one night, she gives me a show I'll never forget. Did I think I'd be able to walk away and not touch her? Not claim what's mine? Not a chance. Chapter 1. Mal. You shouldn't be here, the little voice says. I reach over my right shoulder and squash my conscience. I'm just watching, and she's just making dinner. Early on, I made strict rules about what I could and could not watch. No private places like her bedroom and bathroom. Those were off limits. The living room, kitchen, and small eat-in area between? Well, she didn't hang any blinds up. Right now, she's in her kitchen. She's wearing headphones and bopping to some music. I'm really doing her a favor because anyone could come along and break into her house. She wouldn't hear them, not with that music turned up as loud as she's got it. She swirls, sways, and then bends over to pull out her casserole. I swallow hard at that move. My hands drop to the fly of my jeans. Fuck, she's so beautiful. Ryan Brown moved to town at the tender age of 17. She was gorgeous then, all legs, big hair, and braces. I smelled her at the grocery store, went home, and drank myself into a stupor. Underage, smelling like my mate, and human to boot? The spirits hated me. I stayed in my cabin for a month, living off the food in the forest before I got the courage to go back to town. It was worse when I didn't see her. I tore all over Pine Falls looking for her, watching the high school, prowling around all the streets at night. I couldn't sleep. Finally, I heard that she had just been visiting. Mary Brown and her husband moved here about 10 years ago. They were quiet folks. Mary's a scientist over at the Wolf Rescue Center. Ryan returned to wherever it was she came from. I went back to my cabin and stayed there the whole winter. Lost about 15 pounds, rubbed my dick raw, and came out with a beard that rivaled Paul Bunyan's. I'd found my mate, but she was an underage human who didn't even live in Pine Falls. I thought I'd be able to fuck away the memory of her, but any time I got a whiff of a woman's arousal, my dick became limper than a noodle. When she returned 3 years later to work with her aunt at the rescue center, my inner bear rejoiced, but I knew better. She was human, beautiful to look at, sweet to smell. There's no way she'd ever be interested in a loner like me. Every time I saw her, she was surrounded by people. Sometimes it was just her relatives, but often it was boys. Assholes who probably thought a clit was a pimple on a girl's vagina. Fuckwits who were more interested in blowing their own load before she came. She didn't date any of them, to my relief. I knew the day was coming when she'd take up with one of these boys. I might have to move then, away from Pine Falls and away from her. I'd never be able to forget about her. Her smell is imprinted on my brain. I only need to think of her and I get hard. But I couldn't be close to her man without maiming him. I'd go into a jealous rage and take him out before I even realized what happened. And if she cared about him, it'd bring her grief, and I couldn't live with that either. No, it's better that I leave her. Go to Alaska or maybe even the Arctic. Hunker down in some den and sleep my life away, just reliving the memory of her day after day, night after night. Until then, I'm stuffing myself full of her in the only way I can. In furtive glimpses and stolen snapshots when she's not aware. It's wrong. I know it's wrong, but I'm doing it anyway, and I'll continue to do it until the day comes when she's no longer mine. I think of her as mine. The problem is, even if I weren't a bear shifter, I'd never be able to win her over. I'm too ugly and too big. Way too big. The few women who've tried me out haven't ever wanted seconds. One poor girl started crying when she saw my dick. It's just too big. And if it's too big for the substantial ladies I've paid to have sex with me, then it's way too big for Ryan, even if she did want me, which she doesn't. Watching will be enough for me. Hey, man, you got a smoke? Reluctantly, I tear my eyes from Ryan's window. A young man wearing a black beanie, a black windbreaker, and loose jeans approaches me. No, I answer abruptly. How about $20? You got that? No. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Ryan has left the dining room. I stifle a sigh. That means she's going into her bedroom, and I won't get to see her again. How about your wallet? You got one of those? The kid says belligerently. I palm my keys. No. I'm betting you do have a wallet. Why don't you just hand it over? The smell of iron and oil and sulfur hits me. When I look at the kid again, he has a gun in his hand. Put that away, I growl. You're going to hurt someone. I glance toward Ryan's corner apartment. If this guy is shooting around the parking lot, it could ricochet and hurt her. That's unacceptable. Where do you live? I return my attention to the wannabe tough. What? Are you a Pine Falls resident? I ask impatiently. He doesn't look like anyone I know, but he doesn't look like a tourist either. No, I'm from Exeter. His hand twitches in his pocket. He's not sure if he wants to bring it out. Exeter is a town about 20 minutes south. Good. Go on then. Go back to Exeter. His mouth presses into a thin line. Not without some cash. Give me your wallet or else. I did warn him, I think. In a movement that's too fast for him to block, I knock him sideways. He stumbles and I sweep his legs out from underneath him. He's face down with my knee in his back before he can take another breath. Sorry about this. Don't want to hurt you, but you can't be around here. I pull the gun out of his pocket and release the magazine. There are only 4 bullets. That's not good. I pluck the bullets out, pocket them, and then return the gun and the magazine to the boy's pocket. I pick him up by the collar and then shove him forward. Mr. Standard? Inwardly, I groan. It's Ryan with a trash bag in her hand. I open my mouth to chastise her and then realize she knows my name. I walk forward, dragging the kid with me. Hey, man, let me go, the kid protests. Not yet. Not around Ryan. I'm going to have to stuff this piece of trash into my car and drive him back to Exeter. Or I'll drop him halfway there. Miss Brown, it's getting late. Let me take that for you. The dumpster is in the far corner of the parking lot. She should definitely not be out here all by herself in the dark. I reach for it, but she doesn't let it go. No, it's fine. But what are you doing here? Do you live here? No rational excuse pops into my head. Was thinking about it, I finally answer. It's isolated in my cabin. I've been thinking about moving to town. How is it you know me? She ducks her head. Oh, my aunt pointed you out when you brought some of your carvings to the center a few months ago. They were just beautiful. I really admire your work. Well, I clear my throat. Ryan's compliment has floored me. I've had rich folks from all over the world give me accolades, but no one has made me feel like Ryan's simple statements have. Well, that's real nice, Miss Brown. You can call me Ryan, she says softly. This is making me want to puke. Sooner you let me go, sooner you can bone her, mister. Shut your pie hole, I bark. Cringing, I turn back to Ryan. Found this piece of trash in the parking lot. Did he hurt you? She cries out. Should I call 911? I'm fine. Guess I should call Sheriff Gant. I can call him, she offers. I didn't do nothing, the kid protests. I was just standing here with a gun in his pocket, I explain. I tug on her trash, and this time she lets it go. You go on inside and call Sheriff Gant, and I'll make sure the trash gets taken care of. He was spying on you, he shouts as I drag him away. He stood for like 10 minutes and stared at you through the window. The kid trips into the side of a parked car. I may have helped him, but it shuts him up. Ryan is stuck to the ground. Go on, Ryan, I say gently, even though the tips of my ears are burning. The bear tells me a claw to the kid's stomach would shut him up. Go inside and call the sheriff. She nods and scurries inside. You're a fucking perv. Let's see what your sheriff thinks of you hanging around a chick young enough to be your daughter. You're a fucking pedo perv. I let the bear bash the kid's head into the dumpster as I toss the trash bag inside. You're not telling the sheriff shit, kid. Oh, you wait and see, the kid cries, holding his head between his hands. If you don't let me go, I'm going to tell him everything. I drag him behind me as I walk toward the curb and wait for Sheriff Gant. In a contest between my pride and Ryan's safety, her well-being will always win out. I'll spin some story for Sheriff Gant that he can write in his report. I'll probably go with the one I told Ryan, but later on, either tonight or sometime tomorrow, the sheriff and I will have a chat. Once he learns that Ryan's my mate and that I was watching out for her, he'll let it slide with a warning. No getting caught, and I have to stop once she's with a man. I know what the rules are. Watching is okay until she's bonded to someone else. I won't enjoy Sheriff Gant knowing my business. He's not a busybody, but at some point it's going to get out. And then I'll have to suffer the pitying gazes, the ones the mated bears try to hide from the unmated bears. We bears aren't meant to be alone. Lots of the single bears live around the lodge, which is the main tourist destination of Pine Falls, just because they like the company. I'm not much for other bears, but I can't stay away from my mate. Not even the whole town knowing I'm on Ryan Brown's invisible leash would keep me away. It's embarrassing, sure, but what's the alternative? Not seeing her? That time will come soon enough. I haul the piece of trash to the curb and force him to the ground. Gently, I explain. You tell Sheriff Gant whatever you like, but you don't come back here to Pine Falls. Not for anything. If you do, there won't be big enough pieces of you to put in a trash bag. Got me? He looks at me with wide eyes, and it seems I've made my point. I nod in satisfaction. At least Ryan's going to be safe tonight.
Chapter 2. Ryan. Pine Falls is a weird little place. Most places are different. Take Detroit, for example. If you lived in Detroit, you probably wouldn't leave your door unlocked or go around with the windows open. You'd probably freak out at finding a big, hulking neighbor lurking outside your house. But this is Pine Falls, and if I've learned something about this place in the last 3 years or so, it's that the locals like to be in each other's business. Which is fine, because the neighbor in question is Mal Standard, and I've had a crush on the man ever since I was 17 years old. So finding out that he's peeping in my windows and hanging around outside, I'm stupidly thrilled. Mal's the first person I remember meeting when I came to Pine Falls during my senior year of high school. Mom was entering rehab, and Dad was out of the picture, so Aunt Mary offered to take me in. I was lonely, bored, and out of sorts, so I got a job at the local grocery. Mal was there on my first day, and even though I couldn't seem to ring up anything in his purchase correctly, he'd smiled at me and made me feel like he was the awkward one, not me. I've always remembered that. He's not a great-looking guy, Mal. He's enormous and built thick, not fat, but just solid and strong as hell. I've seen him without his shirt on, and there's not an inch to pinch. His face is a little rough around the edges, and his nose has been broken more times than a nose probably should have been. But there's something about his face that attracts me. Maybe it's the sheer masculinity he exudes. Maybe it's the slight blush on his big, manly guy's face when he talks to me. Maybe it's the fact that he makes me feel special when he looks at me. He thinks I don't notice, but oh boy, do I notice. So I jabber some offhand information to the sheriff and then hang up the phone quickly, all so I can go back outside and talk to Mal before he runs away again. He's in his 30s, and I don't think he likes girls as young as me. Except I'm about to turn 21, and I don't give a crap about our age difference. I more or less gallop back outside so I can talk to him. Mal's still there, the thug at his feet. He's got the kid by the collar, and he looks so casually lethal that it makes me shiver. God, he's sexy. I jam my hands in my jean pockets and stroll back out to him. Sheriff's on his way. Good. That's all Mal says, just good. "You gonna have this pervert arrested?" the kid yells, gesturing at Mal. "He's fucking staring in at you. I bet he does that shit every night. Goddamn creep." I tilt my head and rock on my heels, the picture of casualness. My heart's racing at the thought, though. Every night? Really? Mal has a distinctly uncomfortable look on his face that tells me the kid's comment isn't that far off from the truth, and a warm flush moves over me. Does Mal like me? I smile. Well, I'm glad you were here tonight because you kept me safe. Mal grunts. Even though it's a little chilly due to the late hour, I stay and chat to Mal while we wait for the sheriff to arrive. Or rather, I chat about the weather and football and whatever I can think of, and Mal just gives me an occasional monosyllabic answer that lets me know he's listening. It's a little frustrating, but it's also hard to have a conversation with someone when you're holding a thug down. The sheriff arrives, takes our statements, and Mal promises to show up at the police station tomorrow morning for additional paperwork. It's been an hour, and I'm freezing cold at this point, but I'm also determined to talk to Mal and find out what the situation really is. We watch as the sheriff's patrol car heads back down the street, and then I turn to Mal. I smile brightly at him. "Want to come in for some coffee?" It takes him a moment to respond, but he eventually shakes his head. "I shouldn't." "I'd feel better if you check out my house to make sure no one else is hiding nearby," I volunteer quickly. "Please, Mal?" That gets him. He wavers for a moment and then gives me an abrupt nod. Success. I reach for his arm and guide him in like he's my prom date. My tiny townhouse isn't much to look at. Most of my furniture is hand-me-downs, and my walls are bare of anything except a wolf poster or two that I got from work. I haven't had much time or inclination to decorate. This place doesn't feel like home to me. My lease is up in a few months, and I guess I need to decide if I'm going to stay in Pine Falls or seek out somewhere else. I wonder, if I told Mal I was thinking about leaving, would he encourage me to stay? Or would he just go silent again and let me walk away? I'm disturbed at the answer I keep coming to. With a sigh, I push my door open and step in. "I really appreciate you being so neighborly." Mal grunts another response and immediately heads for my back door. He checks a closet along the way, and I head into the kitchen to put on my coffee pot. My newly made macaroni and 3-meat casserole is cooling on the counter, and I dish him up a generous portion of that as well. I give my rickety dining table a quick swipe with a towel, and then light 2 candles and set the table for 2. Let's see if he can resist the obvious. I sit down and place the napkin in my lap, my own plate untouched in front of me. A moment later, Mal strolls in. "Everything seems to be clear." He cuts off at the side of the table I've set. Coffee, hot cheesy casserole, and candles. His eyes narrow, and I worry I've made a mistake. So I decide to play it casual. I pick up my fork and gesture at his plate. It's getting cold. Help yourself. I take a bite, waiting to see if he's going to run or if he's going to sit down and join me. He thumps into the seat, looks at me, and then begins to shovel food into his mouth. It's clear he wants to get out of here, and I admit my feelings are a teensy bit hurt at that. Am I that terrible to be around? I say, and force a laugh from my throat. Mal freezes and looks distinctly uncomfortable. He swallows hard and then says, "Food's good." I relax. Maybe he's just not good with people. Maybe I'm coming on too strong. He wouldn't think that lighting 2 freaking candles would make a man panic, but it's clear that Mal's uncomfortable. Or maybe it's me. Maybe he's not attracted to me and is trying to let me down easy. I bite back my sigh of frustration and give him a smile. You like it? I figure you can't go wrong with a lot of meat and cheese. He nods and eats another forkful. I toy with mine. Uncomfortable silence falls. After a moment, Mal clears his throat. How's work? I shrug. Slow. One of the grants was recently revoked, and so they're looking for ways to cut back in the spring. It also means I might not have a job in a couple of months, but I'm not entirely sure if that's a bad thing. Pine Falls is great, and I love my Aunt Mary, but I'm lonely. I want to date. Heck, I'd love to date Mal, but I seem to be completely invisible to the world here. I'm starting to think Pine Falls isn't the fresh start I wanted. I poke at my food again. I'm not sure how to make a guy like Mal want me. No matter what I do, I'm invisible. I could walk out in front of him naked, and he'd comment on the weather. I sigh. You okay? I look up, startled. Was that out loud? Just a little antsy. You want me to look around your place again? I shake my head and stab a macaroni noodle with my fork. Nah, it's okay. He grunts and takes a sip of coffee. You should probably be careful for bears out there anyhow. I keep thinking I see one in the forest behind the house. Our townhouses are on the edge of the woods, and sometimes I see deer, sometimes other wildlife. Mal chokes on his coffee. You okay? I get up from my chair, grab a roll of paper towels, and offer him one. He slams a big hand against his chest and coughs. I move to his side and give him a polite pat on the back. At my touch, he immediately jumps from his chair. I should go, he chokes out. He nods at me and then races toward the door. A moment later, he disappears, and I'm left with the saddest dinner for 2 ever. Sigh. I blow out the candles, clean up my kitchen, and head upstairs for bed. It's warm in my bedroom, and I like the cool night air, so I open the window and pull the curtains aside. The stars are bright, and I wonder if I'll see the bear lurking in the woods again tonight. For some reason, the sight of it never scares me. I just feel less alone when it's around. Kinda like how I felt when I found out Mal was watching me. I wonder if he is still watching me. I hook the curtains behind the stays and then rip off my t-shirt in full view of the window. There's nothing but forest behind my townhouse, so I'm not worried someone will see me. Rather, I'm hoping a certain someone will see me. I strip off the rest of my clothes, and then my hand slides to my pussy. I'm naked and brazen in front of my window. Maybe I should put on a show in the hopes that Mal's watching. Maybe then he'll get the idea.
Chapter 3. Mal. I ate her food. I sat in her house. I was close enough to touch her. When did I rest in the woods just beyond her small townhouse? I could feed off this interaction for an entire season. I wish I was more polished, like Eli the lodge owner, or had an easier way with the ladies, like Leo. But I was born with an ugly mug and a big brute of a body, and I have the social charm of an ant. I'm the sow's ear, and no amount of finagling will make me into a pretty purse. Being alone suits me. I don't like a lot of people. Humans smell weird, and bears get my dander up. I keep wanting to fight for dominance, even though there's no point. We don't really have packs, and I leave the governing to Eli since he appears to enjoy it and has, so far, done a decent job. I can't make small talk. I know I made Ryan feel awkward at dinner, but I couldn't think of a single thing to say that wouldn't mark me as a complete psychopath. Hey, Ryan, mind if I sweep this all on the floor and set you on the table? Because you smell like honey heaven, and what you've got between your legs is going to taste better on my tongue than anything cooked up on that stove. I stare at my big palms and lick my lips at the thought of sliding them up her thighs and spreading her legs apart until her pussy opens like a bud at the first whistle of spring. A flicker of white catches my eye. My head jerks up and I scan the surroundings. The parking lot looks empty. I sniff a few times. Nothing out of the ordinary. Trash to my right. Gasoline from the parked cars. Heated asphalt. Spaghetti sauce. Ryan's arousal. Iron... I halt and backtrack mentally. Ryan's arousal. I sniff again. It's faint, but there's something in the area that smells of desire and the warm scent of her skin. The white flickers in the corner of my eye again. I rise and pad closer to Ryan's window. The large conifers shield me from the street, but the curtains are open, and I can see directly inside. The vision that greets me has me staggering to my knees. Ryan, open, her fingers, touch. I can't form complete sentences. The white must have been her curtain waving in the breeze. I crawl forward. Her hand moves up and down slowly as she strokes herself. With her other hand, she touches her bare breasts, squeezing one and then the other. My mouth waters as the aroma of her want grows stronger. I strain forward, trying to hear the sounds she's making. Is she moaning? Is her pussy wet enough that there's a naughty sucking noise when she drives her fingers inside her cunt? I swipe an unsteady hand across my mouth. I could fill her pussy up with my fingers and lick that little clit with my tongue. Whatever she wants, I could give her. I'd lap her until her essences coat my throat and my cheeks are bruised by the force of her thighs clenched around my face as I devour her. I creep closer and her hands move faster. She's peeking. Her beautiful golden skin is flushed with desire. Shamelessly, I watch her and imagine doing a dozen dirty things to her. If I were inside, I'd move her away from the window and carry her into the bedroom. Once there, I'd put her over my knee and spank her until her ass was rosy red for standing in front of the window, fingering herself where any asshole could see her. Then I'd slide 2 fingers inside her cunt and pump her until she came. That'd be her first orgasm. She'd let out a little cry, because it'd be a short one. It wouldn't matter because there would be more. So much more. After she came, I'd flip her onto her back and stick my face between her legs. I'd spread her wide, holding her open so she couldn't escape. I'd lash her with my tongue, licking from her asshole to her clit and then back again. I'd torment her with just my tongue until she was pulling at my hair and begging me to finish it. Only then would I harden my tongue and arrow it into her sopping cunt. I'd drink her down until my face was covered with her juices. And I still wouldn't be done. Oh, no. I'd flip her over then because my cock would be rock hard and aching like a motherfucker, much as it is right now. It'd be huge, pulsing red and dripping with pre-cum. But first I'd bend over and spread those ass cheeks. She'd squirm, all innocent, because no one has ever touched her there before. But she'd not breathe a word of protest as I'd rim her puckered skin with my tongue and make shallow stabs until she was weeping with need. Once she was ready, I'd take my cock in hand and slowly, very carefully because she's tight and untried, work my shaft inside her virgin pussy. We'd have to stop and pause every inch or so because I'm so big and she's so tiny, but all the while she'd be begging for me to fill her up, fill all her empty spaces. When I close that last distance, when I'm balls deep in her, I'll drop my head to the space between her shoulder blades and gather up all my self-control so I won't go crazy, pounding into her. Drenched with sweat, lubricated by our mutual wants, I'd start moving, shafting her slowly. She'd grunt into the mattress with every thrust, and as we made love, she'd squirm her ass against my groin and start begging me to fuck her harder, faster. I'd reach around and roll that clip between my fingers until she'd shoot off like a firework on the 4th of July. I roar my own desire, loud. A gasp shakes me out of my fantasy. Framed by the window, Ryan is staring at me, open-mouthed. A wetness seeps onto my fingers. I look down and see that I've cum on my hand. I'd been so caught up in my damn fantasy I hadn't realized that I walked all the way to Ryan's window, whipped out my dick, and started jacking it right in front of her. Her hand spreads like a starfish on the window. She may have called my name, I don't know. Embarrassment is roaring through my ears, and I turn away, shifting into bear form and running toward the woods. Sheriff Gant is a bear shifter like me, but this even he might not be able to overlook. I run across the parking lot and then leap into the dark edge of the forest. Shame rides me hard, and I don't even notice the trap until I'm on top of it. The metal teeth clamp around my back left paw. Fuck! I release an angry yowl and shift back, but the clamp only tightens on my ankle. The metal teeth sink into my skin, breaking through the flesh and tearing at my veins and bones. I try to rip it off with my hands, but the iron is too damn strong. Naked, I stand there, panting and in pain. I need to get help. Sheriff Gant is the closest, but I might have to avoid him. This late at night, I could get help either at the tavern or the lodge. I opt for the lodge. The sooner I get there, the better chance I have of healing my wound. I start to shift back into a bear when I hear a rustle in the woods. Mal? Mal? It's Ryan calling for me. Shit. I look down at my naked body. Shifting is easy for us bears, but something in the process eats our clothing, and when we shift back, we're naked as the day we were born. Most of the shifters in the area contribute to caches in the woods that hold food, water, and clothing. But the shallow part of the forest, just on the edge of human territory and close to pack quarters, won't have any of those caches. And even if there was one, I wouldn't get to it in time. I struggle to think of an excuse that Ryan will buy, and since I can't figure one out, I decide to warn her away. It's dangerous back here, Ryan. There's a trap, maybe more than one. Stay where you are. I heard you yell. Her voice is closer now. Are you hurt? I can help you. I've learned some first aid techniques at the rescue center. I mean, it was for wolves, but I want to help. No, I don't need your help. I bite out more sharply than I intend. Oh. Her voice is closer still, and there's a tendril of hurt laced through that small sound. Are you sure? It sounded really painful. I'm fine. Good, really. My ankle throbs in mockery of my claim. I think I should look at it, she insists. And I don't have it in me to drive her away with more terse and hurtful words. I'm not... I struggle to get the words out. I'm not decent. I don't think you want to see me like this. Her breath hitches. Like what? Like you were outside my window? An agonized groan seeps out of me. Oh, I'm sorry for that. Real sorry. You can talk to the sheriff about it. I won't... Won't what? Come around again? That'd be a lie. Even if Sheriff Gant locked me up, I'd be back the minute I was out. You won't see me again, I finish. At least I could ensure that. I wanted to see you, Mal. Her figure breaks through the foliage to stand before me. She gasps at the sight of my nakedness, but I'm too busy devouring her with my eyes to care. She's wearing tiny shorts and a t-shirt and a pair of boots. The outfit should look ridiculous, but it only makes my mouth run dry and my hands curl into fists. The longing that sweeps over me drowns out any pain from the trap. I know you've been watching me, and I wanted you to know it was okay. I invited you to dinner tonight because I thought... She bites her lip, and my heart starts racing. I thought you might want to go out sometime. You want to go out with me? I croak. Maybe the pain has intensified so severely that I'm going into shock. Only if you do. I mean, I don't want to force myself on you. Even in the moonlight, I can see her blush. I know I'm young, and you probably want someone more experienced. Ryan, I groan. I'm too old and ugly for a beautiful girl like you. You should be with some young punk rather than me. She shakes her head. I'm not interested in anyone else, and if my age doesn't bother you, why should your age bother me? She closes the distance between us and cradles my face gently between her palms. Now, how are we going to get this off? Can you shift? I stare at her with open-mouthed shock.
Chapter 4. Ryan. Mal stares at me like I've grown another head. All right, I've shocked the man, but honestly, the fact that Pine Falls is home to a lot of shifters is the worst-kept secret in the town, right up there with the spa lady banging the sporting goods guy. Not much stays hidden in a town like Pine Falls, and it's safer for everyone if most of the locals, especially the gun-toting ones, are on the up and up. My Aunt Mary is a wolf expert in these parts, and so she occasionally has business with the local werewolf pack, too. Most of the Pine Falls residents are bears, she told me when I first moved here. It's something that's known, but not discussed. And after tonight, I guessed that Mal was my big friendly bear I've seen over and over again. Bear suits him, all big body and quiet strength. I might have freaked him out with my forthrightness, though. You can yell at me when I get you home, I tell him. For now, can you shift and get out of the trap? His mouth opens, then snaps shut, and he looks away. We can talk things over when you get back to my place. Mal frowns. Don't argue with me, I tell him, and cross my arms so I can seem less rattled than I am. Or what? He growls. Or I'm going to go right back up to my window and masturbate in the hopes that one of my neighbors sees me, I snap back, since that's the first thing I can think of that will piss him off. It works, though. His eyes narrow. This is ridiculous. Just do it, I tell him. I'll find you something to wear, I promise. I hate the thought of seeing him in so much pain, and all this dithering over shifting and whether or not my neighbor watches me touch myself. This isn't helping. Now, Mal. For a moment, I think he's going to keep protesting. But then he snarls at me, squares his shoulders, and then hair begins to sprout all over his body. I realize he's one step away from an Incredible Hulk moment, and I close my eyes so I don't embarrass him. I don't know how shifters feel about shifting, but if it's anything like me trying to fit into a pair of skinny jeans fresh out of the dryer, it's not pretty. So I keep my eyes closed and wait for him to let me know when he's done. I hear a pained groan and open my eyes. Sure enough, there's the bear I've been seeing from my window, his leg stuck in the trap. I kneel down. The trap is bulging around his leg. It tightened around his human ankle, and his bear one is that much larger. As he strains against the trap, I pull against it. With his increased power in his bear form, we're able to pry it open just enough for him to slide his foot out of there, and with a bellow of pain, he staggers away. I let the trap go and just narrowly escape snapping my own fingers in it. We should tell the sheriff about this damn thing, I say, getting to my feet and brushing the dirt off my hands. These are illegal. He sits on his haunches and lifts one back leg to examine it. As he does, there's a look on his face that tells me that he's not going to forget how irritated he is at me. Funny how a bear's face can communicate something like that. Oh, stop it, I tell him. It's not like I put that trap out here. I gesture at my townhouse. Now come on, let's get you to my place so I can bandage that leg for you, all right? He doesn't move. Great. Now I have a bear that's going to be stubborn about this. Seriously, Mal, you got hurt looking in after me, and I'm freezing out here. My legs are barely covered by my booty shorts, and the night's cold. I don't have a pelt like he does, either. Please just come inside with me. I promise not to hit on you again, okay? He grunts and lumbers to his feet. Limping, he starts to head toward my house. It's on the tip of my tongue to suggest he changed back to human form. But then I remember that in human form, it's one of his ankles, and maybe it's easier to walk on 3 legs. I trot ahead of him to open the back door. Hopefully, the neighbors won't see this. Oh, who am I kidding? The neighbors are probably bears, too. I slip inside a few steps ahead of him and rush to get a few towels out of the kitchen. "Make yourself comfortable," I call out, and wince. Comfortable? He's going to be naked and wounded. There's not a lot about that situation that screams comfort. I think for a moment and then grab a couple of beers out of the fridge. He's probably going to need a drink, and it'll give him something to do with his hands. And then I think about what he was doing with his hands, and his hands on his cock, and get all flushed and bothered. This evening has just turned into a giant mess, hasn't it? I'm so disappointed. I keep my expression carefully neutral as I head into the living room. Mal is there on my sofa, completely naked. He's holding a throw pillow over his junk and has one leg propped up. I'm happy to see the skin doesn't seem to be broken, but his ankle is extremely swollen and starting to bruise. Poor Mal. I make a soft sound of sympathy at the sight of it. "That's all my fault." "It's not," he says, voice gruff. "Don't worry about it." I give him a wry look and then offer him a towel. "Put that over your junk if it'll make you feel better. I need that pillow for your foot." I hand him the towel and then turn my back so he can make himself comfortable. Though I wouldn't mind taking a better look at what he's got to show me. I've always been attracted to Mal. He thinks he's ugly. I think he's rugged. He thinks he's too old for me. I think he's experienced. If anything, I'm the sad end of this equation, an average human woman with not a lot to offer but enthusiasm. I kick off my boots and turn around, half hoping I'll catch him showing a bit of skin. Nope. When I look over, he's got the towel carefully covering his loins, and I see nothing but enormous muscular thighs, a tight stomach, and shoulders that seem to go on for miles. My mouth gets dry at the sight. I ignore the scowl he's shooting my way and bend over to grasp the pillow. "Let me know if I hurt you," I tell him, as I gently take his big leg and lift it so I can slide the pillow underneath his ankle. I might also bend over in a way that lets me stick my ass in his face a bit. Maybe. Mal doesn't respond, though, and I carefully examine his leg. I don't think there was enough force to snap bone. You're probably just going to have a bad bruise and a lot of soreness for the next few days. Let me get you some ice." I straighten and smile at him, then saunter to the kitchen. I return a moment later with a bag of frozen peas and another towel. Mal's sitting on my couch, looking damn uncomfortable. His hands are now clasped in front of the towel, hiding a hard-on, possibly. I'm encouraged at the thought, and my movements become a little flirtier, more sensual. When I lean over to put the towel on his leg, I make sure I do so in a way that lets my shirt gape at the neck so I can flash him some cleavage. I set the frozen peas down on top of the towel, and then make soft clucking noises in my throat as I press the peas gently on the sore spots. "How does that feel?" He grunts. I move forward and straddle his leg, reaching for a beer. "You want one of these? I got them for you." "I'm fine." His words are gruff, harsh. Ah, he's shutting down on me. Instead of being hurt, though, I'm encouraged. Mal seems to shut down or run away when he's attracted to me, so this is a sure sign that he's affected by my presence. "Nonsense," I tell him, and use the edge of my shirt to twist the cap off the top. I offer it to him, and he takes it reluctantly. I bite my lip and watch him as he takes a few gulps. There's something about his throat that I find utterly fascinating. Maybe because his neck is so big and strong? My nipples harden, and I imagine licking the cords of that thick throat. He notices me staring and freezes in place. You gonna sit there and watch me? Maybe. I smile at him. That's so bad. His jaw clenches and he puts the beer down on an end table. I should get going. Nope, I say quickly and put a hand on his chest to stop him. I'm going to take care of you. It's my fault you got hurt. I'm going to be at your beck and call until that leg gets better. I slide a little closer to him. Now, tell me what you want. He glares up at me. After a moment, he says, How did you know I was a bear? Oh, damn it. Really? I pretty much hand myself to him on a silver platter, and this is what he wants to talk about? Aunt Mary works closely with a lot of the local wolves. One of them spilled the beans. Damn yammering wolves. He shakes his head, disgusted. Oh, come on. It's not like everyone works super hard at keeping it a secret. You were a bear lurking right in my backyard, I exclaim. Seriously, I'd have to be blind not to figure things out with my job. Half the wolves we track are also human. We just make sure to keep them off the appropriate radars. It's not a big deal, I tell him. My fingers wiggle against his chest. He's got a lot of chest hair, and instead of being weirded out by it, I'm incredibly aroused. He's just so damn masculine. I promise your secret is safe with me. Cross my heart. With my other hand, I deliberately drag my finger over my loose breasts. There's no bra under my t-shirt, and I hope he notices that. His gaze flicks to my chest, and his expression hardens. Ryan. Yes? You fucking with me? Actually, I'm throwing myself at you. I was wondering how long it would take you to notice.
Chapter 5. Mal. Apparently, extreme arousal can drown out any other signals from the body. Hunger, fatigue, pain. Good to know. Next time I'm shot or about to suffer hypothermia from spending too many days out in the deep winter cold, I'll think about Ryan, and the throbbing between my legs is all I'll be able to think about. It's all I can think about now, that and how she's causing it. Her pert nipples are poking against the thin fabric of her t-shirt. She says she's throwing herself at me, and the evidence is there to confirm it. I don't want to take advantage of you, I mutter, tearing my eyes away from her chest. If you'd just say the word, Mal, I'd climb right on top of you. Her hand scratches lightly against my chest. Word, my mouth whispers, before my brain can catch up. She sucks in a quick breath of surprise and relief, and I watch her, like I'm watching a movie, slide up my leg and onto my lap. Her knees settle on either side of my hips. Her butt lands on my thighs. The towel falls from my hands as I cup her ass instinctively, and she rolls her hips upward in a motion that sends my eyeballs into the back of my head. Her grinding on top of me is the hottest thing I've ever experienced. I could probably come from just this. Kiss me, Mal, please, she begs. Something snaps inside of me. She should never have to beg for pleasure. It should be given to her every day, every minute of every hour of every day. I tangle my hands in her hair and pull her mouth down to mine. She opens easily under my onslaught, her tongue whipping along my own. She's a fierce thing, and I taste her desire as she meets my ravening assault with a determined one of her own. She grinds against my hard cock, and I can feel the wetness of her cunt seeping through her tiny shorts. I shove my fingers inside the waistband of her shorts and nearly die as I slide past her springy curls to find her pussy is dripping with juice. You want something hard inside you, little girl? I ask, reminding her one last time of our significant age difference, and maybe myself that I've got my hand on a barely legal cunt. Why, Daddy, whatever do you mean? She bats her lashes at me, the little minx. Seems to me that you need a strong hand to make sure you don't get in trouble. I thrust my middle finger up that wet channel. Whatever she might have said in return dies on her lips. She gasps. I slide in a second finger. Ride my hand, Ryan. Show me how much you want this, I demand. She places both hands on my shoulders, using my body as leverage as she glides along the length of my fingers. When do I get your... She pauses, bites her lips, and casts her eyes downward, as if she's too shy to say the word. My heart thrills at the game she wants to play with me. I hadn't even realized it was something I'd find entertaining. Then I admit to myself that it's a game I'd only enjoy playing with her. I tug at her hair so that she's forced to look me in the eye. Her face is flushed and her eyes are glassy with lust. Cock? I ask. You want to know when you can have my cock? She nods, as far as my tight grip in her hair allows. Say it, baby girl. I intentionally make my voice rougher, more demanding. Her cunt squeezes my fingers with enthusiasm at my harshly spoken command. I just don't know if I can say it. I've never said that word before. I've never felt one before. She reaches down and puts her timid hands around my aching flesh. Her fingers flutter like tiny butterflies, landing tiny caresses up and down my shaft. While I know part of this is play, the hesitant ways she strokes me and the look on her face tells me some of this is real. Baby girl, have you never been with a man before? She shakes her head. Never. What have you done? I felt no barrier sliding into her, but she's tight. Tighter than I imagined. Tighter than I've felt before. I've touched myself, she says hesitantly. I have... toys. I'm completely astonished and humbled that she would want her first experience to be with me. She'll never be rid of me now, and she needs to know it. I grip her chin and force her to look at me. Ryan. I use her name so she knows that this is not part of the game. If I take you, when I take you, I correct, I will be the last male that will ever touch you. Do you understand me? I pull my fingers from her hot cunt so she realizes she can go. I won't stop her because if we go on, I'm not going to end it. Ever. This isn't a one-time deal for me. Even if she never touches me again, I'll still be lurking around because I won't be able to leave her. I'll follow her everywhere. When she marries, when she has children, when she grows old, I will be there, waiting, hoping, wanting. It will kill me to let her go now. My cock is screaming at me to shut the fuck up. But this innocent needs to have the chance to leave before I thrust into her virginal body with my cock, fill her with my seed, and send my scent into every pore of her body. Her little girl expression disappears and is replaced with a steady and knowing expression. I might be younger than you, but I know what I want. I've wanted you from the moment I laid eyes on you in that grocery store. I never figured a man like you would want a girl like me, a human one at that. I don't have a college education. I'm not artistic. I don't have any special skills. It's me wondering why you are even giving me the time of day. She turns her face and presses kisses into my palm. I gape at her in astonishment. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Ryan, you could have any male. I'm an old and ugly motherfucker who is lucky enough to have some skill with a knife. Some skill, huh? She smiles, wide and beautiful. Your art takes my breath away. Your carvings look so real I fear they'll jump off their pedestals and take flight. But let's not argue. Now that you're here and I have you, let me tell you something. She places both hands on my face to cup my cheeks. Once I have you, there will be no other females for you again. I'm the only one who gets Mal's standard from now on. You're mine. She grabs me by the ears and holds me still while she plants a fierce kiss against my lips. Her claim makes me wild. I slide my hand between her legs and shove my fingers inside her where they belong. I'm dying to lay her out on the sofa and fuck her until we are both insensible. There are so many things I want to do with her. I want to spread those innocent thighs and lick that virgin pussy that no one else is ever going to taste but me. It's a potent, secret elixir, a fountain of pleasure only I will ever drink at. But first I want her to come all over my hand. I slap her ass, just lightly, to let her know that the game is on. You see how much I want you, I growl, shifting her back slightly so she can get a good look at my cockhead. Its red flesh is covered with precum. Rub your finger across the top of my cock, and then stick that finger in your mouth. Taste me, I order. What will it taste like? Will I like it? She slips back into her roll with ease. You goddamn will like it. Do it. I squeeze her ass with my free hand, digging my fingers into her soft flesh. Her hips rock against my fingers with excitement as she swipes the tip of her index finger across the angry red head. My cock jerks at her touch. I think it likes me, she coos. Less talking and more licking, I command harshly. She colors beautifully, and then her tongue darts out to lick off the cum. I nearly spend right then and there, spraying my cum all over her belly and mine. It's not going to take much for her to get me off, which is why I need her to come a few dozen times before I stick my cock in her. I won't last, not even a minute. She makes a slight smacking noise. I didn't get enough, she says coyly, and reaches between us to take my entire shaft between her palms. She pumps me once and then twice. I groan and arch into her hands, praying for control. My vision blurs, but I fight it back. She comes first in all things. Hold your tit and put it in my mouth right now. My voice is rough and needy. She responds with alacrity. Her breast is like a perfect piece of fruit resting on her cum-coated fingers. There can't be a more gorgeous sight in this world. When I start sucking on your tit, you're going to ride my fingers until you come. Do you hear me? Yes, Daddy. Fuck. I shouldn't like that, but I do. It's coming from her mouth. She could call me horse manure at this point, and I'd think it was sexy as hell. I give her another sharp slap on the ass. You having a hard time hearing me, baby doll? Because I don't feel any action on my fingers. She flashes a look of challenge at me. Her breasts bounce in a lewd rhythm as she rolls and bucks her hips against my hand. She holds one breast and I squeeze the other with my free hand, tormenting the nipples with my tongue and fingers. I slip one more finger inside her cunt and it's a tight, tight fit. I wonder briefly how I'm going to fit inside this tiny channel and how I'm going to last when she's squeezing my cock like she's squeezing my fingers. I grind the heel of my hand against her pubic bone. She's so close. I can feel her walls fluttering against my fingers. Her little feet curl up and her back arches as she reaches for the next plateau. Come on, baby girl, you can do it. Let go. I got you. Her hands find my shoulders again, pushing and pulling against me, using and grinding, rocking and rubbing until her whole body tenses and her mouth drops open. A low, keening moan escapes her. I take over then. I thrust my fingers upward, maintaining the rhythm she can't. She shakes and shudders against my embrace, and I hold her as she floats on her little orgasmic cloud. When she comes down, it'll be round 2.
Chapter 6. Ryan. I lie sprawled on top of Mal, utterly content. There's nothing quite like coming until you can't see straight, and Mal's big fingers and brawny body do a lot more for me than my vibrator ever has. I place my cheek against his chest and sigh in happiness. Wow. Let me know when you catch your breath, he murmurs in my ear, and his hand strokes down my back. Because I'm not nearly done with you. Promises, promises. My thighs clench at the thought, and I tangle my fingers in his chest hair. What did you have in mind? Laying you out on the couch and making you put your ankles to your ears so I can lick that sweet cunt until you scream my name. Then feeding my cock into you and fucking you so hard you can't see straight. My entire body quivers at the thought. I think I just caught my breath. Mal chuckles and then starts to push me down onto the couch cushions. I cling to him and shake my head. Wait, what about your ankle? Should we be careful? He frowns down at me. It's not broken. But it's bruised. What if it swells? All I need right now are my knees, Ryan. he murmurs in a husky voice, "and my cock's just fine." "I know that," I tell him in a coy voice. Still, I'm a little worried about him hurting himself. I'd hate to be mid my first time for sex and have him bail out on me. "But I'm just wondering if we should wait." He growls and gets to his feet. Before I can protest about him putting weight on his ankle, he swings me into his arms and carries me up the stairs. I squeal, "Wait, your leg!" "Shifters heal fast, and you're light. Let it go." I frown up at him as he goes up the stairs, but he's not even limping. I relax a little at that and decide to run my hands all over his chest. "Thanks for carrying me, Daddy." He groans. "That should not be nearly as hot as it is." He's right, it shouldn't, but it's all in play and in fun, so it's incredibly sexy. Plus, it makes a big grown man squirm and gets his dick hard, so it's all good. You can spank me for being naughty when we get upstairs. If anything, that makes the man move faster. I swallow a laugh as he bounds up the last few steps into my small bedroom. My condo isn't much, and I'm a little embarrassed at my tiny twin bed. Nothing screams incredibly single, quite like a bed that only fits one person. Mal stops at the side of my bed. "Jesus." "I know." "Maybe we should have stayed on the couch." "It's fine," I tell him. "It just means a lot of snuggling." He nods slowly and then puts me down ever so carefully on the bed. "After tonight, we're going to my place." My heart gives a thrilled little thump. "We are?" "Yeah, I've got a king bed." I feel a little crestfallen to hear that. Does he have such a big bed because he always has company over? "For the ladies?" I can't help but ask. Mal gazes down at me like I've grown another head. "What?" "Nothing," I sigh. "I'm just being a jealous beast." "Jealous?" He looks incredulous. His fingers tip my chin up and force me to meet his gaze. "Are you serious?" "Ryan, my dick hasn't gotten hard for anyone since I've met you." I squirm with pleasure at this statement. "Really?" "Really. You're my mate. There's no one for me but you. Only you. And I knew you were mine when you were 17. That was hell, knowing you belonged to me and that I couldn't touch you." Oh, I'm melting at his sweet words. "You can touch me now." "I can," he growls, and suddenly flips me onto my belly. "And I believe someone was promised a spanking." I squeal and mock try to get away as he grabs my hips and hoists my ass into the air. "No, no!" "Oh, yes." He rips my panties down to my thighs, exposing my bottom. I still as his hand roams over my flesh, because the last thing I want is him to stop touching me. A moan escapes my throat as he rubs one ass cheek and then gives it a stinging slap. "Fuck, you have a sexy little ass." I wiggle it at him and then shriek when he spanks me again, hard. His spankings seem to be aimed right over my pussy rather than the thicker flesh of my ass, and it's a mixture of sharp pleasure and erotic pain all at once. And it makes me so damn wet. My fingers dig into the blankets. "I need you, Mal. Please." He spanks me again, and his fingers slide through my folds. I'm soaking wet, and I can feel my juices coating the insides of my thighs. I've never been this turned on before, and as his fingers move over me, I try to push back against them, wanting more than he's willing to give me right now. "Greedy, aren't you?" he murmurs, and his voice flows over me like liquid heat. I shudder with need, unable to respond. "You want what your mate can give you?" "Take me," I insist. "Make me yours." I push my ass against him, insistent. He groans, and I feel his hot skin press against mine. It feels as if he's covering my entire body, and I feel the scorching bar of his cock press between my legs, resting against my pussy. "You want this deep inside you, Ryan?" He takes the length of his cock and drags it through my folds. I nearly come off the bed, it feels so good. "Please," I pant. "Please, yes." "Or you want me to lick that sweet pussy of yours until you scream?" His cock slides through my folds again. Oh God, that's the devil's choice if there ever was one. Lick me out or fuck me senseless. Was ever a girl presented with such a difficult decision? But I'm aching deep inside in a way I've never felt before. It's like I physically need him in me. So I spread my legs a little wider, give my ass a bit more of a wiggle, and push back against him. "I want you inside me." Mal's breath is ragged. "Sweet girl." He puts a hand on my hips, and then I feel the head of his cock press against my opening. This is really happening. "Wait," I cry out. "Do we need protection? If you're a werebear?" He freezes, and I nearly choke on the sensations pushing through me. His cockhead is wedged right at my core. Just one tiny push, and he'd be inside me. "You on the pill?" "I'm on the shot," I confess. "Keeps me regular. But what about you? Werebears don't have super sperm, do they? I don't know that I'm ready to start a family just yet." He chuckles, and his hands palm my ass again. "No, baby, we don't have super sperm. I want you round with my child, but I'm going to be selfish and keep you all to myself for a while. I'm clean, if that's what you're asking." I can't think of any other reason to pause and get a condom then, so I nod and push back against him. "Then what are we waiting for?" "You sure you want this with my old ugly ass?" "So help me God, if you don't get that dick inside me in the next 2 seconds..." Mal laughs, and that's the only warning I get before he thrusts into me. Or rather, I don't know that he thrusts as much as just pushes forward, but he's got a monster of a cock, and I've never had sex before, so it feels enormous. I gasp and freeze in place. He stills over me. "You weren't. That wasn't part of the game." His hand caresses my ass. "Did I hurt you?" "I'm okay," I tell him, and I'm glad there's no wobble in my voice. "Keep going, please, Mal. Nothing's changed. I still want you more than anything." "I love you, Ryan," he says in a ragged voice. "Have since the moment I saw you." And he pushes in a little further. Little twinges shoot up and down my body as I try to accommodate him. I'm no wide-eyed innocent, and I know my body can handle everything. It just needs a bit of time to adjust. Mal seems to know this too, and he's waiting for me to give him the signal to go ahead. When nothing else twinges or aches, I give my hips a little bit of a test shimmy. Mal groans. There's no pain, and I shimmy again. I think I'm all good. He thrusts and then pauses. Now? Now, I just feel incredibly full and achy. "Keep going." He pushes in again, and I moan. "Oh yeah, just like that." His big hand smacks my ass cheek. "Bossy little brat." "You know it, Daddy. My words die in a gasp when he thrusts hard into me. It doesn't hurt, but it makes every nerve ending in my body light up as if he flipped a switch. "You gonna keep being sassy to me?" He rocks into me again. "Or do I need to fuck you harder?" A rough moan escapes my throat. I don't know if he can fuck me any harder without my brains coming out of my ears. Already, I'm overloading with pleasure, my toes curling. Every time he pushes into me, it feels like he's stuffing me full of intensity until I can't bear it. "I'll take that as a yes," Mal says, and he starts to pump into me harder and faster. And oh God, it's so good. My body starts to clench, everything locking up, as if it can't stand another ounce of delicious pleasure. My reaction only makes Mal growl harder, though, and when I start to come, he sounds feral as he pounds into me. I'm crying out with each thrust, oblivious to anything but our bodies melding together. Everything feels overwhelming, ripples of pleasure moving through me. And then, it's like everything goes supernova. I cry out and go limp on the bed as Mal pounds into me, lost in orgasm. It's clear to me that sex with Mal is way, way better than any masturbation or toys. I gasp and pant, trying to recover from the tidal wave of sexual pleasure. I'm positively reeling. "Mine," Mal snarls as he comes inside me. He jerks against me, hands gripping my hips tight. He strokes into me a few more times, slowly, and then collapses on the bed next to me. And promptly rolls off the side because my twin's not big enough to hold both of us. I gasp in shock. "Mal!" His snarl of anger reverberates from the floor. "Get your shit." I clutch the blankets to my chest. "Why?" "Because we're going to my place." He rubs his head and sits up. Half an hour later, we're cleaned up, dressed, and I've packed an overnight bag. Actually, it's several overnights, according to Mal. He's proclaimed that he doesn't want to let me out of his sight, and I'm all too happy to be claimed by him. I cram an enormous amount of clothing into my one bag, along with a few bathroom necessities. Mal wants to walk, but I insist on driving because I still worry about his ankle. It takes all of 5 minutes to get to Mal's place from mine. I park my car behind his big pickup truck, and he grabs my bag and slings it over his shoulder. I hold his hand as we go up to the porch, and I gaze around me. He doesn't live in the main part of the town like I do. He doesn't have a dozen neighbors crowded into townhouses. Instead, he owns a cabin out here in the woods, and the only noise are the crickets, the rustle of the pine branches, and the scratches of woodland animals as they forage for food. I like it already. Mal swings the door open, but instead of letting me in, he grabs me and swings me into his arms. "What are you doing?" I cling to his neck. "Taking my mate across the threshold." And really, how can a girl not melt at that? I give him a quick smacking kiss, and he sets me down. I get a good look at the inside of Mal's place. It's a cabin, of course, with rustic furniture and masculine trappings. But more than that, every inch of the place is covered with Mal's gorgeous wood carvings. There's a soaring eagle over the fireplace. One corner of the room has a half-carved bear. The nearby table is littered with smaller figures: badgers, beavers, bear cubs, otters, whatever's popular with the shops. I know he supplies the local tourist places with carvings, and it's amazing to me how he can manage to squeeze that much art and talent into a bit of wood. "The place is a mess," Mal grumbles, and swipes a coffee mug off a nearby table. "Wasn't expecting anyone." It's perfect, I tell him. And it is. From ceiling to floor, this place is all Mal, and I love it. For the first time in forever, I feel like I'm home.
Chapter 7. Mal. I drive Ryan into work the next day. I'd really like her to quit her job and stay in my cabin. She can putter around the house or go for walks in the woods while I work on the carvings. It would be perfect if she'd take on all the customer shit, dealing with the stores, keeping track of stuff, ordering lumber. I hate all that stuff. All I want to do is carve, but I'm not going to ask that of her. She's got her own life. I'm going to be happy with the fact that she doesn't think I'm a dirty old man. She let me touch her everywhere last night. My jeans feel tight just thinking about it. You need me to pick you up after work? I ask as I pull into the Wolf Rescue Center's parking lot. The place is getting full, and is that a bus I see pulling in behind me? My palms start sweating as I think of being crowded here with all these people. Yes, but do you mind parking and coming in for a minute? I'd like you to meet my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bill. I tear my eyes away from the bus to Ryan, who's innocently looking at me from behind a fringe of fine eyelashes. Her skin is a little ruddy around her chin where my stubble might have rubbed against her too aggressively. I stroke my jaw. I'm clean-shaven now, but come winter I usually let it grow. Seeing her porcelain skin, though, I don't think I want to mar that lovely surface. I think I'll start shaving twice a day. Mal, you want to come in? She asks, repeating her invitation. Not really, but I'll do it for you, sweetheart. Sure, let's go. My aunt and uncle are really kind and won't care at all that you're a shifter, Ryan explains as she slips her hand into mine after I help her out of the truck. Great. I try to muster up a smile for her. The effort is worth it when she leans her head against my arm. She leads me in toward the back and away from the crowd forming at the front door. What do you do here? I ask. I've only ever watched Ryan go into the building. The closed nature of it, along with the crowds, have kept me away. I take tickets. Some days I might give tours, but that doesn't really interest me. She crinkles her nose. It pays better, though. Do you need the money? Maybe she doesn't realize it yet, but as my mate, she has access to my bank account, which, the last time I looked, had a hefty number of commas and digits on the plus side. I sell a lot, and I don't spend a lot. I've got rent to pay, and I'd like to buy a car. I'm borrowing at Mary's right now, but I want my own. It's hard to get around, and I hate relying on other people to take me places. I make a mental note to ask Eli about buying a new car for Ryan. Something with big tires because I want her to be safe. Eli bought my truck for me about 10 years ago, and it's running well. I trust him to find something good for her. Although, I mentally pause, maybe she wants to pick out her own? We'll stop by the lodge after work then, I tell her. What for? I realize then that she's not in my head. I need to remember that. I've been alone a long time. I talk to myself sometimes. I knock a fist against my head. Now that we're together, I'm going to have to remember to talk out loud. That'd be good, she grins. But I bet when we're older, we'll be able to communicate with just looks. That's how Uncle Bill and Aunt Mary do it. They exchange a glance and know exactly what the other one wants to do. My pitiful heart squeezes when she references us being together when we're older. How'd I get so lucky with her? Ryan drags me down a couple of halls and into an office. She nods at the young man sitting behind a computer monitor. Hi, Alex. Is Aunt Mary in yet? The boy looks up at Ryan with puppy dog eyes. Yeah, she's getting the morning feed ready. You want to grab lunch today? Oh, shit, she starts to say, but I growl and tug her back against my body. She's not having lunch with this overgrown pile of testosterone. She glances at my rapidly darkening expression and hastily corrects herself. Not today. My boyfriend is having lunch with me today. Right, Mal? Right. And every day hereafter, I vow silently. The boy scrunches up his face in confusion. Your boyfriend? This guy's your boyfriend? I thought he was your dad. I knew this was going to happen. Knew it. Dreaded it. But knowing doesn't make it sting less. I loosen my grip on Ryan's hand. If one night was all I get with her, I'll live. Those memories can sustain me for a long time. Last night was better than I could have ever conjured in any fantasy. This is Mal Standard. He's the famous Pine Falls carver, and yes, my boyfriend. Ryan lifts her little nose and sniffs. Come on, honey. Let's go see Aunt Mary. She tucks her hand into the crook of my elbow and leads me away, but not before I narrow my eyes at Alex in warning. Be mean to her and you'll be the next thing fed to the wolves. By the pale color of his skin, I'd guess my message was effectively delivered. We find Aunt Mary in a room that looks more like a lab than a kitchen. Mary is a woman not many years older than myself. I'd guess she is in her mid-40s. Her dark hair has streaks of gray, which she has made no effort to disguise. There's a slash of red on her lips and dark kohl around her eyes, but for the most part, she's a Pine Falls resident through and through. No nonsense, salt-of-the-earth folk who respect the land. Morning, Aunt Mary. Ryan hops over, looking like a sweet, edible bunny, and gives her aunt a peck on the cheek. Mary gives her niece an awkward arm hug since her gloved hands are coated with meat and blood. My stomach reminds me I haven't had enough to eat, given the calories I've burned off with Ryan. Morning, Ryan. Your uncle stopped by this morning to see if you needed a ride to work. Oh, didn't you get my text? Ryan pulls out her phone and checks her messages. I know she sent it. I was sitting next to her at the breakfast table when she did it. Yes, but your uncle wanted to make sure you were okay. Aunt Mary shoots me a hooded glance, but I can read the disapproval in her stiff stance, even if Ryan is oblivious. I'm sorry. I'll go tell him that. I actually got a ride with Mal Standard. You know Mal, don't you, Aunt Mary? Ryan waves a hand for me to come over. My feet move reluctantly in her direction. I don't think this is going to go as Ryan had planned. All morning I'd wanted to keep Ryan in the cabin. Too bad it wasn't winter. I could have lied and said that the roads were impassable. Hell, half the time, that isn't even a lie. But it's still fall, and the only thing keeping Ryan from town would have been me. But maybe it's me who can make a difference now. If I don't fight for Ryan, then I probably don't deserve to have her in the first place. I hold out my hand. Mrs. Brown, pleased to meet you. Ryan stayed with me last night. I should have reached out to you and your husband to let you know where your niece was. Aunt Mary stares at my hand and then looks over her shoulder at Ryan, who is starting to look uneasy. Honey, would you go over to the East Storage and get some cornmeal? I need something to bind this meat together. Ryan opens her mouth to point out that there's a large box of the cornmeal right behind her aunt, but I give her a small shake of my head. I can handle myself with Ryan's family. My biggest concern is driving a wedge between them. I don't want that to happen because, as much as I want Ryan in my life, I want her to be happy. Okay, Aunt Mary. She heads for the door but pauses at the opening. Mal is the man for me. I'll get the cornmeal like you asked, but no matter what, I'm going home with Mal tonight, and every night after. It's hard to hide a smile after that speech, but I try to cover it up when I see Aunt Mary's scowl. I hurry to assure Mary that my intentions are entirely honorable. Mrs. Brown, I don't know how much you know about me, but I've got plenty of money to care for Ryan. The carvings I sell locally are just stuff I do for fun. I have commissions from corporations and big collectors all over the world. Ryan won't need anything. Aunt Mary's scowl deepens. It's not about money. We don't need much up here in Pine Falls. Is it that I'm a shifter? Ryan said you knew about that and you were okay with it. But I guess being okay with a shifter is one thing, whereas your beloved niece being in bed with one is entirely different. She pins me with a blunt look. How old are you, Mr. Standard? Because you look to be around my age. I'm 39, I admit. Ryan is only 20, almost 21, but not yet. You're old enough to be her father. I fight back any response to this, knowing that if I blush, Aunt Mary might feed me to the wolves. Ryan's just moved here, and she needs time to get her feet under her. She knew what she wanted last night, I think. She couldn't have made herself clearer, but I nod to show I'm listening. Plus, she's social. She likes to meet new people her age. Everything I've heard of Mal Standard includes words like antisocial and loner. You're not wrong, I start carefully, wanting to be sure I pick exactly the right words. I'm not good around crowds or people. I prefer spending my time in my cabin, but I wouldn't prevent Ryan from meeting new people. I want her to be happy. That'd be my number one aim. And if Ryan meets someone new, what then? What then? My mind shuts down. I can't handle even thinking about losing Ryan to another man. Her not wanting me is one thing. Her wanting and touching and fucking another man? My animal rises up, snarling and angry, and a low rumble emerges from my throat. Mary's mouth drops open, and I can smell a tinge of fear in the air. I close my eyes, hands fisted at my side, and search for control. I'm going to ruin this if I don't leash my animal, if I haven't ruined it already.
Chapter 8. Ryan. Something's wrong when I return. Mal murmurs something about needing to head into town, gives me a quick peck on the cheek, and leaves. Aunt Mary won't look me in the eye. "So, what do you think of Mal?" I ask, determined to approach the subject head on. "Isn't he great?" "He's quiet," Aunt Mary says, adding cornmeal to the wolf chow. "That's not the kind of guy you need." I roll my eyes. "You mean he's old?" "I mean I don't think he's right for you." She seems to be concentrating hard on the wolf food this morning. She runs her hands over the gobs of meat, making sure there's no bone or gristle that could choke one of the younger ones. People think it's just about tossing a bunch of meat into a bucket, but there are vitamins and dewormers that go into the food, along with a lot of care as to what the wolves actually eat. No one wants to work hard to save them, only to have a wolf die on a bone sliver because someone wasn't careful. I've heard this lecture about the wolf food more times than I care to think about, and the fact that I'm not hearing a bit of it this morning tells me that Aunt Mary's very upset. If it makes you feel any better, Mal didn't hit on me. I hit on him. He didn't think he should be with me because of the age thing. My aunt gives me a brisk look. "Then I see we're all in agreement." "No, we're not. Age is just a number." She picks up a bucket and rakes the meaty bits into it. "And will you be saying that when you're 40 and he's 60? Or when you're 60 and he's 80 and you have to change his diapers?" Oh, Lord, this conversation. I struggle not to roll my eyes again, but my aunt's being ridiculous. "He's got money. We'll pay someone else to change his diapers." "This is serious, Ryan." "I know it's serious, but I've been in love with the guy since I first saw him, and I never thought he'd give me the time of day. Then I find out that he loves me too, and you think I'm going to throw that away just because he's older than me? It means nothing to me. Mal at 80 will be just as sexy to me as Mal at 40. His mind is incredible, and the things he makes with his hands are just beyond amazing. He's an artist, and he treats me like I'm the most important person in his life. Why does it matter if he's a few years older?" "He's not a few years older, Ryan. He's twice your age." Her mouth presses into a firm line, and she rips off one of her plastic gloves. "And you're not living under my roof anymore, but I'm still your aunt, and I still have a say in your life, and if you want to date this man, you can't work here." I stare at her, dumbfounded. "You're firing me because I'm dating him? How is that even possible?" She gives me her most motherly, don't take that tone with me look. "You know you got this job because you're my niece. I got it for you, and I can take it away again." This time, my brain blisters with anger. She's already made her mind up to hate Mal and to hate our relationship, no matter what I say. "You want to hold my job over my head? Fine, I fucking quit." I rip off my name badge and throw it down on the table. My aunt stares at me open-mouthed. I'm normally happy and easygoing, but when I want something, you don't get in my way, and I want Mal. I'll find another way to make money, somehow. But you want to judge who I date? You and Uncle Bill are 7 years apart in age. At some point, you were 13 and he was 20, and that wouldn't have been okay either. Age is just a number, right? How about my mom's age when she met my dad? She flinches, and I know my jab hit home. My mother's life is still an open wound between our families. Ryan? No, seriously. Mom was the same age as my father when she met him, and look how great that turned out. Mom's a junkie and Dad's in prison. So you want to tell me to date someone my own age? When they've been my example? I shake my head, disgusted. I think I'll stick with the older responsible guy, thank you. Aunt Mary's eyes gleam with tears. Ryan. I raise a hand in the air and turn away. I don't want to hear it, okay? You've said your piece. You want to take my job from me? I don't want it anymore. I storm out of the room, dashing tears away. I make it out to the parking lot before I realize Mal is gone, his big truck no longer dominating the small Wolf Refuge parking lot. Well, shit. I'm stranded. The refuge is miles from town. Feeling like an idiot, I go back inside and look for someone to give me a ride. My gaze falls on Alex. Hey, I say, letting the waterworks flow. Can you give me a ride home? He jumps to his feet, all concern. Of course. Alex drops me off at my townhouse, yakking a mile a minute in an effort to make me feel better. He means well, but nothing he says can stop the pain in my heart. I dodge his attempts to take me out for a cheer-up lunch, tell him he should get back before someone notices he's missing, and then fling myself down on my narrow bed and bawl my eyes out. Being with Mal has now officially made me feel utterly alone. And young. And stupid. I hate that my aunt can't see things from my perspective. I hate that Mal didn't stay and fight for me. I hate that I feel like someone should have defended me instead of me defending myself. I weep and lie in bed for hours, depressed. It's as if someone gave me everything I wanted and took it right back away again. Bang, bang, bang. Ryan, open up! Bleary-eyed, I sit up in bed. I glance over at my clock. It's late in the afternoon. I must have fallen asleep. God, I feel like crap. My throat's raspy and sore from crying, and my eyes feel like bloated, itchy marbles. Ugh. I flop back down on the bed. Whoever it is can just go away. I don't feel like company at the moment. I drag a pillow over my head and clutch it to my ear. Ryan! The bellow is muted, but I still could swear it sounds like Mal. I sit up again and swing my legs over the side of the bed. Before I can stand, there's a massive crash, and then heavy feet thump up my narrow stairs. A moment later, Mal's craggy, unhappy face comes into view. He rushes in and touches my face. You okay? I wrinkle my nose and try to peer past him. Did you just break my door? Mal's expression gets stony. Maybe. For some reason, that makes me chuckle. It's sweet that he was so determined to get in. You didn't answer your phone, he says in a gruff voice. I didn't feel like talking. I'm not sure I feel like talking right now. All of today's awfulness returns, and I flop back down in my narrow bed and pull my blankets over my head. Maybe I can just hide from the world for a bit until I'm ready to deal. A heavy thump jostles the entire bed. Scoot over. A moment later, Mal crawls into my tiny bed with me and gets under the blankets. He nuzzles my throat, and his arms go around my waist, holding me close. Tears prick my eyes again. How can anyone think this man isn't good enough for me? I press my face against his big, broad chest, inhaling his scent. I quit my job, I tell him. Aunt Mary said she didn't approve, and if I wanted to continue working there, I had to go by her rules, so I quit. He strokes my hair and tucks my head under his chin. I went and talked to Eli at the lodge. He's the head of all the shifters in this area. Told him you and I were a thing. He told me you were too young and I needed to rethink things. His hand drags through my hair lazily. I told him to go fuck himself. A horrified giggle escapes my raw throat. That sounds like it was a bad idea. No, asking him what he thought was a bad idea. He continues to pet me, soothing me. I realized when he was speaking that I didn't care what he thought. I actually don't care what anyone thinks. His fingers traced down my cheek. Except you. What does this mean for us? It means, as long as you and I are happy, I'll be damned if I ask for anyone's permission. Not Eli, not your aunt, not anyone. I want you to have your family, but I'm selfish, and I want us to be together too. It all boils down to what you want. If you want your family over me, I understand. I put my arms around his big body. He fought for me. He told the head of the werebears to go fuck himself. That takes guts. I want to be yours, I tell Mal in a soft voice. All yours and no one else's. Mal continues to stroke my cheek. I know this is sudden, but wanna move in? Seems like I have to, I say, arching playfully against him. Someone broke down my door. He stiffens, then realizes I'm making a joke and chuckles. I'm not fun to live with, he admits after a moment. I tend to get wrapped up in my carving, and sometimes I forget to eat, or drink, or sleep. I slide a hand up his big arm. I can feel his muscles, so powerful. Everything about this man attracts me. Then I guess it's a good thing that I'll be there, right? To look after you? Instead of being pleased, Mal looks unhappy. That's a death sentence for a lively young thing like yourself, Ryan. Stuck all alone in a cottage with me? You'll be bored out of your mind. I move my arms to his neck and pull myself closer to his mouth. I'll be the judge of that. Besides, if you're going to be in the house 24/7, someone's got to run errands, right? And pick up your checks? And drive that sweet truck of yours into town. I'm actually excited at the prospect of helping Mal out with things. And I saw your cabin. It's a mess. And that pile of paper that you call bookkeeping, that's got to change. I tap his cheek lightly with my fingers. You, my good man, are in dire need of a woman to straighten you out. Mal chuckles. Lord help me. He's busy. I'll take over. I lean in and rub my nose against his bigger one, then kiss him. How on earth did this man get along for so many years without me?
Mal. Mal, you need to come eat. Ryan's voice filters through the fog in the workshop. I set down the chainsaw and flip up my visor to see her standing at the entrance, hands on her hips and a perturbed expression on her face. Lord, she is so beautiful. For the 800th time in the past year, I pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Sorry, I'll be right there. You said that an hour ago. I glance up at the clock. So I had. I pull off my gloves and unhook the rubber apron that Ryan insisted I wear when I took up the chainsaw last year. The rest of the gear follows until I'm stripped down to my long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans. They are both coated with sawdust, but I'll change when I get to the cabin. You know this is your fault, I tell her, as I lean down to press a kiss against her smooth cheek, careful to avoid touching the rest of her. How do you figure? She brushes a few flakes off my arms, but stops when she realizes that the darn specks of dust are going to stick to her. I tuck her small hand in mine and head for the cabin. You got me that commission over in Chicago, and it required me to pick up the chainsaw. No, she corrects. You spent the winter looking at them on the internet. The commission was your excuse to buy it. True. I look down at the top of her chestnut brown head, and my heart contracts. I wonder what I did before Ryan came along. It's not just that she loves me, but how she takes care of me. She makes sure I eat. She took over all my paperwork. I've got more work than I had before, but because she's organized my life, I have more free time. And I need that free time to love her up. Making love to Ryan is more than pleasure. It's one of my life's necessities. I need her more than I need food or shelter. And at times like these, when the sun is shining and I'm reminded what a gift life is, I can't stop marveling at how good I have it. "Aunt Mary and Uncle Bill still coming over tonight?" I ask, running a hand down her small back. She sighs with contentment at the caress. "Yes, Aunt Mary's bringing that honey lemon cake you love so much. Try to remember to save a piece for Uncle Bill." She slides me a humorous glance. "Uncle Bill has to move faster," I retort. My hand lingers at the top of her ass. "Or talk less." We'd made peace with Mary and Bill a few weeks after Ryan moved in with me. They missed her, and once they saw how happy Ryan was, they didn't protest much. They tend to visit a lot, which makes Ryan happy. And I'd sit down at a meal with the devil himself if it put a smile on Ryan's face. Once Mary and Bill had accepted us, Eli did too. His main concern was making peace with the human element of Pine Falls, and Mary and Bill were well liked and respected in town. If they had decided I was bad news, that could have reflected poorly on all the shifters. But there isn't a human alive who could love Ryan more than me. My hand drops lower to cup the bottom curve of one cheek. I hear her breathing hitch, and then the scent of her arousal fills the air. "What did you make for lunch, little one? Soup? That easy to reheat?" She tosses a knowing look over her shoulder. "Yes, it'll taste just as good warmed up." "Why?" I pinch her bottom. I figure I should shower and get rid of this dust. "You need help washing your back?" she teases. "Your long arms can't reach behind?" "Nah, I figure I've done so much work today that I need dessert first." I slap her ass, and she yelps and takes off running toward the cabin. The blood in my veins heats up immediately. The bear under my skin loved the chase, and that minx knows it. I lumber after her, stripping off my clothes and not caring in the least that it's barely above freezing. Ryan makes me hot enough to set the snow on fire. I'm nude by the time I reach the back door, all my dirty, sawdust clothes lying in a haphazard trail behind me. Ryan yelps when she sees me burst through the back door. She leaps forward, but I catch her. In part because she's slower than me, but mostly because she wants to get caught. "How much time do we have?" I ask, as I busy myself with divesting her of all her clothes. She wriggles in my embrace. I think she's trying to help me because soon we're flesh to flesh. My favorite condition. "For what?" she moans, tilting her head back as my mouth works its way from her collarbone up to the hidden space behind her ear that she loves to have licked. Until Mary and Bill arrive. My cold hands find her breasts, and she gasps slightly as I pluck her nipples into hard points. I swing her up onto the washer and push her torso back with one firm hand. Her legs fall open, revealing her pink, juicy center all ready for my cock. "Oh, ah." She fumbles for the words, but can't quite find them because my mouth is stealing her air. I kiss her hard and long, trying to tell her through my caresses how much I love her, how grateful I am that she loves me back, how I'm lost without her. "I love you," I tell her when we finally break apart. "I love you too, Mal." She runs her fingers over my scalp. I swing her up into my arms and carry her into our bedroom. On our bed, I lay down and kneel between her legs. "I waited a long time for you, but it was worth it." Her eyes glisten as I lean forward and pay homage to the gift of her body, her love, and with every kiss and touch I promise that I will love her until the end of time and beyond. Get your shift together. I've been looking for a mate in all the wrong places. When the right one shows up in Pine Falls with a man in tow, I almost miss her. Caroline Abbott is a sweetheart of a city girl who is making one last stab at keeping her dead relationship together. When her fool of an ex takes off and leaves her alone in the forest, I'm more than happy to step into his abandoned shoes. While I can make her shout with pleasure, I worry those screams will turn to fear when she realizes that my hidden half is a bear. I can't keep the secret much longer, but telling her might scare her off for good. Chapter 1. Leo. "Dude, come over here and solve a debate between my girl and me." The shaggy-haired blonde waves me over as if I'm his fucking servant. I drag my feet because the last thing I want to do is get in the middle of whatever he and his girlfriend have got going on. He's been an asshole since the minute they stepped foot inside the trading store. Ordinarily, on a beautiful fall day like this one, I'd be hiking in the Superior National Forest or fishing on the Boundary Waters. But instead, I'm manning my friend Cole Braxton's supply store while he is off on some camping trip with his new girlfriend. I have serious doubts they're doing jack all but fucking like bunnies. The two of them have been making cow eyes at each other for 3 years, and they just recently acted on their not-so-secret lusts. I bet that they're going to come back and she'll be thick with his cubs. In fact, I have put money on that down at the lodge. All the bear shifters got together last weekend, drank honey ale, ate some fucking amazing cookies the lodge chef baked up, and then put down when we thought Cole and Adelaide would be popping out cubs. Eli, our de facto leader, was sure the seed was planted on the couple's first night, but I like to think that Adelaide fought it off until this weekend. What's the dilemma? I flash a quick smile at the surfer's lady friend. She's a fine piece, full of curves, pretty brown hair, and doe soft eyes. Everything I like in a woman, and then some. But she's taken, and I don't poach. I can still look, though. I give her a wink and her eyes flutter downward, too shy to flirt back. That's good, though, because she's with a man, I tell myself, even as I feel a tinge of disappointment. We're fishing today and tomorrow, and I plan to catch the biggest ass fish in the ocean. They're lakes, she says quietly. What'd you say, Carol? He looks as if he's smelled something stinky. Her eyes stay down and her mouth stays clamped shut. Whatever she said before wasn't meant for his ears. The Boundary Waters are all freshwater lakes and streams, I answer for her. There are no oceans up here. Whatever. Tomato, tomato, right? Water's water. The little brunette sighs at the dude's mischaracterization. I think it's tomato, tomato, but you're not going to find fish up here that you'd find in the ocean, so it's actually real different. The dude scowls. Look, I just want to get kitted out. I don't need a stupid geography lesson. Yeah, okay. What do you need? Everything. The girl finally speaks up loud enough for us all to hear. We don't have anything. Just a tent and a couple of sleeping bags. You fished before? I ask. She shakes her head. No, never. I've done plenty, her man boasts. But Caroline here hasn't. I've been telling her that we need live bait. You got any of that around here? You're in luck. I direct my comments to her. I have no interest in helping this blowhard do anything, not even take a shit in the woods. Fall is the best time to catch pike, and they're probably the most aggressive fish we've got out here. Nothing like standing in a stream and catching those suckers with your paws, and then eating the tasty suckers right then and there. Although I admit to having developed a taste for cedar-smoked pike and walleye. Not all cooked fish is bad. You can use spinners instead of leeches, grubs, or night crawlers, but if you want to use the live bait, that's down at the supermarket. Fred's got some good stuff in a place behind the grocery store. I gather up 2 poles, a jig, some spinners and fishing line, and then throw in a couple of life jackets. This here will do you good. We don't need these life jackets. We're just going to be in a canoe. The dude looks disdainfully at the flotation devices. Bill, I think I'd feel safer with a life jacket. Caro objects when the dude starts to pull the life jackets off the pile and return them to the wall. I place a big palm on top of the yellow safety devices. Rule in this shop is you can't rent the fishing equipment without life jackets. That's fucking bullshit, Bill sneers. It's a way for you to ratchet up the bill. I don't need any fucking life jackets. Bill? Caro tugs on his arm. Let's just get the jackets. You don't have to wear one. God damn it, Carol. It's the principle of the thing. I'm not going to be taken for a ride by this jackwagon. He stomps out. Caro winces as the front door slams shut. I'm so sorry about this. She pulls out a wallet. What's the total? You sure you want this? I tip my head toward the door. Hopefully she understands that I'm talking about more than the life jackets. There's a spa across the street. She gives me a rueful smile. I'm pretty sure I don't, but I don't think it would be fair to bail now. I'm the one who convinced him to come up here in the first place. We've been having problems for a long time, but I have a friend whose marriage was in trouble, and she came up here and said that the time away from the city made them realize how much they loved each other. So I booked the trip thinking we'd reconnect, but all it's done is show me that I've been hanging on to something that was broken far too long. She sighs. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I suppose because I don't want you to think badly of me for going on a vacation with him. Carol jerks a thumb over her shoulder. I don't feel so bad about winking at her now. One good thing about the North Woods is that it clears your head. Come back after you've dumped him, and I'll show you some good fishing spots. Carol presses her very kissable lips together. I'd like that. Do you need another tent? I point to the rolled-up sacks of nylon behind the counter. The idea of her sleeping even one night in the same enclosed space as Bill raises all the hairs on the back of my neck. I don't like that idea one bit. She glances out the front windows where Bill is talking with great animation on the phone. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. If you need anything, holler. There are plenty of folks in the woods who will help you out. Really? I thought the campsites were fairly isolated. Nah, there are always hikers, fishers, stuff like that. I shoulder the poles and tent and gesture for her to take the tackle and other gear. You'll be safe no matter what. She nods. I appreciate that. I'll be nearby if you need me, is what I'd like to say, but she doesn't need to know that. Caro and her asshole boyfriend, Bill, drive off, and I help suit up several other campers before closing the doors at around 8. My stomach growls, telling me I haven't fed myself in at least 3 hours. The mac and cheese I nuked in the storeroom microwave for a mid-afternoon snack hadn't been enough to satisfy a bird. I want to fill my belly before I go out into the woods and look for Caro. The tavern serves decent mashed potatoes, gravy, and roast beef, and if I ask nicely, I bet there'll be a piece of blackberry pie for me, too. There aren't too many people when I pull open the heavy wooden door to the restaurant bar. I spot Sheriff Gant sitting in a booth by himself and a couple of other locals. We exchange nods and I order the special. As I'm waiting, the door opens and in walks Bill, the asshole. I turn completely in my seat and watch him stomp up to the bar. Vodka. Top shelf. He slaps his hand on the bar top like he's been waiting 10 hours to be served. Everyone in the establishment swivels to watch the show because although Sandy looks like a fragile girl, she's tough as they come. She'll eat him up and spit him out. It'll be a minute. Is this a bar? I need a motherfucking drink. If you're too lazy to serve me, then why don't you get the owner out here so I can talk to him? There's a collective whoosh as we all suck in our breath. And no one talks to Sandy like that, and not just because she's a honey badger shifter and doesn't take shit, but because her mate is the meanest, orneriest grizzly shifter around. And the fact he likes to hide in the kitchen all day doesn't mean he doesn't know exactly everything that goes on in his place. I slide an amused gaze towards Sheriff Gant, who leans back in his chair and puts his feet up so he can relax while watching this show. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing toward the door, Sandy says, If you think for a minute I'm going to allow you to drink my liquor after you've mouthed off like that to me, you've got another think coming. Now get out. I'm not going anywhere, little girl. I'm here to drink, so serve me. He turns his back on Sandy and spots me. Goddamn woman. You seem to be having a bad day, I goad, wondering what other fool things this guy can do. I'm pretty happy because I'm guessing his bad mood means Caro has dumped his ass. Women. All they're good for is fucking, and even then if they have to open their mouths they pretty much ruin everything. The bitch I came with decided she didn't want to fish because I wouldn't wear a goddamn life preserver. Well, I showed her. I left her ass back at the campsite with a life preserver. See how much she loves it after a night out in the woods with nothing but that cheap-ass foam thing. He cackles and slaps the bar stool next to him. I'm on my feet and halfway to the bar before I know it. Sheriff Gant pulls me aside before I can get my 2 hands around Bill's skinny neck. I got this, Gant says. You go get the girl. I wasn't lying when I said that there are a shit ton of folks in the forest, but they aren't all entirely safe for a tasty morsel like Caro, particularly if she's alone. I hie out of the tavern and have shifted into my brown bear form before the door hits me on the ass. Behind me, I hear the squawking of Bill, proclaiming that Sheriff Gant can't arrest him for doing nothing. It's our town. Sheriff Gant can't arrest him for being an asshole, but abandoning someone in the woods? That's some kind of felony, for sure.
Chapter 2. Caroline. Next time I think about forgiving someone, I'll listen to my gut. When Bill said he'd changed, my gut said, no, he hasn't. When Bill said he loved me and wanted to give us another shot, my gut said, "Bad idea, run for the hills." When Bill said he'd stopped partying so much and was holding down a real job, my gut said, "Yeah, right." Stupid gut, always being right. I sigh to myself as I unroll the packaging for one of the new tents. Out flops a large tarp, some rustling material, a netty-looking thing that goes over the top, some poles, and an instruction booklet. I pick it up and stare at the pictures, but my mind keeps turning back to Bill. I'm such a dummy. I know Bill is no good. In my heart, I know the type of person that Bill is won't ever change. Bill's a blowhard. And while it was fun in the beginning to date a guy who was so alpha and macho, it got old fast. I guess that's why we've broken up 7 times in the past 3 years. Actually, I think we've been off more than we've been on. And every time he apologizes, I take him back like an idiot. He says he's changed, and I'm an optimist and hope for the best, and so I give him another chance. Actually, that's not true. I'm not as much an optimist as I am lonely. I don't have a lot of people in my life. I grew up a foster kid, bounced around between a lot of homes. I went off to college on the state's dime and met my best friend, who married a guy and moved halfway across the country. And then I met Bill. I guess that's why I'm clinging to him. I don't have a lot of friends. Bill moved to Indiana for his job, and I followed him. And then we immediately broke up again. I didn't want to lose the money on my lease, so I stayed. I don't know anyone in Indiana, and I work from home doing medical transcriptions. I don't have any pets because Bill's allergic, and the apartment doesn't allow them. I don't have anyone looking out for me. It sucks, and it's lonely. Sometimes I feel so desperate for human conversation, I go to the grocery store and strike up conversations with the senior citizens in the produce aisle. I guess that's why I agreed when Bill contacted me on Facebook a few days ago and said he missed me and wanted to try things again. I suggested the tiny resort town of Pine Falls in Minnesota, thanks to my college BFF's suggestion. The pictures were beautiful. Clear lakes filled with fish, thick green forests filled with deer, and running streams with fat bears wandering through them. It looked like a fun vacation, and so I suggested it to Bill. He agreed, and we made plans. Of course, those plans went awry the moment we reunited in the airport. He kissed me in greeting, his mouth sloppy and his breath reeking of whiskey, despite the early hour. Alarm bells went off in my head, but I ignored them. I wanted this vacation. No, I needed it. It had been so long since I'd done anything fun and adventurous. So I squashed my misgivings, and we rented a car. Bill's card was declined when he tried to rent the car. "This vacation together tapped out my savings," he admitted to me. I'd immediately felt guilty. "Why didn't you say something?" "Because a man has pride, Caro," he snapped, going immediately from remorse to anger. "And you whined about this damn trip so much that I felt like I'd lose you if I said no." He glared at me, then stormed out of the rental office. I meekly paid for the rental car because I felt like a bit of a jerk. I had pushed for a getaway. Maybe I was looking forward to a vacation more than spending time with Bill, and I'd forced him to come along with me. So I paid and said nothing about it. Bill apologized 5 minutes later, and we drove to Pine Falls. I fell in love with the place right away. It was just like the brochures and utterly charming. Wooden cabins were nestled among trees. Deer frolicked at the edge of town, and there were wildflowers amid the greenery. It was so adorable. I loved everything. Bill, of course, hated everything. There was no Starbucks in town. The gas was expensive. The local shops were trying to rip us off. I think about the locals as I study the instructions for the tent. Well, I think about one local in particular, the really hot guy in the sporting goods store. The one who had raked me up and down with his gaze, and then given me a smile that promised all kinds of dirty things. I'd blushed and looked away, but that flirty glimpse was seared into my brain. Bill had noticed it too. After I'd paid for our camping gear, he'd bitched about it all the way up the path, accusing me of flirting right in front of him and disrespecting him. I watched him swig out of a small flask when he thought I wasn't looking, and I realized I'd had enough. So, when we found our camping spot, I picked a fight. Bill mentioned fishing, and I insisted on the life jacket. He blew up, and 5 minutes later, I'd been abandoned to fend for myself in the wild. I inhale a deep breath of woodland air. Instead of being panicked, I felt relaxed, happy. Coming here with Bill was a mistake. I didn't realize how stressed he made me until he'd left, and I felt free. I was glad for the tents, and glad I was now alone. I'd stay up here a few days, enjoy the rest of my vacation, and try not to think about Bill again. It'd be a bit lonely, but I was used to that sort of thing. I turn the instructions and study them. If I'm staying here, I need a tent and a fire. I've watched a lot of survival shows, so making a fire with a fire starter can't be that hard, right? I'm sure I can figure it out. And the guy at the store told me everything he sold me was high-quality stuff. A hot flush heats my cheeks as I think about the man again. I don't often get checked out by other guys. I'm a little mousy, a lot quiet, and a little heavy. Bill's always telling me I need to lose some weight, or asking me if I really need to eat all that food. Something tells me that the guy back in town wouldn't say something like that to me. The way he looked me over made me feel like he appreciated the way I look. I need a guy like him, I decide. Maybe if I see him again, I'll shore up my courage and ask him out. Oh, who am I kidding? I've never asked out a man in my life. And I showed up with Bill. He's going to think I'm an idiot with terrible taste in men. And he wouldn't be wrong about the latter part. I unfurl one of the tent rods and peer at the directions. Looks simple enough. 20 minutes later, I have all the pieces of the tent spread out on the grass, and I snake the poles through the built-in loops of the dome tent. I manage to get the thing popped up and staked into the ground before I realize that I have the entire thing put together wrong. The door of the tent is on the bottom, for starters. I put my hands on my hips and drum my fingers, thinking. As I do, I hear a rustling in the bushes. I turn, half afraid of what's going to come out. A bear, maybe? Or Bill, raring for a fight? A few minutes later, a tall, familiar form emerges from the brush. It's the ridiculously hot guy from the sporting goods store. Oh, geez. My face heats up automatically. It's like he heard my thoughts from up here. "Knock, knock," he says, pretending to knock on a nearby tree. He's smiling at me, and God, he looks good. The tight shirt he's wearing emphasizes the broadness of his shoulders, and I can practically see every muscle outlined under that thin cotton. The jeans he's wearing are tight-fitting and seem a bit awkward, but he wears them like a pro. I think the man could dress in burlap and still be sex-walking. I bite my lip and resist the urge to fan my heated face. I try to think of something fun and flirty to say. "Remember when you said you'd hit on that Caro if you ever saw him again? Fate heard you. Time to act." Unfortunately, what comes out is, "What are you doing here?" His brows go down, and for a moment he looks angry. Your boyfriend showed up in town without you. I was worried he'd left you behind. Oh. He did. I carefully fold the tent instructions to give my hands something to do and hope he doesn't notice that I've put the thing together all wrong. I might have picked a fight with him to make him go away. The slow smile spreads over his face again. Did you now? My entire body feels flushed with heat. This was supposed to, be a reunion tour of sorts, except it felt like a mistake right away. I cross my arms over my chest and prod a rock with my toe. Gosh, it's hard to make eye contact when he's so gorgeous and smiling at me. I do appreciate you coming to look for me, though. That was sweet. Can't let someone as pretty as you get eaten by bears, he teases. Oh, God. Flirting. I'm so terrible at flirting. I should laugh, right? Okay. Laugh, Caro. He's making a joke. Laugh. A braying laugh escapes me, and I'm horrified at the sound. I clap a hand over my mouth and stare at him. He clears his throat and thumbs a gesture back to the woods. You want an escort back to town? Nope, I say brightly and tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. I whip out the instructions again. I'm setting up my camp. I wanted a nice weekend away from things, and it just got a lot nicer now that Bill left. He laughed. You want some help with that? You'll need a fire, and it'll be getting dark soon. I could get you some wood. Or, he gestures at my sad tent, fix that. My cheeks heat. That would be lovely, thank you. How much do I owe you? No charge, just being friendly. He moves toward my tent and immediately begins to slide the poles out of the incorrect holes that I jammed them through. I'm Leo. Hi, Leo, I breathe. I'm Caro. Caroline, really, but my friends call me Caro. Yup. He looks back at me. I remember. He remembered my name? A girlish flutter of excitement curls in my belly.
Chapter 3. Leo. I pull up the stakes and spread the tent liner on the ground. Oh, is that what that sheet of plastic was for? I thought maybe it was like a carpet. Nope. Ground gets wet during the night and morning, so a liner helps keep you warm. The instructions aren't very helpful, she notes, nibbling on the side of her mouth. Her beautiful, succulent, pouty mouth, which I'd like to have pressed against me in 100 different ways. In her late afternoon post-tent struggle camping gear, Caroline should look worn out. But instead, happiness glows on her face, and even the light sweat she worked up in putting the tent together makes her look good enough to eat. Granted, she put the tent together wrong and didn't have the first clue on how to build a fire, but it was the effort that counted. We get that a lot back at the store, I reassure her. Are you just saying that to make me feel better? I shake my head. We actually have lessons in the back for the newer campers, so that the first time they are putting it together isn't out here at the site with no one around them. When her sunny face starts to cloud over, I tell her, I'd have offered it to you, but I figured you were in a hurry to get on the road. She fiddles with the pile of logs and sticks that I'm guessing is the start of her campfire. You're right. Bill wouldn't have wanted to wait. What brings you to Pine Falls? I ask, because it obviously isn't the camping experience. By the looks of the tent, it doesn't appear she's ever seen one before. I give her credit for figuring out how to loop the poles in, though, even if she did it wrong. I pull down the tent as she talks. My friend Susan told me about it. Her pictures made the entire place look amazing, and, well, she said it saved her marriage. And I thought it'd help repair my relationship with Bill. We've never had a good one, and I guess I should have let him go, but I'm getting older and I wanted a family. She looks down again. It's not a very modern thing for me to say, is it? Nothing wrong with wanting a family. I'd like one. It takes only a few swift motions to get the tent put back together. I set it on the tarp and start staking it. Is that right? Bill said that, how about we just forget about Bill for now? I interrupt. I want to move on from Bill. If she still hung up on him, that would suck. Good idea. So you run a rental shop? The one where I got all the stuff? Without asking, she goes to the opposite corner and pulls a corner of the tent tight while I pound the steak in. Nah, just watching it for a friend of mine. He's off with a girlfriend, probably making babies. So what kind of family do you want? A big one? Little one? Oh, I want a big one. I want 4 or 5 kids. I want a big house full of noise and mess and hugs and kisses. And she wanted all that with Bill? He came off so selfish that I'd be surprised if he was able to keep a goldfish alive. I pound the last steak in and pull out my lighter. Time to get the fire going. What about you? What kind of family do you want? She asks, following me from the tent to the little pit in the ground. I crouch down and start taking out the bigger logs. A big one like you. Yeah? She smiles at me. Yeah. I grin back. I like everything about kids, particularly the making of them. She blushes, and I beat back my desire to take her to the hard ground right now. I'm here to help her, not fuck her. I show her what kind of firewood we need, and she searches for it while I toss the sleeping bags on the ground. I don't find any air mattresses or pads. It's going to be a tough night if I have to sleep in human form. My bear body is better suited to sleeping out in the forest, but my human clay enjoys soft things like feather beds and clean sheets. The thought of my big bed back in my cabin has me conjuring up other images, like Caroline spread out on the white sheets, her brown hair all mussed up from my hands and her skin dewy with sweat. I have no doubt she'd taste salty and sweet at the same time. My favorite combination of flavors. The fire is raging by the time she returns with a couple of good birch logs. I readjust my dick as covertly as possible before I scare her away. The last thing she needs now is some strange bear dogging her every step. I'm here to make sure she has a good time and doesn't get roughed up by the forest. Lots of ladies like to flirt and not take it anywhere, I remind myself, and there's no harm in that at all. A pretty lady, some mutual exchange of admiration, a warm fire, and a honey beer, that's a good night in any bear's book. I brought some brats and beer if you're interested, I tell her when she takes a seat on the log next to mine. Sure. That sounds better than the meal I had planned. She rummages in a knapsack and pulls out 2 smushed sandwiches which smell like peanut butter and jelly. Yum! I'll take those as an appetizer. They smell great. Really? I thought I was the only one over 30 who liked peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Bill hates them. I don't know why I made them for this trip. She looks at the plastic-wrapped sandwich with confusion. Because you were already planning on breaking up with the asshole, I think. I pull out 2 sticks and jab the brats on the end of each one, and then set them in the little holders I've made so we don't burn our faces off trying to cook the meat. Nah, PBJ is the good shit. I like 'em even better with honey instead of jam. Although your raspberry jam smells good. How do you know it's raspberry? She hands over one. Good snout. I tap the side of my nose. Really good. She lifts the package to her own nose and sniffs delicately. And good hearing. About a mile off, I hear crashing in the forest. Some stupid bear is getting too close to my campsite. The hair on the back of my neck rises up in indignation. Hopefully he'll smell my tracks and veer off in another direction without a word from me. I turn my attention back to Caroline. What do you do for a living in the city? I'm a medical transcriptionist. I'm not with a big agency or anything. I work for myself, and most of my jobs are delivered online. The internet makes it so easy for us these days. I have clients all over the country. It's really slick. Sounds like you could work anywhere if you wanted to. Definitely. Someday, I'd like to live in a cabin in the woods in a place like this. It's so beautiful. She stretches her arms, and I can't help but watch her move. She's as beautiful as the birds gliding over the clear blue waters, and my breath catches in my throat. I start to lean forward toward her to tell her how gorgeous she is and that sleeping in the same tent tonight and not being able to touch her is going to kill me. I'd do it, but it'll be painful torture. The words die on my tongue when the bear lumbering in the woods decides to join us. I don't even bother to turn around. I know this bear by scent. It's Malcolm Standard, a loner who sells wood sculptures to fancy galleries out west. He was featured in some national art magazine after one of the editors found a piece of his work at the trading store several years back. Apparently, his pieces sell for a fortune, but he lives like a hermit. Leo Profuse, mind if I join your fire? Yeah, actually, I mind a hell of a lot. Caro starts in surprise. Is someone there? Fuck. I push to my feet and confront Mal. "What are you doing out of your den?" "Smelled something good," he grunts. When he comes close enough to be illuminated by the firelight, I see that he's wearing clothes from one of the caches we bears hide in the woods. We all take turns resupplying them for just this purpose, running around in bear form and coming upon humans. But as I look closely, it appears he's wearing... Fuck! Those are my clothes that he's wearing, and that's my woman he's taking a seat next to. Wait. My woman? I sniff the air again, and the scent of strange male testosterone is invading the perfect harmony we were just enjoying. My heart starts thudding, and the urge to break out my claws itches the back of my hands. A low growl rumbles in my throat. "There's nothing for you here," I snarl at Mal. Across the fire pit, he smirks at me and extends his long legs so that they're lying way too close to Caro's. It's okay. I have some more food in the..." Caro's voice trails off when I stalk forward and kick that asshole's boot away from the fire. I repeat, there's nothing for you here. The animalistic desire to defend my territory is overwhelming everything else. I can hardly believe what is happening to me. I'm the original good time guy. Ladies all over the Boundary Waters know that if they need a companion, I'm a phone call away. But here I am, ready to rip a friend limb from limb for having the audacity to sit within 5 feet of my mate. If Malcolm doesn't move his ass, Caroline is going to get an eyeful of fur and fighting. "So you found her? You lucky bastard." Malcolm sighs and gets to his feet. "I didn't smell the mate bond, so I figured it was just another tourist." "Mate bond? What's going on?" Caro interjects, but both Malcolm and I ignore her. I can't take my eyes off another predator when my mate is near, particularly because Malcolm is right. There's no bond between us yet. Her scent is completely undiluted by mine. A true mate would be smothered in my seed and my scent. "We just met," I answer stiffly. "Like I said, you're a lucky bastard." He shoves his hands into his borrowed jeans and with a nod toward Caroline starts walking down the same dark path he came from. His dejected look has me trailing after him. "I didn't know you wanted a mate." "Always have. Just because I live alone doesn't mean that's how I want it for the rest of my life." He stops and turns back to the fire where Caro stands, hands on hips, looking confused. "You going to miss your bachelor hut?" I look at him like he's nuts. "Are you kidding? I've been looking for her my whole life. That's why I've been mucking around all over the place. And she just falls into your lap? Shit, Leo, everything comes easy for you." "Easy?" I object. "I've spent years in all the wrong beds. I'm sorry that I didn't wait until she came around. I kept thinking maybe this girl will be the one, but she never was. Fuck. I didn't even realize Carol was the one until you showed up. I almost fucked it up." He gives me an impatient glare. "You only get one mate. Don't screw up." With those not very comforting words, he disappears. I walk back to the fire where Carol has gone from confused to a mite angry. She probably wants an explanation, and I'm not sure what to say that won't have her running into the woods. "Oh, by the way, I'm a shape-shifting bear, and you're my mate. Hope you don't mind."
Chapter 4. Caroline. "So, who was that?" I frown at Leo as he returns to the fire without our new visitor. This is all so strange. I went from camping in a remote spot with my ex Bill to no Bill and 2 hot guys dropping by my campsite. I'm starting to feel like the locals are messing with me, and the fact that both men are wearing clothes that don't seem to fit them properly isn't helping. But Leo's gorgeous, and his smile is friendly as he returns to sit across from me at the campfire. He flops down on the grass and crosses his legs like he camps with strangers every day, and begins to spit the brats on one of the sticks we've prepared. That's just Mal. Did he want to stay for dinner? Nope, he just wanted to make sure you were okay. I soften a bit at that. This town seems to be full of friendly people. That was nice of him. You sure he had to go? I thought he said something about a mate. Date, Leo cracks quickly and hands me a spitted sausage to turn over the flames. He said he had a date tonight. I'm pretty sure I heard mate. Date, Leo affirms. You have mustard? My brows draw together. Is he trying to change the subject? I don't think so. He grunts and twirls his rod in the flames, crisping the exterior. Guess I'll have to bring some next time. Next time? This is all feeling very strange to me. I brush a lock of hair back from my face and scoot closer to the fire, since it's getting later and the biting bugs are coming out. Look, Leo, I really appreciate you coming up here to help me, but I'm fine now. I think I can handle things if you're ready to go home. I'm sure this is annoying for you to have to spend your day fixing up my campsite for me. He snorts and turns his stick with a twist of his wrist. Not bored in the slightest. I like the company. You do? Yeah. I try to remember what all we've talked about. Families, future children, and tents. Those aren't exactly hot conversations for sexy single men. Actually, the future children conversation should have made him run for the hills like his buddy Mal. Really? Why is that so hard to believe? He grins at me, and I immediately feel all flushed and bothered. It's just strange to think of this gorgeous man enjoying hanging out with me. Because we don't know each other all that well. That's an easy fix. He moves over to my side of the fire and takes my stick from my hand. Here, let me do that. You're holding it too far out of the fire to cook it. Oh, sorry. I'm not really paying attention to my dinner at all. I'm paying more attention to Leo. There's something about the way he moves. All easy grace despite his big form. It's fascinating. If Bill moved his body like that, well, I wouldn't have had to fake orgasms. Then I blush for even thinking about that. Don't apologize. I'm just an expert at camp-out food. He smiles at me, and I feel my entire body tingle with awareness at how close he's sitting. Then I realize what he's saying, and my enthusiasm deflates a bit. Do you come and rescue lots of ladies then? Nope, just you. Somehow, that makes me feel worse instead of better. Because I'm the only idiot to get stuck in the woods alone? Or could be that you're the only one I bothered to come after. A warm flush suffuses me, and I feel shy and embarrassed, and, okay, a little excited at the thought of Leo being worried about me. I put my hands on my knees and stare into the fire for a while to calm my rapidly whirling thoughts. I'm attracted to him, and I'm sure he's just being nice. I think. Gosh, I wish I was better with men so I could know what he's thinking right about now. Here, Leo says after a bit. He pulls my sausage out of the licking flames. It's nice and blackened on the outside, and juice sizzles on the skin. Looks ready. How am I supposed to eat that? I eye the steam coming off of it and hold a hand out for the stick. I'll feed you, he says. And before I can protest, he pulls out a pocket knife and nips the end of the sausage, cutting off a slice. He holds it out to me, the bit of meat neatly tucked between his thumb and finger. I stare at him. A low pulse begins to build between my legs, and I press my thighs tighter together. Is he trying to feed me? Really? I fight the urge to lean forward and lick the juices off his fingers. The mental image of that is vivid and sends another bolt of desire rocketing through me. Ooh, boy. I imagine if I do that, Leo's going to sorely regret coming on this rescue mission. I pluck the bit of food from his fingers and pop it into my mouth, chewing briskly. Thank you. He arches an eyebrow at me and then offers the knife. Guess I should have suggested you could cut it yourself. He pauses. Not much fun that way, though. A small chuckle escapes me, and I take the knife from him. Isn't it every man's fantasy to be fed by a woman instead of the other way around? You're right. He points at his mouth. I'll take a bite then. I should have known better than to tease this man. Of course he's going to call my bluff. I'm blushing as I cut a chunk of my sausage off and offer it to him. There's grease on my fingers, and I don't have any napkins. Somehow, I don't think it matters. The moment feels strangely intense as Leo leans in. He looks directly at me, and instead of taking the bit of sausage in his hand like I did, he plucks it from my fingers with his lips and tongue. I can't help but freeze in place as he chews, watching his every movement. I feel pinned in place by his gaze, and when he grips my wrist and then licks the grease off my fingers, it feels like he's licking me everywhere. I gasp and jerk out of his grip. You want a drink? I shove the knife and the sausage back at him and briskly jump to my feet, heading to the cooler. I could swear I hear a sigh on his breath. Yeah, sure. What have you got? I get a couple of beers and offer him one, then take one for myself. Whatever weird, tense thing was happening between us is gone now, and the conversation turns to easier things. We talk about Canadian beer versus American beer. We talk about local wildlife and the weather, and he tells me a funny story about hunters he ran into last spring. The conversation devolves into a discussion about hockey, and I spend a good deal of time ribbing him about the poor performance of his favorite team, the Toronto Maple Leafs. There's a gleam in Leo's eye as we joke, and I feel so easy with him, so comfortable. It's fun to needle him, too. He doesn't lose his shit and get mad. He laughs at my jokes and pokes a few of his own, and I can't remember the last time I've enjoyed a conversation so much. Actually, I can't remember when I've had a more fun night. We go through several more beers and hours of conversation, and before I know it, the crickets are chirping and the night sky is full of stars. Our fire is down to nothing but coals. Oh no, I've kept Leo here so late he can't possibly go back to town tonight. Even as I feel a stab of guilt, I also feel a bit giddy with excitement that this big, sexy man is stuck up here with me. I finish my last beer and put my can in the garbage bag I've brought for the mess, and wobble on my feet. Hey now, Leo says, and his voice is warm and husky and flows over my skin like honey. He is suddenly right behind me, his big body dwarfing mine. Did you drink too much on me? His chuckle makes me press my thighs together tightly again, and the mental image of him licking my fingertips goes through my head over and over. I'm just sleepy, that's all. I yawn to demonstrate. And I kept you too long. I'm so sorry, Leo. Were you planning on heading back to town? I squint up at his big body. He smells so good. Like the woods and something else I can't identify. Leave you out here by yourself? Nah. His teeth flash white in the moonlight. But won't someone be waiting for you back at town? You asking if I have a girlfriend, Caroline? Of course not, I say primly. But I've also got several beers in me, so I add, but if you did, she'd be waiting for you, right? He laughs. She would, and I don't, Miss Nosy. Leo leans in. And if you want to know anything about me, all you have to do is ask. All I have to do is ask, He's leaning so close that I can see the glint of firelight in his eyes, the hint of beard stubble on his chin. I have to fight the urge to lick it just to feel the rasp on my tongue. Oh man, I have never been this oversexed with Bill. Actually, I kinda hated sex with Bill. The times we were together were not good. A burst of pure relief flares through me, and I clasp my hands together so I don't fling them around Leo and thank him for coming back for me, instead of demanding that Bill return. "Thank you," I tell Leo. He tilts his head. "Thank you?" "For offering to come and rescue the damsel in distress, even though I wasn't in that much distress." He laughs. "No? Nope, I'm all good." "I'm glad," is all he says, and I feel that warm flush move through my body again. Tension and silence hang in the air, and I fight the urge to lean in and see if he'd meet me halfway if I try to kiss him. I'm not sure if that's the beer talking or if I've suddenly grown bold, but I love the thought of it. I glance over at my tent. "You should go to bed," Leo says, voice low and husky. "I'll bank the fire." I swallow hard. "Where are you going to sleep?" "I'll throw a sleeping bag on the ground. Don't worry about me. I'm used to roughing it." The night air is crisp and cold, and there's a hint of mist. It's not bad in my warm clothes, and my sleeping bag will be cozy, but out here, I can't imagine it'll be comfortable. "You could come sleep with me." "Oh?" That syllable carries a ton of meaning, and I feel flushed and excited all over again. There's room for 2 sleeping bags. And I wonder what will happen if I cuddle up next to him in my sleep. Will he push me away or push me down onto the floor of the tent? I feel my nipples harden under my shirt, and a shiver moves over my skin. And I wait to see if he's going to turn me down or accept my invitation.
Chapter 5. Leo. My mouth is suddenly dry, and I feel like a cub on his first foray into the wilderness alone. Fuck. The woman is my mate. I've never really had sex that mattered. It was all fun and games, and of no more importance than shitting in the woods. But if I don't get it right, if I hurt her, turn her off, don't make her come, then I'm doomed. I'll have failed my mate before I can even get her to form a bond with me. "If you're sure," I say. My voice sounds like I swallowed 10 frogs from one of the nearby creeks. A slight blush highlights the apples of her cheeks, but she doesn't hesitate to nod. "I'm sure." My cock swells to about 5 sizes bigger than normal. Stiffly, I walk over to the tent and pull the flap open. "After you." Her tight nipples are pebbling against her top, and the desire to rend her shirt into a dozen tiny pieces so that she'll never be clothed again gallops through me as she saunters toward me. Her fine breasts sway and bob under the fabric in a way designed to torment all males, but me in particular. The tent is small and she has to duck to enter, which places her round ass sun up for my perusal. A nice guy would avert his eyes, but mine are glued to those curves. Her ass is round, a definite handful, perfect for my big paws. I bend down and crawl inside after her. The scent of her arousal fills the small space. It's hard not to jump on top of her. The need to devour her, to taste every inch of her gorgeous body, consumes me. Mate. 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 The word thrums through my blood. I cup her cheek, smoothing my thumb over the pink flesh to feel the bone underneath. This is Caroline. My Caroline. Softness over strength. I place a small lantern in the corner and take a moment to appreciate the vision before me. "You're too beautiful." "Too beautiful?" She laughs self-consciously and turns her face slightly to hide against my hand. "I don't think there is such a thing, and even if there was, I'm not it. You are to me. Look, my hand's shaking. I'm so crazy in lust with you right now. I'm so hard right now I could come in my jeans." My hand is trembling. It's a combination of lust and a little bit of fear. She's not ready to hear she's my mate, so I don't tell her. There are so many things that she doesn't know, but if I tell her that the two of us having sex means that she's bound to me for life, I have a pretty good feeling she'll run from the tent screaming. "You don't have to say those things to me. Pretty it up, I mean," she explains at my confused look. I want to have sex with you." She blushes again, in direct contrast to her straightforward words. God fucking damn, she is so adorable. I have to have my mouth on her. I can't wait another second. I feel like I should warn you that if I have you, I'm probably going to get addicted. You aren't going to be able to shake me after I get a taste. You don't have to say things like that. She dips her head and draws a circle on my knee. My whole body tightens. I swear my control is completely gone, and so am I. No, I do. You need to know what you're in for, I say hoarsely. Maybe it'll be me hooked on you, she informs me. I hope so. I've given her every chance, I reason with myself. Her palm comes up to smooth the hair that always falls into my eyes. If you do get addicted, I give you full permission to stalk me. Groaning, I capture her mouth. Her sweet essence fills my lungs with every breath I draw. She tastes better than wild honey, and I can't get enough. I push her backward, angling my head to get deeper access. Her hands come up to clutch my shoulders and pull me closer. I slip my hands up her top to cup her right breasts. Her nipples poke into my palms and beg for my mouth. She moans, a needy, erotic sound. Your nipples sore, baby? You need me to suck them? Her answer is to reach for the bottom of her shirt. Together, we draw it over her head. Oh, shit. You are the hottest thing this side of the equator. Her rosy breasts are covered with light green lace, the color of new spring. Under the lace, her nipples strain at the fabric. You say the most outlandish things, she says. I don't think I've ever met a man like you. No, you haven't, because I'm not a man. A twinge of guilt tugs at me. I'm going to make this so good for her, she won't care what I am. Caroline, telling the truth about how hot your body is and how much you turn me on isn't crazy. But maybe her experience hasn't been full of this. Bill came off as a self-absorbed prick who wouldn't be able to see past his own nose to realize what a prize he had in Caroline. She shifts on the sleeping bag. I'm just saying you don't have to say these things. I want you too. I have to say them. I flashed her a quick smile. Because I believe in speaking the truth and nothing but the truth. This is the most gorgeous set of tits that I've had the privilege of viewing, and my mouth is fucking watering at the prospect of sucking those bits into my mouth. I lean forward and let my breath wash over said tits. She braces herself on her hands and arches upward like the sweetest offering nature can provide. I suck at one breast through the lace and then the other until her nipples are diamond-hard peaks. Oh, she says, that feels good. Only good, I mock growl. Is that some kind of challenge? Because if so, I accept. I reach behind her and undo the clasp of her bra. She watches me with careful eyes as I unwrap my new present. Her tits bounce playfully as they escape their lace bindings, celebrating their freedom. I dive right in, latching onto one tit and thumbing the other. Like I thought, the taste of her bare flesh is like a drug. I'm never going to have enough of her. I slide down her body, kissing a line from the valley of her breasts down to her belly button. Her waistband is a reminder of all the clothes between us. These need to come off. I tug at her shorts. Yes, she pants. Together we unsnap, unzip, and push her shorts off her legs until all she has on is a pair of lace panties, the same color as her bra. An unhappy thought occurs to me. Did you wear these for Bill? She looks up, surprised. My underwear? No, I just like nice stuff. Bill doesn't really care about this. He's too busy. She breaks off. Getting his own rocks off, I guess. She shrugs unhappily. We didn't have the best sex life. I cover her mouth with my hand. Only rule I have is that you can't talk about sex and another man with me. Got it? She purses her lips to hide a smile. Got it. Good. Now lie back, because if I don't get my mouth on your pussy in the next second, I'm going to explode. You don't have to. She tugs on my hair. I know I don't, but I want to. And Caroline, your panties are soaking wet, so don't tell me you haven't been thinking and fantasizing about my head between your legs. She turns cherry red. I know guys don't like doing it, though. That's it, I declare, and turn her over so she's ass up. Sweet little ass, I think, and then slap her hard. She yelps. What was that for? You broke rule number 1, baby. I rub a hand over her ass to soothe the sting. Jesus, your ass is fine. These panties need to come off so I can see your pussy. I bet your pussy is prettier than a flower. I don't think... My hand comes down immediately. I didn't break rule number 1, she pouts. New rule, Caroline. No talking bad about your body. I pull her panties down and then lift the soaked fabric to my nose. I take a big breath and nearly come in my pants. She smells like fucking nectar of the gods. Ass up, baby. I tuck her knees closer to her chest and then shoulder her legs apart so I can get a good look at her cunt. Her lips are swollen and the little clit is puffed out like a berry. You look delicious. Can't wait to see what you taste like. I'd like to be able to take my time, lick her really leisurely until she comes about 5 times and is so weak she can't hold herself up, but I'm too jacked up. This first time I'm going to devour her. I attack her pussy like I'm a starving man at his first buffet. Damn, I groan after I take my first lick. I'm going to need this every morning and about 3 times during the day and a half dozen times before bedtime. She might have said something, but the blood is roaring so loudly in my ears, all I can hear is the thud of my heartbeat. On my tongue and sliding down my throat is the tastiest damn juice I've ever had the pleasure of imbibing. I lick her from her cunt to her clit to the tiny puckered opening between her ass cheeks. She shudders and tries to pull away, but I clamp my hands on her hips and drag her back. With both hands, I hold her against my marauding mouth so I can suck and lick her tender, swollen skin until her thighs shake like jelly next to my cheeks. Her moans turn to pants, which turn to pleas for me to never stop. Oh, I won't, baby. I will not stop until I've sucked you dry. The tremors in her body increase, and she's soon flooding me with her cum. I drink her down, not wanting even one drop to escape. I could live off her body. It's all the sustenance I'd ever need. But now that she has come, the dull roar of need becomes a tsunami threatening to overwhelm me. I've got to get inside her tight channel. I am desperate for my cock to be engulfed by her hot, juicy cunt. I push to my knees and turn her over again. Her face is flushed and red from her orgasm. Baby, I need to be inside you. I cup myself through my jeans. My cock is hard and aching, and you are the only relief from my pain. You ready?
Chapter 6. Caroline. This is the most glorious misunderstanding ever. I pant and stare up at Leo, dazed as he shoves his jeans down around his hips. His enormous, thick cock springs free, and a new moan escapes me. I hadn't intended for this to happen, not really. My offer for him to join me in my tent was platonic. I thought we'd both snuggle up in our sleeping bags, and I'd maybe rub up against him in my sleep, and that'd be the end of things. I'd spend the next few months tormented about how I didn't make the extra leap to let him know how attracted I was to him. That was how I thought it'd all go down, but the moment I made the suggestion he join me in my tent, I could see that he thought it was something more. And my mouth had gone dry. He wanted me too. Then there was no more thinking about things. There was just licking. Lots of licking and caressing, and the best orgasm I'd ever had. My brain feels wrung out as I gaze up at him in a total daze as this gorgeous, sexy man strips the rest of his clothing off so we can have sex. Oh, God. I hope he doesn't regret this in the morning. Is he drunk? Is that why he wants to sleep with me? How? I lick my lips, still breathless from my orgasm, and then try again. How many beers did you have, Leo? He frowns down at me, his brows pulling together in a scowl. You think I'm drunk? I just don't want you to regret things. That's all. I lick my lips and point out, I mean, you haven't even kissed me. Is that what I need to do to convince you? Kiss you? I thought my tonguing of your pussy was commitment enough, but I'm more than happy to lick other places. His cocky grin returns, sending my heart fluttering. Well, it'd help. Then allow me to kiss you, Caroline. He pauses. What's your last name, baby? My eyes widen in horror. He doesn't know my last name, and I don't know his. I struggle to sit up. Maybe we should stop. His hand goes between my breasts, and his gaze is intense. I'm not stopping just because I don't know one tiny thing about you. This is how we get to know each other. By asking basic questions? In between fucking, yes. A shocked giggle escapes me. You're serious? Dead serious. Now. He leans in, and his nose brushes against mine. Wanna tell me your last name, or do I need to get between your legs and give you some more convincing? My body feels all flushed with excitement. I'd actually like that. But I want to kiss more. Abbott, I tell him, breathless. His lips are so close to mine, I can see the wet gleam of them in the moonlight. They're wet from licking me. All over. Oh, mercy. Caroline Abbott. That's a pretty name, he says. And then his lips brush over mine in the lightest of kisses. How do you do, Miss Abbott? My nipples prickle. Really good, I breathe. His lips brush against mine again, and this time I feel the tip of his tongue graze my mouth. I'm Leo Prufukes, but you can call me yours. I snort, giggle. That is the corniest thing I have ever heard. He looks a little wounded, and I realize he was serious about being mine. Oh. I'm ruining the moment with my low self-esteem, and that's the last thing I want to do. So I fling my arms around his neck and press my mouth to his. It's the right thing to do. Leo groans, and his big body presses against mine, incredibly warm. His chest has a sprinkling of crisp hair across his pectorals, and I shiver when it grazes my nipples. But mostly, I'm lost in the kiss. Because holy hell, Leo can kiss. His tongue strokes between my parted lips, and the faint taste of beer and my own musky cum flickers into my mouth. His kiss is slow, but utterly possessive, his mouth claiming mine as if he's determined to watch me melt into a puddle right before him. And each questing, delicious slide of his tongue against mine makes my pussy clench with need until I'm rocking up against him, my mouth locked to his as the kisses go on forever. When he finally pulls away, I stare at him, utterly dazed. Fuck, you're so pretty like this. He leans in and nips at my lower lip again. Like how? I murmur. My brain isn't functioning at high speed at the moment. In my arms, drowsy from my kisses, weak from the orgasm I gave you. His hand knots in the tangled hair at the back of my head, and he slowly tilts my head back so he can give me another slow, lingering kiss. Never thought a good tongue fucking would be so satisfying. A little moan escapes me at that. It's exactly what he's doing. He's fucking my mouth with his tongue. No wonder it makes me so achy and needy between my legs. I want you, Leo, I breathe against his lips. His nose nudges against mine. I've got a small problem, baby, and I don't know if you'll believe me when I say you need to trust me. Trust you? I don't have condoms on me, but I promise I'm clean. He leans down and tongues the seam of my mouth again, sending shivers through my body. Didn't think this would happen tonight. Oh, I'm on the pill, but I'm also not dumb. Every girl in the world has heard, "Baby, I don't have a condom on me," before. I've got a condom with me. He stiffens, and his arms get tight around me. For Bill? He practically growls the words out. No. I always carry a condom on me. It might be expired, though. It's been in my change purse for a long time. I tap his arm with my fingers. And you need to get over the Bill thing. I promise that the moment we ran into each other again, it was a mistake. You need to trust me on that. Leo's gaze searches mine, and I see a lot of possessiveness there, which startles me, and a little vulnerability. It's almost like he worries that he's not enough for me. Which is a joke, right? He's the most perfect man I've ever seen, and I've already come harder than I ever have before. I lean in and give him a quick kiss. Let me up long enough to grab my purse. He sits up, and I crawl over him toward the corner of the tent where I've left my purse. The moment I dig out my coin purse, though, Leo grabs me by the hips and settles me down into his lap. His cock presses up against me, and one hand roams to my breasts. I moan, leaning back against him. His fingers flick at my nipples, and he bites at the side of my neck as I writhe against him. You find that condom yet? Distracted, I say breathlessly, and try to concentrate on opening my change purse while he teases my nipples into aching points. You're a beast. He stiffens against me. Oh? I'm not falling for his distraction again. My searching fingers locate the foil square, and I hold it aloft. Got a flashlight? I need to check the expiration. I don't care if it's expired, he says, and nips at the side of my throat again. That condom is going on. He's got a point, and I'm on birth control, so it's not like it matters, right? I hand it to him, fling my coin purse aside, and then turn my face for another deep, searchingly wet kiss. On your back, Caroline, Leo murmurs against my mouth, or I might lose control very soon. His cock presses against my hip, evidence of just what he's referring to. I nod, biting my lip. I'm eager for him, and waiting any longer seems torturous. I wiggle out of his grasp and slide down onto the blankets. His big body immediately covers me again, and he kisses me before rearing up on his knees to slide the condom on. Even though it's dark inside the tent, I admire the outline of his form. He's just so delicious to look at. I want to run my mouth over every inch of him. In the morning, maybe, when I can admire him by daylight. Right now, I just want him back on top of me. As if he can read my mind, Leo leans back over me, and I feel one of his big thighs nudge between my legs. He leans in to kiss me, and as I wrap my arms around his neck, he puts a hand to my knee and parts my legs. His cock presses against my pussy, and then he rubs the head of it through my slick folds. I moan against his mouth because that feels amazing. Each time the head of his cock grazes my clit, I nearly jump out of my skin with pleasure. Then he pushes inside me, and I gasp at how big he feels. Leo! I'm right here, Caro, he murmurs, nipping at my jaw with tiny kisses. I've got you, baby. He continues to whisper sweet things, even as he begins a slow, delicious rhythm, stroking in and out. I raise one leg and lock it around his waist as he pushes deep into me. The force of his thrust shoves us over the blankets, and I gasp. Too much? He asks, freezing over me. No, keep going. I slap a palm against one thick, sweat-dewed arm. He growls low in his throat, almost animalistic, and then the fucking goes up a notch. If I thought Leo was fierce in the sack before, I've seen nothing before now. His every stroke makes my entire body jiggle with the force of his thrusts, and I'm clinging to him for dear life, soft cries escaping my throat. An orgasm begins low in my belly, and I'm startled because I've never come without a bit of clit stimulation from a boyfriend, which means I usually don't get to come. But Leo's cock is hitting me in all the right places, and each thrust seems to wreck me, inside and out. I dig my nails into his skin and scream, head thrown back as the orgasm blasts through me, my entire body clenching and stiffening with the force of sensation. He growls again, and his thrusts become wild as he anchors me against him and fucks me harder. Mine, he snarls low in his throat. I want to agree with him that I'm all his, but all I can do is choke out a gasping response, still locked in the throes of my orgasm. When he comes, he snarls my name, and I feel a curious sort of possessive pleasure to hear that. His weight pins me down to the blankets as he catches his breath, and I slide a hand up and down his sweaty back. I just like touching him. He feels so solid. Physical. I love it. He leans forward and captures my mouth in a fierce, quick kiss. I'm going to get rid of this condom, and then I'll be back. Okay? The moment he leaves the tent, I contemplate getting a towel out of my bag, wetting it, and cleaning myself up. I'm sticky between my thighs, and I really hope the condom didn't break. But Leo returns quicker than I anticipated, and the moment he does, he pounces on me, all kisses. I should clean up, I say breathlessly, even as he pulls me against him, his big arms locking around me. Nope, Leo says. His hand goes between my legs, sending aftershocks of pleasure skittering through me, and I gasp when he pushes 2 fingers inside my swollen tissues and strokes them. I like you covered in my scent. You're a strange man, I say with a chuckle. You have no idea. He kisses my temple and snuggles me against him, but I notice that his hand stays between my legs in a possessive gesture, as if he's guarding what belongs to him. I want you to come stay with me for a while. You said you can work from home, right? Come work from my home. Oh, wow. You don't think we're going too fast? He snorts. Not at all. I'm not about to let you get away. Strange indeed.
Chapter 7. Leo. I'm poleaxed. Caroline waltzed in and shook up my life like it was a snow globe. It was the kick in the ass I needed. I'd been cruising along thinking that sex was how I was going to find my mate, but that wasn't it at all. Sure, mate sex is amazing, and once we bond, we'll probably release enough pheromones into the wild to trigger half the county into procreating, but it's way more than that. She gets to me on a real, elemental basis. Her spirit speaks to mine without either of us saying a word. As she snuggles next to me, I wonder if she understands that, or as a human, she feels like it's a passing, euphoric feeling. The problem with humans is that they look at life through only one lens, and a short one at that. I worry that she's going to leave Pine Falls and look back at this as a nice memory of fucking a guide while she went on a little vacation. I'm going to have to put a stop to that way of thinking right away. Going too fast. Hell, if it were up to me, we'd be at the lodge right now asking for Eli's blessing. He doesn't really relish the position as our leader, but someone's got to keep our bare asses in check. In fact, it'd be great to parade her around in front of the other shifter males while she was smothered in my scent so that they'd know who she belonged to. I don't want anyone touching my mate. I might have to fight a few of my packmates once they get a whiff of how sweet she smells. My arms tighten around her. I'm not known for being a fighter, but for Caroline? Yeah, no one is taking her from me. We just gotta work out all the details. I grew up in Pine Falls, and all my den mates are around here or up in Canada across the border. Caroline says she works from home, but it doesn't seem real fair for me to ask her to move, particularly after I drop the, "Oh, by the way, I shift into a bear whenever I want, I hope you don't mind" bomb on her. "Where do you live?" I ask. "In Plymouth," she says groggily. "Is that out in the country?" I'm not real familiar with the area. Hopefully it's near some woods. She rubs her cheek against my arm and scoots backward, her ass coming up against my cock. "No, it's in the city. There is a park near my townhouse, though. I walk around it before I go to bed." Her ass twitches again, and my interest in her living conditions wanes. I find the sweet spot on her neck and give it a lick. "You tired, baby?" What were you thinking?" I rock my hips against her ass, appreciating the way her fine curves hug my hardening cock. That we should have round two. The hitch in her breath is the only answer I need. I lift one of her legs and fit it over my thigh. You don't have to do a thing but lie there and enjoy this. My fingers delve into her wet cunt to gather some juice for my cock. I spread her honey all over my shaft. With no condom, I've got to be innovative. One of these days soon, I'm going to take her bareback with nothing between my cock and her wet, hot pussy. She reaches back to hook her arm around my neck, and I hold her taut and stretched while I stroke my cock in the crevice of her ass. "You ever have someone here?" I nudge the tip against that puckered entrance during my next slide forward. "No." It's a breathy, gasping sound. "Never." I smile with satisfaction. "You're going to have me here. Soon." "Will I like it?" "Oh, yeah." We're both exhausted. Turns out we can both be pretty creative. She was real creative with her tongue, and then I got creative with her tits, and we innovated the fuck out of each other until we were too satisfied to do anything more than crash next to each other in a sated stupor. Dawn comes and goes, and I would have been fine lazing around in the tent, finding more ways to fuck each other without a condom, but something awkward and graceless is lumbering around in the woods near the campsite. It's not another bear because no self-respecting animal makes that much noise. Wait, there is one sort of animal who sounds like they are stepping on every branch on the forest floor. A human. Not all humans are like that. There are a couple of hunters around here who can creep along like a good shifter. The noise rouses Caroline. She yawns and stretches in a real enticing manner. Suddenly I don't give a damn what human is rummaging around outside. There's only one human who needs my attention, and she's lying right in my arms. "Morning, baby." I slide down her body to nudge her legs open. I'm hungry and need some breakfast. She props herself up on her elbows, her hair falling adorably into her face. "You have the stamina of a horse." "No," I correct. "It's bear. I'm a bear." She cocks her head to the side. "I didn't know bears had stamina." I open my mouth to tell her the truth, that she was fucked 6 ways to Sunday by a shape-shifting bear, but I can't find the words. "Hey, so I go furry sometimes, usually every few days. No worries, though, you won't have cubs. At least I don't think you will." "Caroline?" We both turn toward the tent opening when we hear her name yelled. I'm irritated because I haven't had my breakfast yet. Frowning, I look down at Caroline's pretty pussy, all ready and waiting for a good lick. But then she scuttles back, closing her legs and taking the sexy vision away from me. Do we have to answer that? I know who it is now, and I don't have any desire to leave our little love nest to go talk to the jackwagon outside. Her face takes on a cute pink hue. I think we do. After all, I invited him up here. And he abandoned you to go drink in the tavern in town while you fended for yourself out here. I point out. She sighs. I know, but I kind of kicked him out, and then... She gestures between the two of us. We did this, so I can't say I was the victim here. I harump, but don't prevent her from dressing. I come to appreciate the low ceiling in the tent as I watch her crawl around in an effort to find all the bits and pieces of fabric she calls clothes. Her boobs sway and her ass ends up pointed toward my face more than once. I hope you're appreciating the self-control I'm exerting here, I inform her, as I draw on my own jeans and t-shirt. Your ass is begging for a hand all over it. She peers over her shoulder in an unintentionally provocative movement. I can't believe you still have any energy. I feel like you've wrung me dry. I slip my fingers up the tight opening of her shorts. Doesn't feel dry to me. Leo, she admonishes, and scoots away. Bill's outside, she hisses at me. So he is, I sigh. The sooner we get Bill on his way back home, the better off we'll both be. Shit, I hear her curse behind me. I turn back to see her slumped on the sleeping bags we all but destroyed last night. What's wrong, baby? We drove up together. You and Bill? She nods miserably. That's 3 hours back to the cities with him and me. She sniffs her collar. I need a shower. Her problems are my solution. I need more time with Caro, and here's the perfect opportunity. I'll drive you down, and bonus, you can even shower at my place. Oh, no, she shakes her head immediately. I can't let you drive me all the way from Pine Falls back to the Twin Cities. That's too long. Not at all. I planned on going down there next weekend anyway, I lie. There's a new, I try to think of some specialized piece of equipment that I need. A new outrigger at REI that I'd like to take a look at. Moving it up to today is perfect. She looks uncertain, wanting to believe me but not wanting to impose. Are you sure? I cross over to her and cup her cheek. Remember how I said you aren't getting rid of me? She nods, rubbing her soft cheek against the calluses on my palm. I'm taking you back. Bill can go on his own. She giggles. Bill hates to drive. Bill hates a lot of shit, I answer, and pull her out of the tent to face the disgruntled visitor. Caroline, I've been calling your name for 10 minutes. Why didn't you answer? I was getting dressed. Bill's slow, but he's not dumb. His narrow eyes take in Caroline's rumpled clothes and her I had sex a dozen times last night hair and the satisfaction that oozes out of her every pore and comes to the right conclusion. Jesus, did you fuck this guy last night? He jerks a thumb in my direction. Caroline's mouth presses into an unhappy line. He's pissing me off. Don't talk like that in front of her, I snap. He turns to me. What kind of guide services do you offer? A 2-for-1 special? A hiking trip and a dick up your cunt for the price of one? He sneers. Stop it, Bill. Just stop it. You want to be mad at me. Leo doesn't deserve your anger. He came out here last night because you left me. Caroline tries to step forward, but I shove her behind me. If anyone gets to hit Bill, it's going to be me. I left you because you wouldn't stop harping on me about every little thing in this campsite. I wanted you to be safe, Bill, she protests. And this time when she moves, I don't block her way. After all the grief Bill has put her through, Caroline probably deserves first shot at him. But I'm going to stay close to make sure the fight is fair. Although, by the way Caroline's hands are fisted at her sides and the fiery look in her eyes, if I was Bill, I'd be worried. But Bill's dumb as shit, so he just rants on. No, you wanted to be in charge. You always want to be in charge. Do this, Bill. Do that, Bill. Oh my God, seriously? A deep flush creeps up Caroline's neck. I only suggest things because you can't ever make a decision. Bill, maybe you ought to find your balls and get out of here. Doesn't look like you're wanted, I suggest in a mild tone. The bear inside me is scratching to get out and chase the weak human down the path. It'd be a fun, albeit short, hunt. Yeah, get out, Bill. Caroline tosses the car keys at him. Bill lets them hit his chest and drop to the dirt. You expect me to drive? He asks in an incredulous tone. You know I don't like driving. It occurs to me that maybe Bill doesn't have balls. I'm done with his crap, though. He's ruining my morning with Caroline. I squint at the sun. Scratch that. It's near noon. I reach into the dirt and scoop up the keys. Shoving them in his hand, I grab his collar and turn him toward the trail that will take him out of the lot. The car's at the lodge, Bill objects. How am I supposed to get there? Eli or one of his workers must have dropped them off. Walk, buddy. I shove him down the trail, but he doesn't move. Caroline, are you really going to make me walk all the way back to the lodge? Can't you call someone to pick me up? I turn to Caroline, and she flushes again, this time in embarrassment over being connected to Bill's whiny ass. I leave him at the edge of the trail and return to her. We've all made decisions we regret, I whisper, before kissing her lightly on the lips. What are yours? So many that it'd take a year before we get to them all. With an arm around her shoulders, I swipe my phone from my pocket and make a distress call to Eli. He needs to meet my mate anyway.
Chapter 8. Caroline. Bill comes back to camp 3 more times, whining, before Leo finally chases him off. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. Except he's a dick, and he abandoned me, and I'm so glad our reconciliation trip died a swift and painful death. Leo insists on feeding me breakfast, and I nibble on a Pop-Tart as he breaks down camp. I offered to do it, but he wants me to relax and save my energy for later, which, of course, makes me blush. I agree that I need to save my energy, though. Leo has seemingly limitless amounts of it, as evidenced by last night and the umpteen rounds of sex we had. So, my plans have changed dramatically in the last 24 hours. I'm no longer having a weekend alone in the woods. Now, I'm about to head back to Pine Falls to stay with Leo for a few weeks and have more sex. Lots and lots of sex. I find it a little strange that he and I have fallen for each other so quickly. I'm actually a little worried he's going to wake up at some point, look over at me, and realize that he can do a lot better. I also worry it's all a scam, and I'm going to wake up and find Leo's cleaned out my checking account or something. Really, I'm just a bit paranoid all around. Leo finishes packing up the campsite in record time, though, and shoulders the gigantic pack. Sorry if we're cutting your vacation short, baby. I promise I'll take you on a real trip this next weekend with better gear, and you can fish and hike all you want. He smiles at me, utterly sexy and devastatingly handsome, and leans in for me to kiss him. And I feel guilty that I was even worried. We take a roundabout way back to town. It's another mile or two of a hike through the forest, but the scenery's gorgeous, and we avoid Bill, so it's a double bonus. When we get back to town, though, instead of heading toward Leo's cottage, he squeezes my hand. I need to head up to the lodge and talk to Eli before we head out. That okay with you? I touch a hand to my tangled hair. After last night's sexathon, I probably look, and smell, rougher than usual. I should probably shower if we're meeting anyone. Nope. You're beautiful just the way you are. He kisses me fiercely. Just let anyone try to tell you that you're not gorgeous. It's hard to argue with that. The lodge itself manages to mix rustic with hotel amenities well. There's a large fireplace in the center of the lobby, and the mantel is decorated with photos. There's no fire due to the warm weather, but I point it out to Leo. Why don't I wait for you over there? He gives me a grateful look and kisses my brow. I won't be long. He sets the pack down and then heads to the front desk. I wander over to the fireplace and work on fixing a few flyaway hairs in my reflection in a photo before I realize who is actually in the photo. There's several men, all as gorgeous as Leo and just as built. They look like they're on a fishing trip together. One of the heads wearing a baseball hat in the back of the photo is Leo. He's in another photo, holding up an enormous fish as another guy points at it. As I stroll down the long line of photos, I see that Leo's in a ton of them, along with a lot of the same guys. He's a big deal in this town, apparently, and I feel warm at the thought. It's a far cry from my own apartment out in Plymouth, where I barely know anyone but the maintenance man. I notice pictures on another wall of the lodge and head over there, and as I do, I hear the sound of voices down the hall. One sounds like Leo. I sidle a bit closer, curious. I'm pretty sure I hear the word bear. Bear what? Bear skin? I check my shirt, but I'm not revealing anything. My hand slides to my zipper. Nope, it's up. Weird. It sounds like they're arguing, too. You've got to tell her, someone says. A sigh. Fine, Leo replies. I'll break it to her tonight. A cold feeling washes over me. Tell me what? My mind spirals to the worst-case scenario immediately. Leo must be married. Ugh. Maybe he's one of those guides that gives free screws with each new camping tour, selecting one hot piece to spend the time with and then ditch her when the trip is over. Is this why he wants me to stay with him for a few weeks? An easy booty call? I feel sick to my stomach at the thought. I cross my arms over my chest, practically hugging myself for comfort, and head for the lodge exit. The need to get out of here is overwhelming. I feel used and miserable. Have I fallen for someone who might be worse than Bill? Is there even such a thing? I step outside and head down the wooden stairs of the lodge. I've got my purse on my shoulder, but the rest of my gear is in the backpack that Leo carried. Fuck it. I'll ditch it all. I no longer care. I just feel an overwhelming need to escape, to hide out in shame. Maybe I can go to a nearby store and call a taxi or a shuttle bus to take me to the nearest airport. I'm sure not driving back with Bill, and it doesn't feel like I can stay here. Behind me, the door swings open. "Caroline?" Leo's voice bellows out on the street, causing a few tourists to turn around. A hot flush touches my cheeks, and I clutch my purse tighter, storming down the sidewalk. Immediately, I hear Leo's feet thumping down the stairs as he comes after me. "Caroline, where are you going, baby?" When his hand touches my arm, I jerk away from him. "Don't touch me!" He looks utterly shocked at my words. "What's wrong? Baby, what did I do?" His lips pull back in a snarl, and he glances up and down the street. "Did that fuckhead Bill come back and bother you? "It's you," I say, my fists clenched. My heart feels broken. It's stupid to fall for a guy in less than 24 hours. But what about me and Leo has been normal? "You're lying to me, aren't you?" A devastated look crosses his face. "Caro, I can explain." "Explain?" The word chokes out of me. I punch his arm with one fist and then wince at how much it hurts. "You're a jerk, Leo. I can't believe you have a wife and didn't tell me." What?" His eyes widen, and then a look of pure relief crosses his face. "Oh, damn. Baby, you scared me for a minute there." At the sound of my incoherent rage, the burgeoning smile disappears off his face. "No wife, I promise." I resist the urge to scream at him, because now I'm just confused. "Then what are you lying to me about?" He glances up and down the street, then moves closer to me. "Can we go to my place and talk? I need to explain a few things, and I can't do it here on Main Street." I glare up at him, trying to judge if this is a trick. I desperately want to believe him. But I've made bad choices about men in the past, haven't I? Maybe this is just another bad one. "I don't know." "Please," he murmurs, then leans in. "Unless you'd rather I sling you over my shoulder and carry you off so I can sex you into submission." A titillated gasp escapes my throat. I hate that my body immediately responds to that. I hate that a bevy of mental images, some from last night and some from my imagination, flutter through my mind at the thought. "I'll walk with you." He grins and pulls me under his arm, apparently completely happy once more. Now I'm just confused. I hate that Leo's cabin is so damn charming. It's utterly adorable. It's rustic and masculine, with a big beat-up couch mostly hidden by a red tartan throw and a pair of antlers over the doorway. The walls are wooden, and there's a cozy bedroom off the tiny kitchen. It's not a very big place, perfect for 2 people, but it's definitely not a family home. I'm also pleased to see there are no photos with other women or anything of the sort anywhere on his walls. Leo sets down the backpack in the entryway and then takes my purse from my shoulder and sets it next to the backpack. He then takes my hand and leads me toward the couch, nestled in front of a wood stove and directly across from an enormous window that allows an unfettered view of the woods outside. It's tucked away from the main part of town, and all I see are trees and greenery and the occasional squirrel. It'd be lovely to stay someplace like this permanently. If the owner wasn't a lying jerk, of course. I slide my hand out of Leo's and cross my arms again. Talk, I say stubbornly. I'm not married. I don't believe you. Here's my wallet, he says, reaching over me to grab a billfold on an end table. Look to your heart's content. I snatch it from him and flip through it. Driver's license, a credit card or two, a hunting license, and a few crumpled bills. There's a ticket stub tucked behind one card, and I pull it out, hoping it's not Josh Groban or something date-ish. Nope, it's for the Maple Leafs. Damn it. I slap the wallet shut and hold it back out to him. Now do you believe me? No, I say stubbornly and put my hand out. Give me your phone. He reaches over me again. What guy doesn't carry his phone or his wallet with him, I wonder? And pulls a small flip phone off the table. It's the oldest, jankiest phone I've ever seen. I frown at him. Is this a burner? What's a burner? Never mind. I flip it open. There's no way he's texting anyone on this ancient thing, so I flip through his phone contacts. There are a few buddies and work numbers, and that's it. Actually, there are no female numbers in here at all, which worries me anew. I give him a skeptical look. You're not gay, are you? Leo looks offended. What? No. Then where are all your female phone numbers? I shake the phone at him. He rubs his head and looks sheepish. So, I'm not the kind who normally calls girls back. All of my hookups usually happen at a bar and don't last beyond dawn. I don't know whether to be relieved or horrified at that confession. Both, he offers. I'm not exactly proud of it myself, but that was before. Before? Before you, he says seriously, and takes my hand in his. We do need to talk, Caro, because I didn't tell you the entire truth of who I am. My stomach clenches uncomfortably. Oh, God, here it comes. Just spit it out. I'm a bear. When he doesn't continue, I prompt him. Bear what? No, I'm a bear shifter. His handsome face is solemn, no trace of his normal laughing grin. You've heard of werewolves, right? I'm like that, except my people turn into bears. I'm silent for a long moment, digesting this. Well, he asks. I resist the urge to punch his arm again. I think you should quit telling me lies and just admit the truth, Leo. What's this big secret? He sighs and rubs his forehead. This is harder than I thought.
Chapter 9. Leo. I didn't think that when I confessed, Carol wouldn't believe me, but she apparently thinks I've made up this story to cover a bigger sin. I take a deep breath and then decide the only way to convince her is to actually shift. The process isn't painful, but a human watching it for the first time might freak out. What if she runs away? It's all so new for both of us. I should have kept my mouth shut, because now Caro is standing there, arms folded, looking at me with a lot of suspicion. I'll lose her for sure if I don't tell her something, if I try to make up a lie now. But I might lose her if she sees the real truth. You promise you won't leave if I show you something, right? I ask finally. Depends. If a girl jumps out of the back of your cabin proclaiming that she's your girlfriend, then I'm not going to be happy and I'll definitely leave. I don't have a girlfriend, I insist. There's no point in jabbering about this anymore. I'm merely delaying the inevitable. Okay, I sigh. I pat the back of one of the kitchen chairs. Sit here and... What? Don't freak out. Don't run outside because I'm going to want to chase you. Don't leave. The last one is the only important one. Promise you'll give me a chance to explain after? She takes a seat and nods carefully. I promise I won't run out on you. Great. I move away. If I stepped in front of the door, no one could really blame me, right? I've found my mate and I want to keep her. It takes no effort to shift. It's as innate to me as breathing. I was born knowing how to shift. The change comes from within. Starts in the heart and moves outward. The heart, the soul, the spirit, it all remains the same. I am the bear, and the bear is me. I hope that Carol can recognize that, beneath the fur and claws and teeth. When the shift is complete, I drop to all fours and peer at Carol. She's stuck to her chair with her hands glued to the side. Her eyes are big, and I can't tell if that's fear or fascination. I try to make my 400-pound body as small as possible. I was pretty cute as a cub. I remember my mom telling me that. I don't need to be cute, but I'd be happy if I came off as non-threatening. I pad slowly and softly over to the chair, and then hunker down by her feet. I still dwarf her. Leo? Her voice is small and tremulous. I cringe and nod slowly. A delicate human hand drops tentatively on my fur just behind my ear. I tilt my head into her touch. Her nails lightly scratch behind that spot, and I rumble in appreciative response. And I hear her laugh. It's high and thready, but it's not a scream of fear. I shift back and rise to my feet. When a bear shifts, he comes back naked. I hustle back to the clothes lying on the floor and pull my pants on just in case I need to chase her out of the house. Then I return to kneel again by her side. Her laughs have turned to hiccups. I place a wary hand on her knee. Carol, I'm a bear shifter. I don't know why I say it. She saw what I could do, and I take it as a promising sign she didn't burst out of here running after old Bill. I thought you were lying. She shakes her head in wonder. But you actually were a bear there. Or it was a magic show? No magic, or at least not the sleight of hand kind. I suppose being part bear, part human is some kind of magic. So no girlfriend, huh? She says, a true smile starting to tug at the corners of her mouth. No, unless you count yourself, then absolutely yes. I slide my hand from her knee up to her thigh. Okay, then. She smooths a palm over my shoulder and down to squeeze my biceps. I can't believe it, but I'm okay with it. I have lots of questions, like, do women have cubs or babies? I hide my smirk at her unintentional reveal. Babies, but they'll shift right away from baby to cub after you give birth. It's pretty cool. My goodness, she pats her chest. I'm glad you had me sit down. You ready for more information? If it involves you shifting into another animal, I think we should hold off, she laughs weakly. No, but I'm not the only one. This town is full of shifters. Really? She cocks her head with interest. Who else? Is that one guy who stopped by the other day a shifter too? I nod. Yep. Also Sheriff Gant, Eli the lodge owner, Dent who runs the tavern. The lady who owns the spa is the new mate of another bear shifter. Mate? She tests out the word. What does that mean? Girlfriend, basically, I reply. For life, I add in my head. Let me get this straight. She moves so she can look directly into my face without torquing her neck. You have a special gift, and you live in a town where all your friends and family live with this special gift, but you were willing to come stay with me in the city? Pretty much. I don't see why this is a problem. Leo, that's beyond sweet. She cups my face. But I could never ask you to leave everything behind for me. If it's you or this stack of sticks here, I gesture around us, I'm picking you every time. You say that now, but what about a few weeks from now? Worry colors her face. I'm heartened that the bear thing hasn't turned her off. This I can fix. Hey, I draw her into my arms. I swear to you that as long as I'm with you, I'm going to be happy. If you leave me, you're going to end up with a sad, mopey bear following you around. Neither of us wants that. Are you threatening me? She asks with a smile. I shake my head. Think of it more like a promise. That sounds better. The thing is, Leo, I'm mobile, and if you like it here in Pine Falls, then we should live here. Her face is tipped backward, and the bright morning sun is shining in. I've never felt happier. It's all clicked into place. My mate's here with me. She doesn't care that I turn furry, and she likes my town. I sweep her into my arms and carry her into the bedroom because all of the good feelings she's generated have migrated to my cock. Oh, by the way, you're my mate. What? I toss her on the bed and proceed to prove exactly what it means to be a bear shifter's mate. It involves lying back and allowing me to lick her until she creams all over my tongue, and then shafting her until she is too exhausted to ask more questions. And because she's my mate, I'm worn out too. We fall asleep, wrapped around each other, our hearts in sync like we've been together for 100 years. Does a bear shift in the woods? I'm a loner for a reason. I don't have much in the way of social skills. I'd rather sit on my deck and watch the sunset than hit a tavern with coworkers. My idea of grooming is to trim my beard with a straight blade when it hits my collarbone. I can't put two words together in the company of a pretty woman, and they don't come much prettier than wolf shifter Madison Thorne. She's everything I'm not, outgoing, easy on the eyes, and sweet. There's no way I'm convincing her to come home with me. Fortunately, I don't have to. Maddie seems to like my gruff, unpolished self. At least she likes me enough for one night. The problem is getting her to stay forever.
Chapter 1. Maddie. So, you're a wolf shifter, eh? What pack? The man at the bar tries to give me an encouraging smile, but it just comes across as a bit smarmy. Ugh. I toy with my drink, wondering if I have enough courage to blatantly get up and leave. It'd be rude as heck, and Pine Falls is a small town. I should probably just suck it up. Is it obvious? Scent, he says, and taps his nose. Then he lays his back on the bar stool, spreading his legs. I'm kind of like the alpha in this area, you know. Kinda like? You either are or you aren't. Wow, I murmur, pretending to be impressed. I'm Thornpack, out of Sacramento. You must be one of the Millers if you're the local alpha. His face flushes. Yup, he says slowly and looks away, which tells me everything. He's not a Miller, and he's not an alpha. He's just looking to score some fresh werewolf pussy. Nice try, buddy. So, what brings you here? He waves at the bartender, indicating he wants his check. Findin' a mate? I frown at him. No, of course not. Uh-huh. He clearly doesn't believe me. That's really not it at all. I play with my drink for a bit longer. It's an unexciting screwdriver, but it's also really hard for a bartender to mess those up, so they're my go-to at a new place. Wanted a change of pace. Saw someone advertising for a cottage rental in the area, and I waited until I saw someone post a job in my wheelhouse. He stands up, cutting me off. Well, good luck to you, honey. Maybe I'll see you around. Yeah, I say dryly. Sure thing. I watch as he leaves, and I'm all alone at the small bar. Pine Falls is currently not in tourist season, so things are quiet, or so I'm told. Right now, the bar itself is pretty damn deserted, which is fine. No more creeps hitting on me. I'm not surprised he threw down the mate card so early, though. Pine Falls is shifter central in the north, which is why I found out about the cabin and the job here. Me? I'd just really wanted to get out of California and away from my old pack. Things got real awkward in Thorn territory when my ex became the new alpha and indicated there'd be room in his bed for me and his current alpha female. So generous of him. Yuck. So I got the hell out of Dodge. I'd been bored in California and was looking to start somewhere new anyhow. Pine Falls, Minnesota is definitely new to me. So far it seems nice enough, and the local wolf pack is run by family, which means they're content to let me fringe as an omega, Not quite part of the pack itself, but still included enough to appease my shifter side. The door opens and I turn to look. 2 women enter, waving at me excitedly. "There you are!" "Hey," I say, getting to my feet. I put a few dollars down for the bartender and gesture at a booth in the back. "Want to sit over here?" Ryan Brown is considered the unofficial welcoming crew here in Pine Falls. She's not a shifter, but she's mated to a big burly werebear named Mal, so that pretty much makes her one of the team. She beams at me and slides into the booth, all sunny smiles and swingy floral dress. With her is Adelaide Laurent, my boss and a human woman who runs the town spa. She recently expanded to add hair and nails, aka me, in her quest to beautify Pine Falls and to add an option for bored wives when their husbands want to play mountain man. Both of them have welcomed me to Pine Falls and are now my closest friends here. It's weird to have 2 human friends who are involved in shifter relationships, but I'm happy with it. They're nice and fun to be around, and after the pack fiasco back in California, I'm happy to go lone wolf for a while. "You want me to buy the first round?" I ask them, sliding in next to Ryan and bringing my screwdriver with me. Ryan wrinkles her cute little button nose. "Nah, I'm not drinking, unless there's coffee. That I'm all over." "I'm sure they can make you a coffee," I say with a smile. "Would you 2 rather go to the restaurant instead?" Pine Falls has an infamous waffle restaurant, home to the most maple confections one can possibly toss onto a breakfast plate. "Not me," Adelaide says. "Amaretto sour here." I wave over a server as she rubs her forehead. "Been a long day today. I had a customer who kept calling and swearing I had somehow stolen his credit card information. I tried explaining that his wife came every week, and that's why he had all those charges, but he didn't believe me, and she won't fess up." "That sucks," Ryan says sympathetically. "That why you're drinking, Madison?" "Call me Maddie, and nah, I just met the local alpha." I use my fingers for quotes. "He hit on me and then suggested I'd moved here because I needed a man." Ryan's eyes widen. "He did not." "He did." Adelaide gives me a sympathetic look. "You're gonna get that a lot here, you know. Most of the time when someone moves to Pine Falls from another state, it's because they're looking to hook up with another shifter. At least that's what Cole tells me. Lots of hooking up when a new shifter moves here." "So I can expect a lot more of the last run-in? Goody. Can't a girl just want a job and a change of pace without some dick?" "No," both of them say, then burst out laughing. "Ugh, I swear I'm not here to pick up a man." Even as I exclaim it, the server saunters over. His scent fills my nostrils, not wolf. Bear, maybe? And my eyes widen when he gives me a flirty wink and puts a new screwdriver down for me. "On the house, sugar." He gets the girl's orders, and I try to ignore the phone number written on the napkin under my drink. Hell. This is going to be real weird for a while. I'm nothing special to look at. Brown hair, big hips, maybe a few more freckles than I probably should have. But because I'm a shifter, and because I'm here, everyone thinks I'm desperate for a man. And the thought makes me defensive. When the server leaves, I lean in. "I swear, I'm not here for a guy." "You can tell us that, but no one's going to believe you." Ryan looks like she's buying into the hype at this point. "It's okay to admit it, you know. People hit a certain age and they start to get the baby bug. Look at Adelaide here. She's here for 3 years, and then overnight, she and Cole can't keep their hands off each other." Adelaide bats a hand on Ryan's arm to shut her up, but she's grinning. "She's got a point." I scowl. I just want to start my life over, maybe make a few women feel good about themselves. Or men, if that's what they want. Is that so terrible? The last thing I want at the moment is a romantic entanglement. Most wolf guys are super possessive. At least until the alpha shows up. Then they're all, hey, I suppose I can share with the big dog. Ugh. Sometimes I wish I was human like these two. They seem utterly happy to let their men be the shifters and for them to be completely vanilla humans. Here? Ryan asks. The only reason Adelaide and I were single for so long was because we're human. You, being a shifter, you won't stand a chance. My heart sinks, especially at the so long part. Ryan's all of 21 if she's a day. If she thinks she was on the market for a long time, I'm going to be doomed to be hit on by every shifter in northern Minnesota. What can I do? I just want to be left alone. Adelaide thinks for a moment, then snaps her fingers. A makeover. At my frown, she continues. Not you. You're cute enough as it is. Someone else. You need to give someone everyone's familiar with a new impressive look. That'll show everyone in town you mean business. It sounds kind of stupid. I'm not sure. Ooh, Ryan coos. We could make it a game. The next person to walk into the bar is the one that Maddie has to make over, no matter who it is, man or woman. And once you do, I'd be happy to spread some rumors on your behalf that you have a long-distance boyfriend. Or, I say, you could spread the rumors on my behalf because you're good friends, and we could skip the whole makeover thing. Ryan and Adelaide exchange a look. Then Ryan shakes her head, an impish grin on her face. Here's the thing, Maddie. It's real slow in town. Real slow. People need entertainment. Including my friends? I ask dryly. She winks at me. I sigh and look at the door. Okay, then. Next person who comes through that door is getting the full Madison Thorne treatment. No pore will remain untouched. No follicle undyed. No cuticle untrimmed. Awesome, Ryan says, and Adelaide gives an excited little hop in her seat. Boy, they must be right about things being slow around here if this is considered fun. All three of us stare at the door to the bar, waiting to see who comes in. I cross my fingers under the table, hoping for a soccer mom who just needs a quick beer. Or something. Heck, I can even make do with a young, hot metrosexual who can wear a great faux hawk and impress his girlfriend. Something easy. The door creaks open. The three of us tense in our seats. Heavy, muddy boots stomp in. I look up in horror at the man who's just walked through the door. He's got a bristling, overgrown beard that sticks out in every direction. His hair is long, tangled, and hangs on the shoulders of his dirty plaid shirt. He's enormous, and even from here, I can smell the scent of werebear and sawdust and sweat on his skin. I know that lumber sexuals are hot right now, but those guys are sculpted, almost effete versions of the raw man standing in the doorway of the bar. This man would give Paul Bunyan a run for his money. All he needs is a blue ox. There's your challenge, Ryan whispers. Chance Eddington. I don't know that he's ever gotten a haircut or talked to a woman, like ever. Oh boy, I am so screwed. How am I going to get this guy to consent to a makeover?
Chapter 2. Chance. Women. I scowl. There are so many damn women around now that the shifters have been hooking up with humans. A bear can't even go into a tavern and get a drink without having to be assaulted by flowers and weeds and shit. The worst is Cole's new woman, Adelaide, and her fancy schmancy shop that, from all I've heard, is a place where people pay ladies to rub their faces. Worse, These women don't even offer a below-the-waist massage. Can't figure out why I'd pay for something like that. The only good thing that's come of this is that I've been selling houses and cottages faster than they can be built. Shifters from all over are streaming into Pine Falls, and they all want places to live. The wolves want big houses, but others, like the big cats, want homes away from the water, near trees, and as far away from other folk as possible. Good thing we live up in the Great North Woods, where there's a lot of land available, and at cheap prices. Although with all these shifters, land prices are going to go up. Other Pine Falls residents can take advantage of that because, while I've got about 50 acres bordering the Superior National Forest, none of that is going to any of these new shifters. I stomp over to the bar. Yangling. I slap my fiver on the scarred chestnut bar top as Dent, the owner, slides an ice-cold beer down to my fist. Looks like you're keeping busy, he observes. I give him a short nod to let him know that I'm not in the mood to chatter. I rode herd all day on a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears cubs who thought they knew everything there was about building because they'd helped Eli, the local shifter leader, put together a shed behind the lodge. Dent wanders to the other end of the bar. One of the flowers has crept up behind me. I ignore her, too. I know you can smell me, she says, and then climbs onto the empty stool next to me. The scent of wild honeysuckle floods every olfactory receptor I've got, and I nearly spill into my work pants. Fucking hell. A wolf shifter who smells like the best spring day of the year? I'm doomed. I lift my beer to my lips and frantically try to replace her smell with that of yeast and hops. It doesn't work. Still, I drain the bottle and signal for Dent to give me a refill. He sidles down the bar with interest in his eyes. I'm Dent, he informs the shifter next to me. I refuse to turn to look at her. It's bad enough she smells good enough for me to want to lay her down on the bar top and lap at her until she's creaming all over my tongue. I don't need to see what she looks like. Once I'm done with this second beer, I'm going home and sticking my head in a manure pile until all I smell is shit. Mattie Thorne. I'm Adelaide's latest hire. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a slender hand reach out and clasp Dent's darker, weathered one. Nice to meet you, Mattie. You need me to top off your screwdriver? He doesn't let go of her hand. Mattie leans forward and a flash of brown sweeps by. Nope, I'm good, but I wouldn't mind a burger. Rare. Hold the bun. You got it. They continue holding hands. What is this? A date? A growl rumbles through my body. The lady said she wants a burger, I say between gritted teeth. Dent's lips curve into a slow smile. So she did. You want anything with that meat, sweetheart? And he still doesn't let go. I reach one sawdust-covered hand and lay it on Dent's forearm. She just needs the hamburger. He bursts out laughing. Another one bites the dust, he chortles, and finally lets go. He strolls over to yell to his fry cook, George, that he needs a Bessie still mooing. Can I buy you a drink? Mattie asks me. No. I tip my head back and drain the second bottle. It's doing nothing to mask Mattie's appeal. Only thing I can do is get up and leave, pull myself outside the danger zone, retreat to my newly built house in the woods. Move. Move, I order, but my body doesn't budge. The bear inside me has planted its big ass on the stool and isn't getting up until Mattie's perfect little fingernails are dug into my fur. I push a hand down on top of my bear's head and swing an ugly mug toward the sweet little thing sitting at my side. You ought to leave, I growl. She arches an eyebrow at me. Why would I do that? I'm waiting for my dinner. Dent'll deliver it to your house. Dent would like to strip you bare. The bear snarls. He doesn't like the idea of Dent or any other male near Mattie's lair. My hands curl against the bar top. I want to eat it here, with my friends. She tips her head back toward the table where the two human mates are sitting. Then go. Go away and take your damn temptation with you. I wave for Dent to come back. Another Yangling? He asks. No. Whiskey. Neat. My voice is hoarse because Bear and I are fighting for dominance. Bear wants to curl up in Mattie's lap, or grab her by the hair and drag her home. He'd be fine with either choice. But me? I don't want a mate. All these bears around me rushing to find their life partners are fools. They don't realize that mates mean pain. My parents were a mate pair. For 20 years they were happy. They had me and my brother lucky. She was a long-skirt, long-hair flower child, and my dad thought the sun and moon hung in the sky just to see her wander this earth. Then she died, and all the light in his eyes went out. I haven't seen him smile in years. Mostly, he sits on his front porch drinking and shooting his skeet gun at passing cars. Lucky and I had to hide all his live ammunition and fill his bullet pail with blanks. Every day my dad lives without my mom is a day filled with pain that not even a case of whiskey can numb. So no, I don't want a mate. I don't want some honeysuckle and lavender-smelling girl with big hips and glossy brown hair sashaying around my house, filling it with sunshine only to take it away. There are dangers in the North Woods, other shifters, traps, stupid hunters with guns who don't pay attention to no trespassing signs. A woman up here, particularly a shifter who has to run around to feel alive, is prey for those hunters. I can't get rid of the hunters. The local police frown on that. Not to mention it affects the economy. Tourists aren't big on staying in a small town known for being dangerous to visitors, so my only option is to avoid having a mate. And I've done a good job of it. Until a few years ago, Pine Falls was big on bear shifters, a few wolves here and there, and only a handful of human women. None of them smelled good to me, and it was easy enough to avoid the tourists. They don't come to construction zones. But somewhere along the line, shifters and humans started hooking up, and now the whole goddamned town is like one bad episode of The Bachelor, with fucking roses being handed out like candy at Halloween. I stiffen my spine. Just because Maddie smells like heaven doesn't mean she's my mate. Maybe I just need to get laid. When was the last time that happened? I think back. Shit. The last time I had flesh-to-flesh contact with another woman was about 4 years ago when I went to a building convention down in Florida. I'd been trying to arrange a meeting with a fellow who was selling home solar panels. We have quite a few people up here who want to live completely off the grid. I'm long past due. That's my problem. Regular hand jobs aren't cutting it. My attraction isn't the result of Maddie being my mate. It's just a regular biological reaction due to being near a sweet-smelling woman. Hell, it could be anyone. Okay, not anyone. The humans at the table smell about as interesting as sawdust, as does every other woman in this town, but just because Maddie makes all my taste buds water and my dick spring to life doesn't mean she's my mate. I peer at her out of the corner of my eye. I'm afraid to look her full in the face. It's one thing to smell her. It's one thing to know her hair is as pretty as cattails in a marsh. It's another thing entirely to look her straight in the face. I don't need that kind of beauty haunting me. And I know she's like a fucking angel from the way that Dent keeps glancing over here as if she's some kind of picture he hasn't ever laid eyes on before. You want to have sex? I ask abruptly. What? I came to ask if I can give you a makeover. Shock is evident in her voice, but that wasn't a no. Sure. After we have sex. I wrap up her hamburger in a napkin, throw down a couple of 20s, and then grab her hand. Wait a second. I didn't come over because I wanted to go home with you. I told my friends I was going to give the next person who walked through the door a makeover. I need people in Pine Falls to see me as something other than mate material. I'm a stylist. You can do whatever the hell you want with me, after we have sex. I push open the door to the tavern and drag her straight to my pickup. I'm glad I washed and vacuumed it this weekend. She protests some more about how she's a wolf and she's going to scratch me up. I can't control the sexual shudder that takes hold at the thought of her claws digging into my skin. She threatens to cut off all my hair and shave my beard and paint my toenails, but she climbs into the cab of my truck anyway. I put the truck in gear and head home. Unless she's cutting everything with a knife, I'm pretty safe. But I want her to be comfortable, so I tell her, I promise I'll shower before we fuck.
Chapter 3. Maddie. What on earth am I doing? The thought plays through my head over and over again as the lumberjack from hell drives his truck through the woods. Apparently, we're going to fuck. Apparently, I'm not saying no to this. Why am I not telling this guy to fuck off? Maybe because the hand that grabbed mine was enormous, and I've got a thing for big men. Maybe because his nails were clean and neat and trimmed, despite the scary hair and beard and sawdust, which means he takes care of himself despite outward appearances. Maybe because I'm secretly addicted to bossy men who like to tell me what to do and how it should be done, and that's why I fell for my last alpha. Maybe, despite my confidence and independence, I like to be told what to do in bed, and this feeds into one of my fantasies. Maybe it's all of the above. Whatever it is, I'm in a stranger's car, and I'm off to have sex with him. My phone dings with an incoming text. "You okay?" It's from Ryan. I quickly send a text back so she and Adelaide don't worry. They're human, so they probably didn't overhear our conversation, which means I can say whatever I want. "He's super excited about the makeover. Told you I was good at this sort of thing. We'll fill you guys in with details later." I don't point out that in order to do the makeover, I'm going to have to fuck him. Because what human girl in her right mind would do so? Then again, I'm not human. Sometimes we don't react the way normal humans would. She sends back a quick, "Yay, send pics." "Will do." I almost feel bad, but it's the truth, isn't it? He's going to let me make him over, or so he says. I slide my phone back into my pocket and watch the man as he drives. I don't think he's really looked me in the face once. Sniffed my scent, grabbed my hand, but hasn't looked at my face. "You want to tell me your name, stranger?" "No." A surprised laugh escapes me. Points for honesty, but it's a deal breaker for me. I like to know whose name I'm screaming. His big body tenses, hands gripping the steering wheel. He almost looks me in the face then. Almost. Bet he wasn't expecting that response. And really, it's fun to play with him. For some reason, the idea of this tryst feels very freeing. I'll get a night with someone who'll boss the crap out of me in bed, get my makeover, get my freedom from everyone in town slipping me their phone numbers, and then I can settle into a life of glorious singledom here in Pine Falls. "Chance," he grits out after a moment. Right. Ryan had said that, but I'd forgotten momentarily. Something about this guy's presence is overpowering my senses. The dominance, the bear side of him. I've never had sex with a werebear. I've always mentally pictured them as easygoing and laid back, which is not my type. Not this guy. He practically radiates tension, and it's doing wild things to my body. I cross my arms over my chest and rub my shoulders to hide the fact that my nipples are pricking through my top. "I'm Maddie Thorne." Chance doesn't look over at me. "I heard." I get the impression he almost didn't want to know my name. Too bad for him. Anonymous sex isn't my kink. "Condoms?" I ask after a moment. He grunts again. "You in heat?" "No." The thought makes me recoil in horror. "Then we don't have to worry about you getting pregnant, do we?" He's got a point. I should protest. Unprotected sex with a stranger? Am I crazy? But he is a shifter. We don't catch things like humans do. And he's right. He can't get me pregnant if I'm not in heat. And I shiver because he's so damn bossy. God, this should not be turning me on this much. I clench my legs tighter together because I'm starting to smell my own juices, and if I can, it means he can too. I look over and study his face, trying to figure out what he'd look like without the bushy beard and the mess of unkempt, too long hair covering his head. He's got nice eyes, I think, and the lips under the beard are full. I imagine those lips trailing over my skin as he grabs a handful of my hair. I shift in my seat, nervous and excited at once. "So, let's discuss your makeover," I say, when the scent of my arousal becomes too overwhelming. "The beard has to go, and I'm thinking maybe a fade? Something high and tight? Unless you want highlights, I can do that, you know." "No fucking highlights." Chance's voice is little more than a growl, but there's a husky note to it that makes my girl parts tingle. "Fair enough." I keep my voice light. "We can do a facial to freshen up your skin, too, and I can do a mani-pedi on you. No colors, of course. We'll just trim things down and massage you up and—" The truck screeches to a halt. My gaze flicks to the road, but we're in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but trees and deep woods around us. A flicker of confusion crosses my mind. I'm not worried he's going to hurt me. I can just turn wolf and outrun him if he tries to turn on me. It's the forest that concerns me more than anything else. I'm not wearing the appropriate footgear for a trek, and my cute little Badgley Mishka heels are brand new. I look over at Chance, and he's staring straight ahead. There's an enormous bulge in the front of his pants, though, and that makes me breathless. I open the truck door and slide out, my heels wobbling on the gravel road. Chance turns off the truck and hops out. He paces around the truck bed over to my side, and while I stand there awkwardly, he stalks toward me. My eyes widen as he comes right for me, and before I can take a step backward, he grabs my arm and turns me, pushing me against the door. My back is to him, and I feel him jerk up my skirt, and his hand finds my panties. My soaking wet panties. The growl in my ear is feral with need and leaves me utterly quivering. "I could smell this in the fucking truck," he breathes in my ear, and I feel the tickle of his beard against my skin. My entire body is practically vibrating with need, and I have to bite back a moan. "Why are you so turned on?" When I don't respond right away, his hand cups my pussy inside my panties. Not in a tender way, rather the way someone does when they own something. It makes me melt. The moan I've been trying to hold back escapes my throat. "You into having sex with strangers?" His other hand grabs my hair, and my eyes nearly roll back in my head at the pleasure I get from that. No. "Then what is it?" I'm practically panting now. If he touches my clit, I might spontaneously combust into orgasm. "I'm just a good, submissive wolf, that's all." He stills, and then I feel him lean in closer. His hand squeezes my pussy. "You like to be told what to do?" I nod, and it makes his hand tighten in my hair, which sets off fireworks through my body all over again. "So, if I rip these panties off and fuck you against the car, you won't say anything to protest? You'll just say thank you?" I swallow hard, because, truthfully, that about sums it up. He could shove his cock in my mouth right now, and I'd try to thank him around it. Just the visual of that is making me want to come all over his hand. I am, however, a stickler for dirt, and he's rubbing sawdust on me even as he touches me. "You said you'd shower," I pant. "That's a deal breaker." He grunts in acknowledgement, and I think that he's going to let me go. A moment later, though, he leans in and squeezes my pussy hard. "You gonna be able to wait until we get to my cabin, Maddie?" My eyes nearly cross at how good his body feels pressing against mine. If you want me to, I do." His hand tightens in my hair for one blissful moment. "I'm gonna be pissed if you come without me." then I won't. I lick my lips. I could pretty much come right here, but I won't. Good. He smacks my pussy, sending a jolt through me. Get back in the truck. I swallow hard and nod, and he releases me. I sag against the truck door, boneless. And here I'd thought I'd gotten past the bulk of my submissiveness by getting away from my wolf pack. Turns out, all I need is a really big, brawny man to tell me what to do, and I turn into a quivering pile of need. All the more reason to stay single. Chance opens the truck door for me, which strikes me as thoughtful, even in my overheated, madly rushing thoughts. I manage to climb back into the truck and arrange my skirt carefully as he shuts the door and gets in on the other side. He starts the truck again and tears down the gravel road. We're deep into the middle of nowhere, but I'm not worried. With my wolf nose, I could find my way back home by following scent trails. But I am curious as to where we're going. This is pretty remote. Does he live out here? Does this explain the lumberjack look? I sneak a glance over at him, but he's not looking in my direction. The big hands on the steering wheel are white-knuckled with tension, and his crotch looks as if it's straining. Looks as if I'm not the only one struggling to keep it together. That makes me glad. If my scent permeated the cab of his truck any more, I don't doubt that he'd grab my head and force it into his lap while he drives. And I shiver at the thought of that mental image, because I think I'd like that more than I want to admit. God, I am such a noodle in the presence of this man. What is wrong with me? I clench my hands into fists and try to concentrate on being less submissive wolf as he turns right in front of a beaten-up mailbox and down a long, winding path. Eventually, a cabin comes into view, and it's a lovely sight. Big windows, a cozy porch, and a beautiful yard. Everything looks neat and tidy, and there's not a speck of mess anywhere. Ironic for a man who is rocking caveman chic. There's a dog up front that starts wagging its tail the moment the truck pulls up, and my estimation of this man goes up a notch. He likes dogs. I forget all about scoping out his place when he turns toward me. Inside the cabin now, unless you want to forget about that shower. I swallow hard. Going, I squeak.
Chapter 4. Chance. Your place is very neat, Maddie observes as I guide her through the living room toward the loft upstairs. And big. You live here by yourself? A questioning note enters her words, but I can't make sense of it. The scent of her arousal is filling the air, and the feel of her pussy is imprinted on my palm. Yes, I reply tersely. I need to get her upstairs to the shower before I spend on the stairs like an untried cub. Why all this space? She gestures over the railing. I pause because she isn't moving anymore. I look at her and then at the downstairs living area. Because I'm a big guy? I don't really have an answer for her. My first plan for this place was a small one-bedroom cabin with a footprint of no more than 900 square feet. It grew into something bigger as I was pouring the footings. It went from a tiny house to a big house, but it was still just me. Bears aren't like wolves. I know you prefer to hibernate alone unless you have a mate and cubs. You don't have a mate, do you? The alarm at the end of her question finally seeps through my thick skull. She apparently is putting one and one together and getting a family of 6. No cubs, no mate. I tap her right bass. Shower. Now. She huffs a sigh but starts moving. I was just wondering. I think it's a fair question to ask. I don't want to get into the middle of a mate tiff. I don't have a mate, I growl. Enough of this mate shit. I don't believe in mates. She halts on the stairs again. What now? At this rate, we'll never get to the shower. I eye her speculatively. Did I really promise to clean up? Maybe she's going slow because she wants me to take her on the stairs. You don't believe in mates? She asks incredulously. Mate bonds are kind of our thing. She waves her finger between our two bodies. Shifters mate for their very long lives. Their whole existence is often dedicated to finding their mate. I tune out of her talk of mate stuff and focus on the fact that because she's on a riser, my face is level with her tits. If I unbuttoned that top of hers, I could probably lean forward and suck one of her pretty nipples into my mouth without even bending over. She did say she was a submissive wolf. It could be she's just waiting for my command. I take a deep breath and inhale her scent to make sure she's still on board. Her body says it's ready. Don't believe in mates, I tell her as I start unbuttoning her top. I do believe in making you feel good. Here's what's going to happen. We're not showering. I'm going to peel these pretty clothes off and then I'm going to suck on your tits until you come on my hand. Afterward, we'll shower. Every shifter believes in mates, she replies. Her tone kind of reminds me of a school teacher. That'd be hot. Maddie dressed up in a tight skirt, wearing glasses. I'd bend her over the desk and pound her right before classes started, and then, as she was writing shit on the chalkboard, my seed would be dripping down her leg. Fuck. That makes me horny as hell. Mates aren't my thing. I part the edges of her blouse. These are my things. Holy music starts playing in my ears as I unveil her black lace-covered breasts, ripe and juicy as the rest of her. My mouth waters as I imagine the taste of those in my mouth. Chance, I think we should go upstairs. Her hands come up to clutch at the sides of her shirt. No, this is good. You're going to stand there and hold your shirt while I suck on your tits. With one rough tug, I pull down the bra cups and her breasts pop out. The bra constrains her, pushing her flesh together to form a deep valley. Her nipples are tight and red and waiting. Mate bond, schmate bond. She doesn't give a shit about that stuff either. Your body is rocking my world, babe, I tell her respectfully. I brush my thumbs across the surface of the erect tips and revel in the shudder that snakes through her body. You going to lick them or just stare at them? She sasses me. I pinch one, hard, and she yelps. You going to be a brat? Her chin tilts up. I think it was a legitimate question. You've done a lot of talking, but there hasn't been much follow-through. Maybe like the mate thing, you don't believe in action? We lock eyes, and I allow the great beast inside me to slide into place for just a moment. This little wolf is going to be eaten by the big bad bear. She gulps but bravely doesn't move. Sweet as honey, but sharp like a bee. She's going to sting me 1,000 times before we're done, and I'm going to love every fucking painful moment. But first, we're going to lay some ground rules. I'm in charge here, and backchat like that is going to result in a whooping. Because we're just starting out, I'm going to give you an option. You can have 5 strokes now, or you'll get 10 after you come. Which is it going to be? Maddie's skin is getting flushed all over, from the tips of her cute-as-hell ears to the soft skin on her belly. I'll take 10 after, she says so quietly that I have to strain to hear her. That's good. Real good, babe. I turn her around and push her up the stairs. I'm dusty and I don't want to get any wood chips on your skin, so we are going to take that shower. You're going to wash my hair, scrub my beard, and then you're going to get on your knees and suck me off. She stumbles at those last words. Yeah, the little sub wants my dick in her mouth. My hands are shaking so hard it's difficult to get my clothes off. I toe off my boots and shuck my pants and shirt before I even reach the top of the stairs. Completely nude, I half push, half guide Maddie through the master bedroom and into the ensuite bathroom. Take off your clothes, I order roughly. I used the pretense of starting the shower to avoid watching her disrobe. Another time I'd have loved the show, but I'm too close to blowing my load right now. I need a little distance. I fiddle with the knobs. Like the rest of the house, I went big in the bathroom. The shower itself is big enough that I could lie flat in it if I wanted to. Nearly 7 feet long, the shower has 3 different water sources. One big rain head in the ceiling, a regular shower head, and a wand. The wand came with the set, and I never had occasion to use it, until now. I pick it up and test the spray. It can't be too hot. I don't want to burn my new pussy. I drag the cedar bench I use when I'm taking a steam and position it under the rain head. By the time I'm done, Maddie's standing in the middle of my black and gold marble bathroom, looking like a goddess. I swipe a hand across my mouth. You're so fucking beautiful, Maddie Thorne. You should be in town or with one of the Millers. but fuck if I'm going to take you there. Now get your pretty ass over here." She hops too, submissive to her core. I've heard about wolves like her. They want to be ordered around. It makes them feel wanted, appreciated. And if you don't work them with a firm hand, then they don't respect you. If I'm going to have Maddie more than once, I'll have to show her that I understand her peculiar needs. And I'm going to want to have her again and again. Once isn't going to be enough. I don't even need to taste her to know that I want to keep her. Maybe not as my mate. No, not a mate, but I can't see myself letting her go in the near future. Or the far future. I lick my lips. The urge to feast on her body is almost too strong to resist. But I know I have to wait, even if it kills me. "Come on inside." I beckon for her to join me. "This is a big shower. I'm a big man." Her eyes fall to my cock that's pointing straight up in the air. "Yes, you are," she says in full appreciation. My cock jumps toward her, seeking her wet heat. I grab my junk and pull down hard. This is about Maddie's needs, not mine. "Shampoo," I manage to grunt out. "Wash me." I take a seat before I fall down and keep a painful grip on my cock as Maddie pours shampoo into her hand and begins to lather me up. Her fingers dig into my scalp and her lush tits press against my head. Sometimes I feel a nipple against my neck or shoulder. It's a goddamn tease, a fucking torture. But I bear it so she knows that I can be in control, no matter what she does. It's the hardest test I've ever endured. When she moves to the front and stands between my legs, I nearly spurt all over her creamy skin. I bite down on the inside of my mouth hard enough that the tangy taste of copper spreads across my tongue. The blood and pain are just enough to keep the edge off as she commences petting my beard. "Your hair is a lot softer than I thought it would be," she comments almost absent-mindedly as she scrapes her fingernails across my jawline. A moan builds in my throat and my breath turns choppy and harsh as I fight for control. Her pussy, slick from her arousal, from the water, from the soap, slides across the top of my fist. She's trying to break me, but it's not happening. "You done yet?" I ask, my tone harsh and angry. "Almost." There's a tease in her voice that tells me that she could do this all night. It's time to up the game. "You're done," I tell her. I surge to my feet and grab a wet hank of her hair. I tug hard until the long column of her neck is exposed. "I was going to let you suck my cock, but you were a bad girl trying to tease me like that. You were trying to make me come, weren't you?" She returns my hard stare with a bright, mischievous one of her own. "I was just washing you, like you had ordered." I shake my head. That kind of sass is going to earn you more lashes. I whip her around to face the tile. "Hands up on the tile. You do not move for any reason. Hear me?" She nods. "Use your words, babe." "Yes. No moving until you tell me to." "Good girl." I give her a light slap on the ass and then kneel down between her legs. In this position, I can see every inch of her sweet pussy, from her swollen lips to her eager little clit. The puckered skin around her ass tempts me just as much. One day soon I'm going to take her there. But for now I'm going to eat her like I'm a starving man, and she's my first meal.
Chapter 5. Maddie. "You have a safe word?" I'm startled by the gruff question. Yes, it's Albuquerque. My fingers clutch at the wet tile, but there's nothing for me to hold on to. I feel overpowered and disoriented, and so turned on. Most women would be screaming and running away. Me? I'm panting and hoping he touches me in all my most sensitive places. He positions me against the tile just how he wants, pulling my hips out a bit and making me spread my legs wider. I press my cheek to the cool surface, biting my lip. "Please touch me. Please touch me." The words echo in my brain like a mantra. "You know to use it if you need it, right, little wolf?" I nod, closing my eyes. Funny how we've fallen into this kind of relationship so fast. It's like he was able to look at me and realize exactly what I needed. I've had ex-boyfriends who weren't as perceptive as this stranger. I suppose if I have to have a wild, crazy fling with a local, I'm glad it's this guy. We'll have hot, nasty sex, and then I'll give him a makeover, and then I'm totally free. He doesn't want a relationship, and I'm pretty sure that after we have sex, I'm not going to be satisfied with anyone else around here. It works out well, in theory. Then I don't have time to think anymore, because he takes the spray wand and rubs it between my legs. How's that feel, dirty girl? I squirm. It feels good enough, but it also feels like child's play next to the thought of this big, brawny man touching me. It's not bad. Don't like it, he grunts. Thought it might be a fun toy. I like your touch, I tell him, more than anything else. Bossy of you. I wiggle. Bossy girls get spankings, don't they? God, I'd love a spanking from his big, calloused hands right about now. I'm practically dripping with need. It's not that I want the pain. I just want the overwhelming feeling of being possessed and owned. I didn't realize until now just how much I've missed being in my pack. It always provided the feeling of ownership and belonging. Now that I'm gone, I've felt a bit lost without it. Right now, though, I don't feel lost. I feel right at home. Chance tosses aside the wand. You're pushing your legs together again, little wolf. Sorry. I breathe the word and then dutifully spread my legs further apart. The moment I do, I feel a beard tickle my inner thighs. A squeal escapes me, but not before his fingers dig into my skin and he tugs my ass cheeks apart. Hold still, bad girl. I do. I'm practically vibrating with need, but I manage to keep my body frozen in the position he has me in, and I'm rewarded with his mouth on my pussy. A moan escapes my throat as his tongue slicks into my core, tasting me. Damn, you're fucking sweet. Thank you. It comes out breathless, and I try to think of something else to say, but his mouth returns and he starts tonguing me from clit to asshole. He's not gentle. More like he's at a feast and he's taking everything he can before someone else grabs it from his hands. His mouth's devouring me, his teeth skimming soft flesh before he punishes me with his tongue. It drives a low cry from my throat, and he swats my ass. Quit moving. Sorry. I try to remain in place, but the tickle of his beard and the stroke of his tongue, the way he goes to town on me like I'm his favorite meal and he's been starving for weeks, I can't help it. My legs start to tremble, and my pussy clenches with an oncoming orgasm. You gonna come in my mouth? The beard flicks against my skin, tickling me, and I nearly collapse when his tongue flicks over my bottom and he drives a finger deep inside me. A moment later, he adds a second, and I'm coming, a choked scream dragging from my throat. He finger fucks me as I come, making sure that he wrings out every shudder of the orgasm from me. I moan and press against the tile, feeling boneless. He smacks my ass. You didn't ask for permission to come, bad girl. You didn't tell me I couldn't, I bite back. I'm feeling wonderful, but I'm also starting to worry about those 10 smacks he promised me earlier. Should I explain to him I'm into being dominated, but not into pain itself? That I'll take the discipline, but hopefully he's not into dishing out tons of pain? Or will he see that as more sassing? When he doesn't reply, I start to worry. Instead, he soaps me up and begins to wash me in a rather proprietary fashion, as if I'm little more than a doll. I dutifully turn and tilt my head when he indicates he wants to wash my hair. I'm eating up the attention, and a little sad that he doesn't want anything permanent. I'd let this guy be my alpha any day, bear or not. Which reminds me, he hasn't come. I turn around and grab his cock, dragging my wet hand up and down it. I'm being naughty, and I don't even care. Part of the fun of being naughty is that I get attention. Also, his cock is big and thick, and it's just itching for me to touch it, I bet. He grabs my hand and cocks an eyebrow at me. Did I say you could do that? You didn't say I couldn't. Chance looks even more savage with the shower plastering his wet hair to his head. He's wilder and fiercer than anyone I've ever met, and just looking at him makes me shiver all over. You need to be clear on what I can and can't do if you're the boss. That's so. A wicked look crosses his face, and he reaches over and turns off the shower spray. Then he stalks the 2 steps toward me and grabs me by my slick waist and flings me over his shoulder, my ass in the air. What are you doing? I don't fight because every inch of me is screaming, yes, yes, more, more. Taking you to bed so I can show you I'm in charge. I squirm a little at that, remembering the lashes he promised. I have a safe word, though. I can always use that if things get too intense. Of course, I like intense. Part of the excitement is anticipation, and I'm getting aroused all over again, just imagining what he'll do to me. The first time we went through his bedroom, I barely had a chance to look around. Now, I'm upside down, but a moment later, I'm tossed onto the bed and flat on my back. My breasts jiggle, and I stare up at the magnificent carved wooden posts arching up from the enormous bed. Wow, you really do go big with everything, don't you? He grunts and tugs on my ankle, pulling me back down to the edge of the bed. On your hands and knees, little wolf. I nod and do as he commands, presenting him with my ass, while my elbows go down into the sheets. The moment my butt is in the air, his hand covers my pussy, and he squeezes it. A moan rises from my throat at the possessive touch. You're soaked again, baby. You thinking about the spanking you're going to get? I shake my head. I'm not really into pain. Just being owned, eh? I'm silent, because it's hard to describe to a non-wolf. There's no greater feeling than that of belonging to your alpha. But my relationship with my last alpha went sour, and the pack here isn't home for me. Actually, letting chance push me around and manhandle me is the closest I've felt to home since leaving California. Maybe I should give you those spanks now, he says, as if trying to guess my mood. If you want to. I'm not going to hurt you bad, but any woman of mine needs to know who her master is. Those are magic words. I nod and push my head down on the blankets, ready to take the punishment so I can be his. All his, if only for today. His big palm cracks against one ass cheek, the sound startling me more than the pain. 1. I push back against each smack of his hand, accepting them as my dues. They're not excessively hard smacks, but they're enough to leave my skin stinging when he finally counts off 10. Do you feel appropriately chastened, little wolf? I consider my answer. Chastened is probably not the right word. Aroused, maybe? Not from the spanking, but from the fact that he's in total control. I wiggle my stinging bottom against him. I might need more proof that I'm yours. Do you? A hand knots in my wet hair, and he wraps it around his hand. I whimper because, oh Lord, I do love hair pulling. Nothing gets me submissive quite so quickly. His cock pushes hard against my thigh, and I spread my legs wider and raise my ass in a silent invitation. It's one that he takes, and in the next moment, he thrusts into me. It's not a polite or careful thrust, but one of total ownership, and it stings almost as much as it feels utterly incredible. A moan of pleasure breaks from my throat, and his hand tightens on my hair. Like that, do you? You like being mine? I nod. Not easy considering he's got my head pinned. He thrusts into me again, hard. I want to hear you say it out loud. I'm yours. I'm rewarded with another forceful push, one that almost drives me across the bedsheets. He's strong, and his masterful command over me is hitting all my kinks like they're buttons on a switchboard. He starts to rock into me with hard, rough, quick thrusts that speak of his pleasure more than mine. I'm being taken, and I'm not being asked for permission, and it's amazing. My moans turn to small cries, to louder cries, and by the time I come again, my throat is hoarse from all the screaming I'm doing. And I feel so good. I feel even better a few moments later when he hisses my name between his teeth, and his thrusts grow ragged as he comes. Wetness floods through me, and I feel his spend dripping down my thighs, even as he pulls out of me and gives my ass one last slap. I collapse on the bed, trying to catch my breath as he stalks to the bathroom and gets a towel. He returns a moment later, cleaning off his still hard cock, and then gives me a fresh, damp towel so I can clean up. He's silent. The spell is broken. I'm a little wistful, thinking of the wonderful time we just had. But there's nothing about this man that says he wants a companion, and I'm better off being single. I prop up on one elbow and regard him. So, when do you want to come into the spa for your makeover?
Chapter 6. Chance. I've never been a man of many words, but Maddie stole what few ones I had left. She took everything I had, followed every demand, came like an angel, and tasted better than heaven. I try to remind myself that I don't believe in mates, but it's hard to hold on to that mantra now. Spa? I say dumbly, as she peers at me under her lashes. You said that after we, had sex that I could make you over. I frown. I thought you wanted me to shower. That, too. She runs a hand down my bare arm. Her fingers are soft as fuck. I look at the abrasions I've made on her smooth skin. A red mark here, a scratch there. Bruises along her hips where I gripped her tight. I trace a fingertip over one. Did I hurt you? She smiles. No. Did I hurt you? She pokes a finger against a nail mark in my shoulder. Hell no. Felt good as fuck. I stretch out on my back and tuck my hands under my head to keep from running them all over her body. She needs some rest. A good dom makes sure his subby is well fed, well rested, and well fucked. I'd done the last one, but not the first two. You hungry? She rubs her stomach. I could eat. The hamburger was good, but a little on the small side. I launch myself from the mattress and find a pair of loose sweats for me and a long-sleeved cotton t-shirt for her. The thing got shrunk in the wash, and I was going to use it for a rag. I toss it to her. Here, wear this. She catches it but sets it beside her. I should go. What time is it anyway? She wants to go. The curtainless windows show that night has swallowed all the light. Up north, the only lights are those in the night sky. Stars, the aurora borealis, the bright moon. On a cloudy night, it's pitch black. Inside my bedroom, though, Maddie shines bright enough to light up every dark space, even the ones inside of me, because the idea of her leaving generates a physical pain somewhere in the vicinity of where my heart is supposed to be. I don't want a mate, I remind myself. But my heart is thumping too wildly to hear, and the bear is growling with excitement. I ease down the shield I've kept up all my 31 years and entertain the idea of a mate for the first time. It doesn't make me want to run. It doesn't make me draw back. It feels right, as if all the disjointed, jagged pieces inside me that chafed at my core, leaving small cuts and abrasions that irritated me day in and day out, click into place. Maddie sits in the middle of my big bed, wearing nothing but a flushed smile and a sheet, and I realize that I built this house for her, for the cubs we're going to make, for the family we're going to have. No, she's not going anywhere. It's not time to go, I tell her and walk out. I'm going downstairs to rustle up some food, I toss over my shoulder. Behind me, I can hear her hop off the bed and then shuffle around. I frown. I should have taken her clothes so she'd have been forced to stay. But then I drove her here, and she's not leaving unless she takes my truck. I hustle down to the kitchen to hide my keys. If she asks, I'll tell her I lost them, or I'll just not tell her anything. She shuffles down the stairs and joins me in the kitchen. I give a grunt of approval as I take in her appearance. She's pulled her hair back and is wearing my t-shirt. The arms are rolled up several times, but the hems of the shrunken garment hits her right at the top of her thighs. When she moves, the shirt rides up, and I see hints of her pretty pussy. The only thing better than this naughty peekaboo would be to see her naked. How do you like your steak? I ask, before I throw her onto the counter and have her as my late-night snack. Steak sounds good. She sounds uncertain and looks around warily. I decide now is not the time to spring on her that I've suddenly changed my mind and that she's my mate. While I don't have much experience in the one-night stand category, it's not hard to figure out that springing a lifelong commitment on a girl who only really wanted to shave my beard off is the wrong way to procure a second date. I pull out the cast-iron pan, turn up the flame to high, and set out the meat to warm. Maddie wanders around. You've a really nice place here. It's big and open. She peers out the sliding glass doors. I built it. My brag slips out, and I shut up before I can say anything more. I sound like a douchebag boasting about my bank account. I'm not surprised. She gives me an appraising, head-to-toe inspection. Is that what you do for a living, or did you put this together in your spare time? Yes and yes. I rummage around and find potatoes. I run a couple of construction crews in Pine Falls, but I did this on the nights and weekends mostly. Took a year. Well, it's gorgeous. All these windows in the back here almost make you feel like you are outdoors. The whole wall is a bunch of doors that open up and can be pushed to the side. Oh, her eyes grow wide. I bet that's awesome in the spring.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
You can come and see for yourself, I offer. Or stay here and watch the seasons change and experience it all. She lights up in anticipation, but it doesn't last long, and the scent of the meat on the verge of going from just right to overdone prevents me from exploring her swift mood change. You'll have to drive me home, she says pensively. Why? I ask bluntly. You got shit to do tonight? No, she draws out the word. I don't want to overstay my welcome, and I do have to be at work tomorrow to do Mrs. Carter's hair. She likes to get her blue rinse done in the morning. You're not overstaying anything. My tone's a little harsh, but I don't want her leaving. Can't deal with that, really. Your steak's done. If you're sure, she trails off. I can't read her entirely. Does she want to leave? Are you saying Albuquerque? Oh, she perks up. Are we still scening? Meaning, are we still playing our dom and subby roles? Not really. Inwardly, I curse in frustration that I have to take these baby steps with her. Can't I just keep her here? I'd take good care of her. She could shave me all over if that's what it took. For now, I'll be the dom that she needs. Anytime we're inside these walls, yes. Her face softens, and whatever worry she had before is chased off. Sounds good. And no, I'm not using my safe word. Good. I flip the steak onto the plate. Come over here and eat some food. She peels herself away from the glass doors to come over and set the table. I point out the silverware drawer, and we settle in to eat. What kind of makeover are we talking about? I ask, curious about her work and what brought her to Pine Falls. I'm not sure. She rubs her lips together. Originally, I thought we'd cut your hair and shave your beard, but now I don't know if that is the best decision. A hint of pink appears on her cheeks. I stroke my heavy beard and look at her knowingly. She blushes even harder and reapplies herself to the meal. She liked my scruff rubbing against the tender skin between her legs. Liked it so much that she's thinking it would be a crime to shave me. That means she's thinking about having my face lapping at her pussy even after the makeover. That's good. Real good. I take a moment to admire her wolf appetite. She's got half the 16-ounce T-bone in her belly. You like venison? I ask abruptly. The few wolves I know enjoy a gamey meat. Who doesn't? She asks between bites. Yeah, I'll have to stock some. Cage Armstrong hunts a lot of game. We can get some from him. We? She asks. Yes, I reply firmly. I shove my chair back away from the table. Now it's time for dessert. Come over here. I pat my knee. She leisurely forks another piece of steak into her mouth and then takes a huge, long gulp of water. I snort inwardly. This girl likes being spanked because those are bratty sub-actions if I've ever seen them. I inject more authority into my tone. Maddie, get your sweet ass over here, I order. She wipes her mouth with the napkin and then rises and strolls over to me as if I didn't just give her a direct order. I don't even wait for her to bend herself over my knees. Eli, the de facto head of the shifters in Pine Falls, is a dom, and he would tell us that in a new relationship, subs are constantly testing the boundaries to see if you, the dom, care enough about them to keep them in line. Maddie's tiny acts of defiance don't really bother me, but in this context, particularly because she thinks we're still scening, she's testing to see if I'm going to follow through, if I'm dom enough for her. In one swift motion, my plate, glass, and silverware are swept onto the floor where the pottery shatters on impact. I place a firm hand between her shoulder blades and shackle her wrists behind her back. She yelps in protest. What are you doing? You waited too long and now you're being punished. I hardly have to pull up the t-shirt at all to bear her round, perky ass. Your ass will look so much better with my handprint on it. I spank her on the underside of one cheek and watch with satisfaction as it bounces from the blow. In this house, you're mine and you'll do what I say. Hear me? I swat her again, this time on the other cheek. I can hear her panting lightly. I don't have a doubt in the world that if I shoved my fingers between her legs, she'd be soaked. She's so fucking responsive it makes me weak-kneed. You hear me? I repeat with another blow. Yes, I hear you. She moans with delight when I spank her again, this time low enough to accidentally graze her pussy lips. This one is for trying to run off earlier. I told you I didn't want to overstay my welcome. I give her 2 additional smacks on the tops of her cheeks. She's turning rosy red. I'll tell you when I'm tired of you. Oh, I bet you will. My hand hangs in midair. What the hell does that mean? I pull her upright. Now's not the time to be shoving my fingers up her cunt, no matter how badly I want my dessert. She's got something on her mind, and I need to hear it. She's flushed, but I'm not sure if it's from anger or arousal. She brushes a shaky hand across her forehead. I mean that I'm not going to wait around until anyone gets tired of me.
Chapter 7. Maddie. His big brows wrinkle as he gazes at me. You want to explain that to me? No. I really don't. I'm still smarting from the last guy pushing me aside. That he was my alpha just made things uglier. That he'd wanted me to crawl into bed with him and his new woman, an entirely new layer of ugly. Let me put it this way, Maddie. He leans in, that glorious beard making me shiver with anticipation again. I'm not asking you to tell me what you mean. I'm telling you that you need to spit it out. I lick my lips, nervous and stiff. I notice his roaming hands are no longer roaming, and I suspect that will continue until I speak up and tell him all about how my last alpha rejected me. Fuck that. I straighten and tug the shirt down a little. Albuquerque. Chance growls, but he backs off. Fine. You want me to take you home, then? I nod stiffly. This man's pressing too hard, and I feel the need to retreat and process for a bit. He's hitting me with too much, too soon. This was supposed to just be a fling to scratch an itch and get him a makeover. I don't want feelings involved. Fine, Chance says, and his voice is flat. I get the impression I've disappointed him. I'll take you back home. Thank you. My voice is small, and I fight against the urge to please him, to show belly and throat and beg for attention the way a subservient wolf does. It's difficult, but I remind myself that I belong to no one anymore. I'm a lone wolf, and it'll be better in the long run. So, Adelaide says at work the next day, refilling the jug of lemon and cucumber water we keep for clients. You and Chance, huh? She's about as subtle as a spraying skunk. She's been hovering all day, just dying to gossip about things. But I haven't exactly been offering up information. I think it's driving her crazy because she keeps finding reasons to show up on my end of the salon. It's not what you think, really. It's a wolf thing to have casual hookups. That's a lie, but maybe that'll get her away from me because I don't feel like talking about Chance. I'm unsettled about the man, mostly because he seemed to know me far too well. It should have been just a freewheeling round of sex, but I kept getting the feeling he wanted more. And I'm fragile about that sort of thing. I'm an all-or-nothing kind of girl, and I'm not good at casual. I'm good at being owned. From what I've seen of Chance, he's not into relationships. So if he wants a regular sex partner, he's just going to have to look elsewhere. I can't be with someone and not get mentally involved. The wolf in me craves the alpha's command. I'll become too much for someone too fast, and I don't know if I can take a second rejection. Better to be solo. Lonely hurts far less than rejection. But Adelaide hesitates. I mean, there's nothing wrong with hooking up with a guy for fun. More power to you. But Chance Eddington? He's so hairy. I shiver at the thought. Yeah, he was. He was bearded and rough and had big hands that held me like I was the daintiest thing ever, and I get turned on just thinking about them. He's coming in for a makeover at some point, I tell her. He just needs some trimming. Are you going to see him again? Adelaide asks. I shake my head and pull a few combs out of the sterilizing solution. I don't think so. The salon door chimes, saving me from more questioning. Adelaide looks disappointed and hurries away to greet her new client. I turn back to my workstation, straightening pomades and glosses. I really want Adelaide to leave me alone, but she's my new boss, so I can't exactly tell her to go away. Her curiosity is picking at a fresh wound, though, and the wolf in me is feeling the need to escape again. I can't escape Pine Falls, though. I just got here. Hey, Maddie? Adelaide's voice is faint, even though she's just 2 rooms over. Could you come here, please? I set down a bottle of hairspray and head in. Has one of my appointments come in early? I don't mind shuffling my schedule, but what I see in the main foyer of the spa stops me in my tracks. It's Chance. He looks good enough to eat, his shaggy hair falling around his face, and that big scratchy beard making me think dirty thoughts. He's wearing a big blue plaid shirt and jeans, and his boots are muddy. That's not what makes me stop, though. There's a dead deer with him on the floor at his feet. Poor Adelaide looks as if she's about to faint. I step forward and give her a gentle shove toward the reception desk, where there's a stool. Can I help you? I ask Chance. He tilts that big whiskered chin at the deer. Brought you some venison. You said you liked it. Oh, so I did. I lick my lips and stare at the dead deer on the floor. It looks obscenely out of place in the Chi-Chi spa. It's a kind offer, but I don't have a way of dressing it, I'm afraid. He grunts. I'll dress it for you then. Just like that, he hefts it back up, slinging the tied legs over one massive shoulder, and leaves. I look at Adelaide, who's gaping at the now empty door. I hear a heavy thump in the bed of Chance's truck, and then he drives off. What on earth do you suppose that was about? Adelaide whispers. I bite my lip. I told him I like venison. I mean, his fingers were in my pussy at the moment, and I'd have probably told him I liked anything, but it's kind of sweet. Adelaide's hands flutter girlishly. Can you smell it? Just light a candle, I tell her. Maybe vanilla. I go to the supply closet to get the mop out. Chance left a lot of tracks in the doorway, and I suspect Adelaide's not going to be up to cleaning after him. When I come back, she's lit a candle, is drinking a tall glass of lemon water, and looks relieved that I've gotten the mop and bucket. Lord, she's a fragile thing for a woman mated to a werebear. I guess her honey never brings her treats. And then my cheeks flush. Is this what this is? It's near the end of the workday, and I'm sweeping up cuttings around my chair when Chance returns to the spa. I look up, and he's standing in my doorway in a new shirt, and he smells like fresh soap, like he just got out of the shower. It makes my mouth water, and not for venison. You want the antlers? No. Hide? No. He grunts and then jerks his head toward the parking lot. Got a cooler full for you, cut and ready to go. I blink at him. So he brought me a deer, and when I said I didn't have any place for it, he went home and butchered it for me? That's a determined man. Determined. For something I don't want to give. I steel my resolve and gesture at my salon chair. You ready for that makeover then? I expect him to balk, but Chance just heads to my chair and thumps into it, big legs sprawling in front of him. I know he's a werebear, and they're made big, but even so, he dominates the tiny salon room. When I hesitate, he gestures at his face. Go ahead, do whatever you want. That's a lot of trust, I tease him, pulling a cape off a hook and then tucking it around his shoulders. You sure you want to go there? We made a deal, he points out. His gaze is locked on me like I'm his prey. Oh, so we did. Sex for a makeover. I guess I'd better pull my end. I swallow hard, full of conflicting emotions at the reminder that it wasn't me he wanted, just sex. Maybe all these stupid, weird feelings I'm having are just me being silly. I skip shampooing him, too intimate, and spritz his hair to wet it down instead. It's thick and lustrous despite the shaggy length, and I feel conflicted about cutting it. I play with it for a few minutes, running my hands through his hair and trying to decide how I want him to look. He shifts in the seat uncomfortably, and as I glance in the mirror, his jaw clenches. You gonna just fuck with my hair all day, or you gonna actually cut it? Chance's tone is sour, and I'm taken aback. Then I glance down and see the hard-on tenting the front of the cape. Oh, I'm just deciding what I want to do to you, I say, and there's a husky note in my voice that I shouldn't let creep in, but I do. I lean forward to grab a comb and make sure my breasts brush against him as I do. Then I begin to cut. I cut long hanks of hair off the sides, then shave it a little at the back of the neck. I leave it longer on top and add a bit of product to hold it in place. The end result is a sexy, bold swoop of hair that looks breathtaking on him and takes his appearance from hobo mountain man to utterly delicious lumberjack. I trim his beard just a little and then add a bit of beard oil to make it softer and shinier. He smells wonderful by the time I'm done, and he looks perfectly edible. God, he's hot. I resist the urge to possessively drag my fingers through his hair one last time. All done. He peers in the mirror at the finished product and then grunts, touching his hair. Ain't gonna look like this when I do it. You can stop by and I'll gel you in the morning if you want. Really, it's a public service for women everywhere if I do, I tell myself. Until you get the hang of it. Chance turns and looks over at me. He steps a little closer. Or you could just do it for me when you wake up in the morning. When I wake up in the morning? I echo, not following. Then a hot blush steals over my face as I realize what he's talking about. He means after I roll out of his bed. I ignore him and yank the cape off his shoulders so hard the snaps sound like gunshots. Just stop it, Chance. The man clearly does not know wolves very well. If he did, he'd know that we're loyal above all else, as in we're excessively clingy. Unless he wants me, all of me, he's setting me up for heartbreak, and I don't have time for that shit.
Chapter 8. Chance. I curl my fists in frustration. What the hell does she want? I spent 3 hours tracking just the right buck for her. Not too young, but not so old that the meat would be tough and leathery. I dragged the carcass here in front of her human pack and laid the trophy at her feet. She looked at me as if I was crazy. When that didn't work, I slapped my ass into this tiny thing she calls a chair and let her rub goo all over me. Not saying it didn't feel like a damned miracle, her soft fingers smoothing over my rough skin and through my scalp. And yeah, I can see I look a lot less scary now, although I'm still reserving judgment on my haircut. I look like one of those guys wearing makeup on the cover of magazines in the checkout aisle. I build shit. I don't stand around smiling and sucking in my gut for pictures. But if this is what she wants, if slathering shit in my hair will keep her, then I'll do it 5 times a day if that's what it takes. I glare at the floor, wishing I had more experience with women. I don't know what she wants, and I don't know what will win her over. In the old days, I could just drag her off and no one would bat an eye. She's got my scent on her, and that's enough to keep the predators away today. But when it wears off, the other shifters in this area will be beating a path to her door, and some of them are going to know what they're doing with this wooing business. Maddie bustles around me, sweeping up the evidence that she'd worked me over and binning it in a nearby trash can. She's treating me like I'm just another customer, like I didn't have my tongue, fingers, and dick up her pussy for hours last night, like I didn't claim her as mine. I've got a couple of choices here. I can walk out that door and try to forget Maddie, or I can remind her who marked her last night. A couple of years ago, I'd gotten angry with Dad and yelled at him for trying to kill himself. He'd told me nothing was worth living for anymore. I'd lost my temper and raged at him and at the whole damn mate business and how it wasn't worth it. He hasn't seen a sober day since Mom died, but in that moment he looked at me with such fierce lucidity, I wondered if he'd been faking it all these years. "Son, you don't know what the hell you're talking about," he'd said in a low, tobacco-ruined voice. "Even if it meant not feeling this endless, god-awful pain, I wouldn't trade even one day with my mate." I stormed off the porch and sat inside my truck, so I wouldn't say something I'd regret, but as I look at Maddie's bent head, I get it. Shutting my eyes, I try to envision a future without her. All I see is a bleak, dark, and endless winter. I made her feel good in bed, real good, so I just got a reminder of that. I'm not going to spend another day without her, even if it means taking her by force. My eyes snap open and I survey the room. The customers are watching every move I make. Pine Falls is a small town, and the winters can be long. Might as well give them something real juicy to talk about. I stomp over to the counter and pull out all the cash in my wallet. I'd done a small job for Houston Wilkins, a shifter 2 towns over, and he'd paid me in cash. I lay all $2,000 out on the marble surface. Is this enough to cover Maddie's wages for the day? The counter girl shoots a wide-eyed glance over to the owner, Adelaide, who gives me a thorough look. My pretty boy makeover must have convinced her I'm a safe bet, because she gives me a firm nod. Great. I stalk back to Maddie, who's still standing by her chair, sweeping up the last vestiges of my haircut and shave and dropping it in the trash. Kind of like her memories of last night. I bend down and toss her over my shoulder. With a brusque nod to the gaping patrons, the wide-eyed counter girl, and the smug face of the owner, I carry Maddie out of the salon. She beats at me with her tiny fists and yells about how I should let her down and what the hell I'm doing. I pop open the passenger door to the truck and shove her squirming body inside. "I'm taking you home." She pushes at me, but I outweigh her by a good 100 pounds, maybe more. Leaning across, I find the seatbelt buckle and fasten her in. "You let me go," she demands. Her hands fumble with the buckle, but I shut the door and lock it and keep locking it every time she tries to unlock the door. I hurry around to the driver's side door and climb inside, keeping the lock button on the key fob depressed. Once inside the cab, I clamp one hand around her thigh and use the other to engage the drive shaft and get the damn truck into gear. She sits silently on her side of the truck as we rumble toward home. "What's it going to take to get you to stay, Maddie?" I ask, as I steer down the long gravel road that leads up to the house. "Something you can't give," she retorts. Her arms are crossed. Fuck. What could it be? I have some money. Maybe she doesn't know that. Maybe she thinks that I'm broke as shit and can't afford to feed her. I've got plenty of money, and you know I can feed you. There's more venison around here. Do you prefer a doe? I can catch that next time, I offer. She shifts in her seat and glares at me. Are you making fun of me? What? No! I resist the urge to beat my head against the steering wheel. I just don't know what you want. You tell me, and I'll get it for you. I'm tired of shifters, she says, and her voice does sound resigned. I'm tired of someone chasing me hard only to decide that they don't want me after all. Don't want to be with you? I echo in surprise. What incarnation is she talking about? Little wolf, I'm kidnapping you and taking you to my den. That's about as opposite of not wanting you as it gets. Fine, you want me now, but what about tomorrow or the next day? I don't want to get involved with someone who's going to throw me over for someone else. Another woman? Why would I want another woman? I want you. For how long? For goddamn ever? For... She breaks off. We stare at each other. Our chests are heaving like we've just fought a fierce physical battle. You don't do mates, remember? I stick my tongue in the corner of my cheek. Fuck. I did say that. When she was first here, I was trying to remind myself not to get attached, but it was already too late. It was too late from the moment I walked into the bar. Maddie huddles on her side of the cab seat, and I realize that no amount of words is really going to convince her of my intentions, but I'm putting forth both words and action today. I give her a firm nod. You're right. I said that because I'm a stupid man and I was trying to avoid what happened to my dad. See, Mom was his true mate, and after she died, his spirit went with her. He hasn't been the same since. I didn't want a mate because I figured it was better to live without one than to suffer the loss. But having just the tiniest taste of you makes me realize that I don't know nothing about life and living it. You probably don't believe me, so I'm just going to show you what I mean. Wait, she calls out, but I'm out of the door and rounding her side of the truck. I pull her out and fling her over my shoulder. She pounds on my back again. You can't keep tossing me around like I'm a bag of flour. You know your safe word. Say it and I'll take you back. I hold my breath because even if she says it, I'm ignoring it. I'm not letting her go again. That was my first mistake, and I ain't gonna repeat it. Her fists of fury pause in mid-strike. No, she says softly. I'm not saying that word. Good, I grunt. The relief I feel at her response makes me weak in the knees and I almost stumble near the porch. It doesn't get any easier when her hands stop making fists and start rubbing over my back and ass. What are you going to do with me? She asks. Her voice doesn't sound as hollow or tired anymore, and the slight scent of musk rises to fill my nose. I'm tying you up and keeping you in bed until you agree to be my mate. She shifts a little, and the musk scent gets stronger. I move faster, through the door and then up to the bedroom. And after I agree to that, then what? I toss her down onto the bed and watch with satisfaction as her ample chest jiggles as she bounces on the mattress. I dig out some rope that I use for climbing and wrap it around her wrists. Then I keep on keeping you, but you can go to work and shit so long as you come home to me every night. I pause. How many other men are you going to be doing this to? I wave a finger in front of my face. After they see your transformation? The whole town, I'd guess, she teases. I frown. I don't much like the idea of her rubbing all those other men. You giving those rub-downs as part of every cut? I force myself not to tie her too tight to the bed. No, I can have the shop assistant do that, she admits. I did it for you because I wanted you to feel good. It felt too good. I rub a hand across my aching dick. I've had a hard-on since I sat in your chair. Don't want you making other males feel like that. She hides a smile and the band around my chest starts to ease. I fasten her wrists and feet to the bed. Hang on, I tell her. Downstairs, I prepare a quick venison sandwich and bring it up along with a tall glass of milk. You're going to eat in front of me? She asks, torn between laughter and dismay. Nah, baby, this is for you. I set the tray on the bed and then pull out my hunting knife. We'll buy you some new clothes, but around here you wear nothing. She doesn't protest when I slice the clothes off. Instead, her eyes grow diamond bright and the heady scent of her arousal fills the room. I take a deep drag, like a drug addict draining his pipe dry. My cock pulses behind the zipper of my pants, but I ignore it because there are more important things to do, like feed my mate and then make sure she comes so hard she can't remember anything of her life before me. You really like your style? She asks, between bites of her sandwich. Yeah. I stroke my fingers across the soft beard. You left me with some hair, which is good. You like it? That's what's important. I'd be bald if that was what she wanted. Yeah, I like it. She jerks her hand against the restraint as if she'd like to touch me. Can't you untie me? I want to pet the beard. Later. I feed her the last bit of sandwich and then hold the glass to her mouth. Now you tell me what happened in California that got you all gun-shy about this mate bond, because I'm not the only one who was feeling unsure our first night. She gulps down the milk and then releases a long sigh. The story makes me sound pathetic. Nah, if it involves a shifter that didn't want you, then he's the dumbest thing on 4 feet. It's a short story. I was with a wolf in the thorn pack. The alpha died in a freak lightning incident, and my guy—" A growl builds in my throat at her using the possessive word in conjunction with another male. "The guy," she corrects, and then raises an eyebrow at me. I give her a nod to go ahead, and she rolls her eyes. Anyway, the guy became alpha, found his mate, and then asked me to join the two of them. "He's not your real mate, then," I declare. "He's defective because true mates don't want anyone but their mate. Mated threes exist, but it's a mate bond that goes through all of them. He's either not found his mate or can't bond, and that's on him, not you." She rubs her lips together thoughtfully. "You think we're mates?" "I know we are, because only a true mate would be worth the pain of loss, and I know that not having you would be worse than living alone. You're worth the risk to me, and I'll spend the rest of my life convincing you that I'm worth the risk to you, too." She struggles harder against her bonds, not because she wants to get away, but because she wants to be close. I know her now. The mate bond is hardening. I shuck off my clothes and brace myself over her body. "You're worth the risk to me," she whispers. I reach between her legs to find her soaked pussy ready for me. I position the head of my cock at her entrance. I love Maddie Thorne, and I will, for the rest of my days, want only you. She gasps and arches toward me as I drive into her. "I want only you, Chance Eddington, my true mate, my true love." Her words seize me by the balls. I dip a hand between us to find her precious little clit and work that as I jack into her. She trembles and shudders beneath me, finding her release quicker than I could have hoped for, and I follow her over that cliff of ecstasy where it's only her and me and a blanket of euphoria. Yes, this is all worth the risk. She is worth the risk. "I never wanted a mate until you, Maddie," I mutter as I move down her body, worshipping every spot of flesh available. "I'll never want another mate." And then I proceed to show her how much I want her, how much I need her, how much I love her. You gotta be shifting me. Chapter 1. Griffin. "Who the hell are you?" I bark out in irritation as the door to the construction trailer slams open. "I'm your fucking partner," the manicured, blow-dried man-boy growls. The voice sounds familiar, but the face... The face looks like one of those playthings posing on the front of a health magazine that touts the 6 different ways to get abs. You get abs by good genes and not eating fat. Who the fuck cares about abs anyway? Except for this douche nugget. "Yeah, well, get out and come back when you look like Chance Eddington," I growl. This morning started out bad and is headed straight for the shitter. The supplies we needed to complete our client's fucking A-frame vacation home haven't come in, which means we're going to be a day late on finishing this project. A-frames. If houses were meant to be shaped like the alphabet, Sesame Street characters would be building them, not bears. What crawled up your ass and died? I squint at the pretty boy again. Damn, that sounds like Chance. You Eddington's cousin? Did Eddington even have a cousin? Man was a loner through and through. He only tolerated people because they were part of the business. If he could do it all over again, he'd pick some other profession like park ranger or deep-sea fisherman. As it was, he tried to shove all the client contact onto me. I didn't love it, but you did what you could to get by. Someone had to talk to the clients, and it couldn't be Chance because the conversation I just had with the owners of said A-frame would have ended up with him turning bare and running his claws all over the fancy imported Italian marble sample that Mrs. King said she had to have on her kitchen floor or the whole place was going to be ruined. Who would even be looking at the goddamned floor? The house was situated on prime land overlooking the vast boundary waters. That's all anyone is ever going to look at. But I bit my tongue nearly clear through and just nodded and smiled. "I am Eddington, you fool," the stranger replies with asperity. But then not Chance taps the top of his glossy dark head. "Is it that bad? My mate said I looked good. Hot, she said." That last comment is said with a touch of wonder as if he can't believe he heard something like that with his own ears. I can barely believe what I'm hearing. Mate? Eddington? I set down the coffee mug and take a deep whiff. Well, fuck me sideways, he does smell like Eddington and some kind of dog. No, wolf. You mated with a wolf? Over the fucking weekend? He nods. Yep. And she did all this to you? I wave my hand in a circle around his face. Yep. I rub my eye with the back of my hand and look again. Guess I didn't know what you looked like under all that hair. Guess not. The terse answers help to convince me that the pomaded stranger in front of me is my business partner. You going to tell me the story, or do I have to beat it out of you? I pour Eddington a cup of coffee and gesture for him to get started. He takes a long, annoying sip before opening his maw. Not much to the story. I smelled her, wanted her. She didn't have much else going on. Liked it when I did stuff to her, and now she's my mate. The fucking end, I guess. I'm happy for you, man. And jealous as hell. Although he knows that. Maybe it's time you try again with the librarian. Alexa Rawlings? I wish. I fucking wish. And maybe Mrs. Everything in this North Woods home is going to be Italian will call me and tell me that regular old Carrara marble is going to look great. He scowls. She's still on that? No one is going to be looking at the floor anyway. Damn straight. You think about apologizing? What about? I told her we'd get that damn marble, but it was going to take 6 weeks. Not the client. The Rawlings woman. Sure as shit already have. Multiple times. How was I supposed to know that jam was supposed to be for some contest? When Alexa Rawlings first came to town 3 years ago, she'd been eager to win her way into the hearts of the close-knit folk of Pine Falls. If she'd asked, I would have told her that the reserve was just a local thing and she'd be fine after a few months. Plus, everyone loved the librarian, even if they didn't say more than 2 sentences to her. But she'd baked up all this jam and was going to enter it into the county fair, thinking that would increase favor amongst the locals. In my defense, it was honey jam, and everyone knows you can't leave honey sitting out around here. It's the home of the most bear shifters in North America, what with the close proximity Pine Falls has to the Superior National Forest and the unsullied boundary waters. I might have stuck my paw into the jars once or twice while she was checking to see if a magazine I'd ordered had come in. Maybe eaten 6 of them. I'd apologized a million times and even offered to take her to the tavern and introduce her around, but she didn't want jack to do with me. I tried for a month straight to apologize. That girl can hold a grudge. And maybe I would have shrugged it off as nothing more inconsequential than a mosquito bite, except for the fact that my dick stands straight as a pike and hard as steel if Alexa gets even 20 feet in front of me. Maybe the grudge-holding bit has more to do with the fact you accused her of jacking off in her office than eating her honey, Eddington says, in a fit of uncharacteristic wordiness. I slam the near-empty mug on the battered wooden desk. That was a compliment, a fucking invitation. It wasn't an insult. I remember the exact words I'd said when she came bustling out of her office, looking flushed as pretty as a spring flower just opening up her petals. If you taste as good as your jam, I'll be in heaven. Who knows? He shrugs. So are we working today, or should I take the crew to Fallon? Fallon, I answer in disgust. Without the tile, we can't install the cabinets, counters, or any of the finishing work. Eddington is halfway out the door when the phone rings. He pauses as I pick it up. Griffin, love? Yeah, I say warily. It's Mrs. Ephraim, and I'm not in the mood for one more change. My husband and I discussed it. We'd rather have the home ready by the end of the month rather than wait for the gold Italian marble floor tiles. She sounds disgusted. You sure? I signal for him to hold on. You want us to go ahead with the tile we'd originally ordered? Yes, she heaves a giant put-upon sigh. But I swear if that tile looks hideous, you'll be ripping it out, and my husband will just have to pay for that. Yes, ma'am. We'll get the tile installed today. The move-in date will be 3 weeks from now. Fine. It better look spectacular. Yes, ma'am. I hang up the phone. I take it we're staying here today. You are. I grab my keys. Where are you going? From the humor lurking in Eddington's voice, he knows exactly where I'm headed. He just wants to hear me say it. It's time to say I'm sorry again. I brush by him. Don't forget to lock up. Through the office window, I can see the top of Alexa's head bent over something on her desk. Her hair is caught up in a messy bun. Last time I saw her, she had pencils stuck back there. My fingers itch to pull out all those fastenings until her curly strawberry blonde hair frames her head like a halo. After that, I'd untie the bows at her neck, unbutton her blouse, unzip her skirt, and peel back all those layers until all I can see are acres of bare flesh. My mouth waters at the thought of her nude in my bedroom with her honey coating my tongue. The claws in my hands pop out before I can stop them. I take 3 deep breaths to force them to retract, but the damage is done. The leather covering of the steering wheel hangs in pieces. Hope this isn't a bad omen. I get out of the car anyhow. As I climb the stairs of the library, a heady scent wafts by my nose. I inhale deeply, filling my lungs with Alexa's scent. I want to roll in that smell, douse myself in it so everyone around here knows I'm hers. But fuck, I can't even get the woman to smile in my direction. That's changing today. Right now. She's going to accept my apology. We're going to dinner together, and then I'm taking her home. Hers or mine don't give a rat's ass. Once I get her alone, I'll show her exactly how sorry I am with my fingers and tongue and whatever other part of my body she'll let touch her. The glass doors shiver at the force of my arrival. The little old lady at the counter, probably one of the Bells who live south of Pine Falls, adjusts her glasses. "Can I help you, young man?" "Yep, I'm here to see Miss Rawlings." "Do you have an appointment?" "Had one for 3 years," I think sourly. "Yep." I'm beginning to sound like Eddington, and Miss Bell doesn't look convinced. "I'm here to talk about the library expansion." I point to the sign on the counter that says the library building fund has all of $300 toward its $10,000 goal. "Is that right?" She's a fierce gatekeeper. I have to pull out the big guns. Eddington and Love Construction is interested in making a contribution of labor and materials. Eddington's going to shit kittens, but he's got a mate to cozy up to at night. All I got is my hand and a cold beer. "Well then," Mrs. Bell nods approvingly. "That's very good. I'll tell her you're here." Mrs. Bell disappears. I don't hear much because bears were given extra olfactory gifts, not extra hearing gifts, but from the rise and fall of the muffled words, I get the gist. Alexa doesn't want to see me, but when Mrs. Bell tells her about my generous contribution, Alexa doesn't have any choice but to push her sweet ass from the chair and greet me. "Mr. Love," she says frostily, "I understand you are here to talk about the building fund." If her tone was any colder, my balls would climb up into my gut. "That's right," I drawl. "You should show him what you're thinking of, Alexa." Mrs. Bell points toward the rear of the building. "She's got some pictures of what the expansion would look like." Alexa presses her pretty lips together, but in the face of Mrs. Bell's expectant look, she's got no choice. Unhappily, she beckons me forward. "What kind of contribution are you thinking of, Mr. Love?" "Call me Griff, and I'm offering any kind of discount that will get me a dinner with you tonight." "It's the library that needs assistance, Mr. Love. Not me." There's an odd tone in her voice that I can't quite make out. "Yeah, I didn't think you needed help, Alexa. It's me who needs the work, and I've always wanted you to be the one to do it."
Chapter 2. Alexa. Clearly, this is a nightmare brought to life. I stare at Griffin Love, here in the library, looking like he owns the place, with his feet planted wide and his hands on his hips, as if daring me to push aside his generous offer. I've seen him in my library before, but it's usually only in my filthy, filthy dreams. Like the dream I had last night, the one where I go into my office and he's there, naked, coating his cock with a jar of honey and inviting me to lick every inch clean. Where I wake up with my hand in my panties and desperate for more. I shift uncomfortably and tightly clutch the folder I'm holding to my breast. Griffin makes me anxious in all kinds of ways. It's like he can read my mind, and I don't like that. I'm a very private person. My business is my business alone, and I don't like anyone knowing my secrets. The fact that every time he opens his mouth and seems to blurt out another one of them, it just makes me want to avoid the man even more. Which is why I hate that he keeps showing up every time I think about him. Granted, I think about him a lot, but who wouldn't? He's got dark, thick hair that is a little too long to be trendy, but just long enough that it makes my fingers itch to brush it back off his face. He's got bright blue eyes and a thick beard that fuels a lot of my dirtiest fantasies. He wears clothes that make it clear he's not dressing up to impress anyone. The shirt he's wearing today has a hole at the collar and another near the hem. In the summer, he wears t-shirts that have the arms cut open all the way down the sides, and I've caught glimpses of taut, lean muscles and pectorals. Those hard abs give me very dirty thoughts. As if he can read my mind again, Griffin tilts his head and studies me. Well? I blink, trying to remember what we were talking about. What? My wood? I can feel my face turn crimson. Beg pardon? The words come out strangled. I said I'll give you a discount on lumber and supplies and men to build your expansion if you go to dinner tonight and show me what you've got. Show him what I've got? Dear Lord, does the man ever say anything that doesn't end in innuendo? I chew on my lip, thinking. When I look up, I notice he's staring at my mouth. I'm pretty sure my panties flood right in that moment. Good God, I need to get laid. I'm busy today. Mrs. Bell steps on my foot. You can make time in your schedule, Alexa. I look down at my assistant, frowning. No, really, I have story hour coming up, and then I have a meeting with the school board. Mrs. Bell firmly steps on my foot again. I'll handle all of it. You go take this nice, handsome young man to dinner and show him your goodies. Horrified at her choice of words, I look over at Griffin. His lips twitch, and he arches an eyebrow at me. How about it, Alexa? I'm offering you all the wood you can handle in exchange for a bit of your time. If it gets me out of this innuendo-laden conversation, I'll do anything. I'll get my plans. Even though Griffin tries to insist on driving me to Pine Falls' most popular restaurant, I drive my own car. There's no way I'm letting myself be dependent on that man, though I'm more worried about being in an enclosed private space with him. I might not be able to keep my sex-starved hands off of his prime-looking body, especially with him constantly telling me he wants to give me his wood. Goodness. I drive my Mini Cooper over to Hideaway's restaurant, a woodsy little tourist place in the center of the shopping district portion of Pine Falls. The library is off in one of the municipal buildings, so I don't get to enjoy the street vibe that envelops the touristy part of town. I deliberately park at the far end of the parking lot, and I'm irritated when Griffin Love, not Griff, never Griff, parks right next to me even though there are a ton of spaces up front. The urge to put my hand under my skirt and test how wet my panties are dies the moment his big truck pulls up next to mine. I hustle out of my car, clutching the photocopies of the plans I have for the library, and sling my purse over my shoulder. It's muddy, Griffin says at my side, and he reaches for my elbow. Watch those little shoes of yours. I jerk my arm away from him because his touch gives my nipples instant headlights and hurry forward. The parking lot is treacherous in my strappy, sexy little heels, and I wobble awkwardly until I hit the paved curb. Then I glare at him again as if this is all his fault. He ignores my glares and opens the restaurant door for me. I sweep inside, trying to look all business while one of the local girls smirks as she seats us in a private booth. Hideaways has tall walls separating each booth and a tiny flame-lit lantern on the center of each table for ambient lighting. Given that it's a drizzly day outside, it's kind of dark inside, and that just makes things seem more private. I'm hating this, even though I'm pretty sure my panties are liquid at the moment. The booth is U-shaped, and I slide in, and then all the way around to the far side. Griffin slides in right next to me and promptly moves all the way over until he's practically brushing elbows with me. I grab my menu and glare at him. Did you want this side? Only if you're going to sit on it with me. This is not appropriate for a business meeting. Didn't come here to talk just business with you, and you know it. I open my menu and pull it so close to my face that I practically hit my nose. You still mad at me because I ate your honey? Oh, God. His words make my pulse take a trip down to my panties. Don't be ridiculous. I sound like I'm choking, even as I protest. Not gonna be super believable. I clear my throat and peer at him over the menu. It was honey jam, and you didn't even ask. So, if I'd have asked, you'd have let me lick it all up? There's a roguish, confident grin on his face. Down, nipples, down. I smack him in his smug face with my menu. Quit being so dirty. We're trying to have a business meeting here. He pushes aside the menu I've shoved in his face and leans in closer to me. You and I both know there's more than just business between us, Alexa. I realize today that I don't want a few jars of honey to come between what could be a real good thing. For the first time, what he's saying sinks in. I know about guys like him. Guys who use a girl, get their kicks, and then never call the next day. Mrs. Bell warned me about the shifters in town, how it's a secret and it's not something shared with the outside world. Her husband had been a shifter, but he left her for another wolf, and she was a little bitter over it. Bear shifters are the worst, she told me. They have no respect for humans and think of them as a quick lay and not much else. And it's clear to me that if Griffin's a shifter, he's definitely a bear. His entire demeanor screams grizzly. It's his size, his swagger, the slow, delicious way he grins at me. The way he ate 6 jars of honey jam simply because I'd left them unattended. Yeah, definitely a bear. And a player. All around a guy to avoid. I narrow my eyes at him. You and I have been on the outs for years now. What brought about this change of heart? Griffin shrugs those magnificent shoulders, and my stomach gives a little shiver in response. Buddy of mine hooked up with a girl this weekend, and it made me realize that you and I had some stuff to work through. It's like a splash of cold water over my horny body. So his buddy got laid, and he decided to come after low-hanging fruit? The nerve. You know what? Keep your wood. I don't want anything to do with you. I grab my purse and get up from the table. He snags my hand before I can leave, frowning at me. Now hold on, Alexa. I turn and give him my fiercest glare. If you don't let go of me, I'm going to start screaming. Griffin's lips pull back in a snarl, but he releases my hand. I sling my purse back over my shoulder, pull out my keys and my pepper spray, and hustle back out of the restaurant and across the parking lot to my car. I lock the doors and glance at the clock. Less than 10 minutes. Good Lord. 10 minutes and we can't get along. 10 minutes and he pretty much asks me to fuck him. 10 minutes and my panties are sopping wet with need. I drive back to the library in a daze that's part anger, part horniness. There's no denying that I want Griffin, that he absolutely turns me on. But I refuse to be anyone's quick fuck on the side or their late-night booty call, if we get to that point. Been there, done that, never again. I storm back into the library and slam the door to my office shut. I rip the blinds down, and Mrs. Bell knows not to come in and bother me. It's clear I'm in a mood. I sit down at my desk and clench my hands on the arms of my chair. My fingers tap on the wood after a moment. I'm antsy. My nipples ache, and if I squeeze my thighs together, I can feel the moisture in my panties. I'm wildly aroused, and I think back to the first time I met Griffin Love. I'd gone into my office to grab my jars of honey jam for the county fair, only to find an enormous bearded god sitting on my desk, licking his thumb clean of the last of my jam. He'd lifted one gorgeous eyebrow, eyed me as if he'd wanted to start licking me next, and then said, "If you taste as good as your jam, I'll be in heaven." "Beg pardon?" I'd stammered. "Just tasting a lot of sweetness in this office, like you sat here and touched yourself to make all this delicious honey for me." And his tongue snaked out and licked a shiny spot on his skin clean. It was the most outrageous thing anyone had ever said to me. And how had the man known that I liked to masturbate in my office? That I had a sex toy in the top drawer that I pulled out when I was stressed or lonely? I'd gotten flustered and angry and kicked him out, but every word of that conversation was burned into my brain. I look over at the desk drawer and then pull it open. Out comes the Bullet Vibe that looks like one of those trendy lip glosses. I flick it on, hike up my skirt, and then push it into my panties, resting it on my clit. Like I'd suspected, I'm wet as hell. I lean back in my chair and close my eyes, picturing Griffin's face between my legs as I gently rub the vibrator over my clit.
Chapter 3. Griffin. Humans. I don't get them. Alexa wants me, but she keeps denying herself. I wonder if that's why she's so tense all the time. Telling herself no has to be frustrating as hell. I know I'm wound tighter than a clock because I want something I can't have. I'm going to have to change that for both of us. "Hey, Mrs. Bell," I hail as I stroll through the library toward the closed office door. "Alexa left something at the restaurant. Mind if I go in?" It's a blatant lie. I don't have anything in my hands. But Mrs. Bell smiles and nods. "You go right in, Griffin. Library closes in 5 minutes. "Thank you, ma'am." "No." "Thank you." And then she winks. Mrs. Bell might be old, but she ain't slow. "Alexa, I want to—" My apology dies in my throat as Alexa's hands fumble underneath her desk. In her agitation and hurry to cover up whatever she was doing, her chair tips backward. If I didn't have preternatural speed and strength, she'd have been kissing the floor. "What are you doing here?" she squawks. "Where's Mrs. Bell?" I help her upright and make no mention that her skirt is halfway up her thighs and that the room is thick with her arousal. She's closing up. I walk back to the office door and close it. The lights are already out. Well, I need to be getting home too. Alexa stands up and starts collecting her stuff, all cool and calm as if I didn't just walk in on her trying to diddle herself. "You want me to follow you there, or are you going to ride with me?" I lean against the wall and watch her. I'm not going to prevent Alexa from leaving, although a good part of me wants to bend her over that desk and finish what she started without me. But it'd be a big mistake on her part if she thinks we're somehow done. We're just getting started. I'm going to my home. You are going to... She waves her hand. "Wherever home is for you." My home's with you. "That sounds good," I say agreeably. "So which is it going to be? Ride with me or follow me? I suppose you'd rather take your car home so that everyone doesn't think you're using me to get a big donation for the library." "What?" she sputters. "You're the one following me around. You're the one using the big donation to get me into bed." She stomps over to me, shaking a finger in my face. "I'm the victim here." "Only because you won't let yourself have what you want." I take a few deep breaths, but that desk of hers is looking more and more appetizing. "Just because my body wants you doesn't mean I'm giving in to it," she snarls. "I'm not an animal." Not an animal. Those words strike me hard, like a physical blow. I jerk back. Nothing wrong with animals. The shifters I know are honorable folks and for the most part aren't given to subterfuge. They say what they mean, tell you what they want. "You know what I mean." She jerks the door open. "Actually, I don't. I'm a big animal lover. Animals are the truest beings around. They live by instinct and seek to survive, but they're not bad or evil. They're fine. In the woods and stuff." Does she really not like animals? That'd be awful. A mate who hates half your being? Surely the gods wouldn't be so cruel. "You have a bad experience with an animal?" I follow her out of the office and into the darkened lobby. "Actually, I have." She double-checks to make sure all the terminals are put to sleep and then points to a rear door. I was bitten by a neighborhood dog when I was 11. I wasn't much of an animal lover then, and I'm not much of one now. I enjoy Pine Falls, but I could do without all of the wildlife. Could my scent receptors be off? I mean, we usually detect our mates by smell. Plus, there's the problem downstairs. My dick only gets hard around Alexa. A parade of Victoria's Secret models could walk naked through the parking lot, and all I'd be able to raise is my hand because nothing is rising in my pants unless I'm sniffing Alexa. Some dogs aren't raised right, I tell her, as we step out onto the asphalt parking lot. Trained right, and even the meanest breeds aren't going to bite unless their master tells them to. I don't know. I was 11, and I took a shortcut through a neighbor's yard. The dog came barreling out from under the porch. I didn't even see him. He had me around the calf before I knew it. Alexa stops at her car and absently reaches down to pat her right calf. She probably doesn't even realize she's doing it. I screamed, and Mr. Wilkins finally came out and pulled the dog off. She looks at me with sad eyes. I never took another shortcut. Oh, baby, you're still scared. What? She gives herself a little shake. No, I'm not. I haven't thought of that dog bite for years until you reminded me of it today. I crouch down, but I can't make out the scar, and there would be one from a bite like that in the dark light. What I do know is that she's still in pain, and I want to take that away. I cup that small calf and then lay my tongue across the old wound, licking it like I would if it were freshly made. What are you doing? She hisses. Making you feel better, I murmur, showing you that not all bites, or animals, feel bad. Don't, she says, but that's all she can get out before I open my mouth and bite gently around her muscle, feeling her strength between my incisors. She gasps and leans against the side of the car as her legs give out on her. I raise a hand to steady her, turning her slightly so she's leaning against the car door. Between my arm and the car, she'll stay upright. I nibble my way up from the calf to the back of her knee, all the way to her thighs. The inner skin is damp and smells like needy sex. I growl against her ass cheek, head under her full skirt. I'm surrounded by her, and it's fucking amazing. Griffin, you... Stop. People. She stutters a few words. I know what she's concerned about. The sight of the sweet Pine Falls librarian getting eaten out in the parking lot of the library is bound to shock some folk, but she's parked in the back corner of the lot, no doubt to make room for the patrons, and other than the tavern and the restaurant and grocery store, there isn't much open at this hour. Two sides are shielded by a line of trees, and we're obscured by the dumpster about 10 feet away. No one's seeing this go down unless they're throwing out trash. I make a mental note to install some lights in the corner here. If she's going to be parking here, I'm going to make it as safe as can be, which means it's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. Then you best be quiet, I suggest. I tug down her panties with my teeth, exposing her plump cheeks to the cool night air. My lips drag along the curve of her ass until I hit that crease between thigh and ass. I lay my tongue along that line and lick from the outside of her hip to the inner corner of her thigh, stopping right before her pussy. I'm saving that. Alexa shifts beneath my bracing arm, widening her stance. She's so fucking glorious, and I tell her that. You're so pretty, Alexa. I can't stop looking at you. I wish it were lighter out so I could see everything in full technicolor. I bet your pussy lips are red as the wild berries and just as tart and delicious. Should I see how you taste? This is obscene, she says. I can't take her seriously when she's creaming between her thighs at just the thought. I lick my lips. My mouth is watering, and I can't wait to suck down all her juices. But I need her to tell me that she wants this as much as I do. Obscene and wonderful. I nip at her ass. Your pussy is so juicy, and it needs me. It needs my tongue on it. It needs my fingers spreading you wide while I just fucking devour you. She takes a deep, shuddering breath. And then what? You'll drive home? Only if you're with me. Come on, Alexa, I'm dying here. My pants are so tight I can barely take a decent breath. My cock is so hard it might bust a hole clear through the denim. I know what this is, she accuses. It's a hookup. Well, fine. You know I want it. Then take it. But I won't see you again. Then I'm not taking a damn thing, I growl. I drop back on my heels, letting her skirt fall down to cover her delectable ass. Her panties are draped around her ankles. Fuck. If I'm not getting my tongue on her, I'm taking those panties home and wrapping them around my cock while I jerk off tonight. I shift my hand and with one claw swipe either side of her underwear. She whirls around and I take the opportunity to sweep up the torn fabric and stuff it into my jeans pocket. It's a tight fit, but I manage it. My balls appreciate it when I rise to my feet. The crouching position was wreaking havoc on my package, but all the pain would have been worth it if I could have had one drop of Alexa's honey on my tongue. Even in the dark, I can see her eyes are bright and shiny. She's angry at me. But hell, she's always fucking angry with me. I run an agitated hand through my hair. What in tarnation can I do to convince this woman that she and I should be together? This is the problem with humans. If she was a bear, she'd know right away I was her mate and we could be screwing in the library's office right now. Hell, I'd take her up against the car door. It'd be easier than cutting down a tree to turn her around again, flip up her skirt, and shove my rock-hard dick inside of her. I groan at the mental imagery. Based on how tight my balls are at this moment and the tingling sensation at the base of my spine, I could probably come just from replaying that image over and over. Wouldn't hurt if her drenched panties were in one hand either. You men are all alike, she fumes. Her hands are trembling as she tries to wrench the car keys out of her purse. You just want sex. Once you have it, you toss that woman aside like she was yesterday's trash. The car's alarm beeps as she unlocks the door. So she doesn't like men or animals. Guess I'm fucked. I don't know what you're talking about, Alexa. I've been trying to get you to go out on a date with me forever. Tonight I asked you out for dinner, but you left halfway through. Because all you wanted was sex, she shouts and tosses her handbag into the passenger seat. I want more than sex from you. Now I'm getting angry. Her unfair accusations sting. Yeah, I want to bone this beauty 6 ways from Sunday, but I also want to wake up next to her, fall asleep with her in my arms. I want to hear all about baking pies and running the library. I want to be able to tell her about my business partner's transformation. I didn't even realize there was a man underneath all that hair. Sure you do. She pulls at the car door, but I catch it in my hand and won't let it close. She's going to have to drive off with me as a car ornament if she wants to leave. Yeah, I do, I bite out between clenched teeth. My patience is worn through like the lace of a shoe that's been stretched one too many times. I've wanted more from you from the first moment I laid eyes on you. I saw you and was struck dumb, and all I could get out was that I wanted your jam. Because I don't have the smooth moves of a city boy, you've been punishing me ever since. Well, I'm goddamn sorry that I'm not a better talker. It's true I'm dying to fuck you, but I'd be okay with just sitting by your side as you watched television, too. But I can't get close enough for you to let me show you that. You just keep turning me away. I want more from you than sex, and I guess I'm willing to wait for you to wake up to that realization, even though my balls may petrify and fall off in the meantime.
Chapter 4. Alexa. I toss and turn in my bed all night, replaying the interlude in the parking lot over and over again. Each time I go through it, though, I imagine his mouth descending on my aching pussy and licking it until my legs give out. Then he holds me up so he can continue tonguing me until I pass out. Then we go back to his place. He throws me down in his bed, shoves my knees to my ears, and hammers his cock into me until I see stars. At least, that's how it is in my mind. The reality just kind of sucks. Truth is, I made him upset. I hurt his feelings. And I shouldn't care because he's a jerk and just wants to play me. But something about all of it sits all wrong. I've wanted more from you since I laid eyes on you. Such pretty lies. I wish he'd told me the truth, that he wanted a quick fuck and nothing more. Then I could hate him with no qualms. Lying about it just makes everything worse. So does the fact that I want him badly. My hand strays to my panties, but masturbating is useless. It reminds me that he caught me in my office, and now, every time he sees me, he's going to think about that. To think he almost tongued me in the parking lot, in front of the entire town. To think that I'm so incredibly disappointed that he didn't. I hate this. I clench my fists and stare up at my ceiling. I can't sleep. I can't relax. I can't masturbate. I just picture his smugly handsome face over and over again. I imagine him dipping his fingers in my honey jam, a euphemism if there ever was one, and then licking them clean. I imagine his face pressed against my thighs in the parking lot, and the look of bliss on his features. My pussy floods with heat, and I bite back a whimper. All right, Alexa, you oversexed book nerd, I tell myself. You can't go on like this. What are your options? It helps to think things through. How can I handle this situation? I've tried to push Griffin aside, but he's not buying it. I can continue to avoid him, turn down the materials he's offering for the badly needed library expansion, and burn out my vibrator with constant usage. Oh, and shoot myself in the foot, since all of that seems horrible. But that's my option A. I suppose I could go for option B and have hot, dirty sex with him and let him cast me aside. But the thought of him discarding me grinds my gears. I might be good for a bit of a parking lot hustle, but not much more in his eyes. And that pisses me off. I'm not good with having sex for lumber and then having to see him hang around and know that he's rejected me just because I'm not some sort of magical shifter. So that option's out. What's left? I cast about for an answer and settle in on the only idea that doesn't make me want to tear my hair out in frustration. Talk things over with him like two normal adults. I fling myself out of bed, rip off my pajama shorts, and then slide on my jeans. I don't change tops, but throw on a hoodie to disguise the fact that I'm braless and wearing a nightshirt. I grab my purse, head out the door, and start the car. It isn't until the bright green digits flash on the dashboard that I realize how late, or early, it is. 2 a.m. I should wait until tomorrow. Nah, fuck that. I run a hand through my hair, put the car in reverse, and drive over to Griffin's place. I shouldn't know where his house is. I mean, Pine Falls is small, but it's not that small. But because I'm an obsessed idiot, I looked up his address a while back and drove past a few times. Just out of curiosity, nothing more. His house is deceptively normal and not something that screams sleazy bachelor. It's a cute little 2-story with a swing on the front porch and flower beds along the walk. I didn't take the man to be a gardener, but maybe he just likes working with his hands. Of course, that train of thought makes me all squirmy all over again. I need to get myself together. I park outside and stare up at the dark house. I'm like a crazy stalker to be doing this in the middle of the night, but I can't help myself. I need some sort of resolution to this tug of war between us. I need that lumber. I need him to leave me alone. I need to get over this ridiculous attraction I have to him. He says he wants more than sex from me, but Mrs. Bell says all shifters act like dogs in heat and won't have a relationship with a human, and I trust her a lot more than him. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, thinking. Then it hits me. It's not that I object to having sex with Griffin. The opposite, in fact. I think about sex with him a lot. 24/7. I think that he's the type of guy who knows what he's doing and will give me the multiple orgasms I crave. Just thinking about that makes my body clench hard with want. It's the whole being discarded like your garbage afterward thing that really irks me. I have to live in this town with this jerk, and being intimate with him and then tossed aside just because I'm normal and human and not a shifter, that's the part that keeps sticking in my craw. I'm good for a quick piece of ass, but nothing else. I don't want him to use me. So, maybe I need to use him instead. The idea unfurls in my mind slowly. Why can't I get everything I want? I want the lumber. I want sex with the man. I don't want to be used. I'll just have to use him. If this is my idea and I go in with the whole "we're gonna bang for just one night and I'm going to get everything I want out of him" thing, then I can't be heard afterwards. He can just be like a big vibrator. Him trying to talk might be a problem, but maybe I can ignore that. I'll just need to take charge, let him know I'm calling the shots. The thought gets me so excited, my hand immediately goes inside my jeans, ready to touch myself into orgasm. Then I stop, because I want him to do it for me, and that gets me even more aroused. What's Griffin going to think when the buttoned-up town librarian shows up on his doorstep at 2 a.m. and demands sex? Hopefully, he thinks, "Yes, ma'am." I get out of the car, strip off my hoodie, and leave my purse on the floorboard of the passenger seat. Now all I have are my keys. No phone, no wallet, no makeup. Just me, like I am. The walk to his front door feels like it takes 1,000,000 years, and for a brief moment, I'm tempted to turn and get back into my car, drive home, and call it a mistake. But then the wind picks up, and my nipples get hard through my thin sleep shirt, and it reminds me that I ache. I ache everywhere, and Griffin can fix that for me. He can give me what I'm craving, and if I take it, it's not the same as being used. I'm going to be the user. I'm going to be the user. I chant this to myself as I step up on his porch and knock on the door. A dog barks inside, and I stiffen, my body going into alert mode. Before I can panic, a low voice murmurs something, and I hear footsteps approaching the door. A moment later, the door cracks open. It's Griffin, his smug, cocky face sleepy. His hair is sticking up on end, and he rubs a hand through it, which only makes it worse. His chest is bare, and he's wearing a pair of sleep pants, no more. And he looks confused, groggy, too. "Alexa, what's up?" I push my way inside and press a finger to his lips, silencing him before he can spout more lies at me. "This will work better if you don't talk." His brows go up. He starts to speak, and I press my finger harder against his lips. "I mean it. Don't ruin this for me." And I reach down and grab his junk. I'm no virgin. I've handled junk before. But this is not just junk. This is like junk with a capital J. Junk. The man's equipped like a monster crane with a pair of wrecking balls underneath. His eyes narrow at my touch, and then he grabs me and pulls me against him. "Knew you'd see it my way." "Shh," I interrupt, before he can kill this. I want to be the one in charge. His mouth cocks up in a small smile, and he tugs me inside, then shuts the door behind me. "You tell me what you need." Oh, God, do I need? I run a hand down his bare chest. "I want you to finish what you started in the parking lot." I feel him tense under my hand. He grabs my ass and palms it roughly, forcing me to spread my legs a little in order to keep standing. "You want me to get down on my knees and lick your sweet little pussy until you cream for me?" When he puts it like that, yes, I do. But I force myself to set a few ground rules first. He needs to know that even if he gets all dominant on me, I'm still in charge. Before we go any further, I need to make a few things clear. My fingers stroke over one rock-hard pectoral, and I swear I get wet just brushing my fingertips over that particular muscle. Shoot. My safe word is yogurt. His brows raise. "You into kinky shit, Alexa?" Am I? I pause, then consider. I'm open to it, as long as what we do is for me and not you. If he thinks that's a weird statement, he doesn't care. His hand flexes on my ass, reminding me that we're stalling. Anything else? Protection. We need some. I'm not on the pill. I've got condoms. And I've got to be in charge of how things go, I tell him. That means if I decide I need to get up and leave and you're not done, that's too bad. His eyebrow goes up. Just one. Just enough to irk me. That's how it has to be. I give his chest a little push. If you don't like it, then let me go. Just wondering why you seem to think you'll be wanting to get up before I'm done. I can think of a bunch of reasons myself. In case it's not any good? The cocky smile returns to his face. Oh, that won't be a problem.
Chapter 5. Griffin. I lay my mouth against hers, and the moment our lips touch, I realize this is the first time we've kissed. I've imagined it many times, parting her cherry lips with my tongue and diving deep. It's nothing like I thought it would be. I didn't realize her soft lips moving against mine would make me weak-kneed. I didn't know that her tentative tongue flicking against mine would make my head spin. I didn't understand that swallowing her moan inside of me would change my world forever. But it does, and I'm not even one little bit sorry. I sweep a hand underneath her nightshirt to find bare flesh. The thought of her tits under my tongue is irresistible. She's here. She's not some fantasy, some fevered dream Alexa I've conjured up because I can't have the real thing. She's here in the delectable flesh. Savoring her is going to take some time. You going into work tomorrow? I ask, breaking away from her juicy mouth. Work? She's a little befuddled, which fills me with a sick sort of satisfaction. It's only fair that her thought processes go a little haywire when my hands are on her. I get that way just being near her, just breathing in her scent. Yeah, because tonight, or this morning, whatever you want to call it, is going to last a long time. Neither of us are getting any sleep for a long time. Her eyes widen. I have to work tomorrow. Then you're going to drink a lot of coffee, and I'm going to drive you to and from work. I don't want you punch drunk and tired on the roads. Griffin, you don't need to take care of me. This is just a physical thing between us. She tries to shift out of my embrace, but I won't let her. She came here. She drove all the way to my house in the middle of the night and pounded on my door until I answered. She's not going anywhere. If you say so. I do say so. She clears her throat. And I want to make sure you understand that I'm going to need that discount on the building supplies. A wide grin splits my face. Of course you are. So that's how she convinced herself to come over. She's going to use me. Well, hallelujah, I'm glad something worked. I consider taking Alexa right there in the entryway of my house because I'm afraid she's going to change her mind. But then she drove all the way here. It's 2 a.m. I kind of doubt she'd put herself to that effort only to run now. Besides, no matter how much I'd like to tie her up and keep her, I know that the Shifter Council tends to frown on that sort of thing. Hell, technically, we're not supposed to be with humans. Show them around the woods, sell them supplies, make them spend their money, but take them for mates? That's a solid no. But if others are going to do it, then I am too. Then let's stop wasting time talking and get upstairs. I scoop her up and take the stairs 2 at a time. Inside my bedroom, I drop her on the edge of the bed. You said downstairs that this is all about you, so you tell me what you want me to do. She raises her head, exposing the tender skin of her neck. I can't wait to make my mark there. I want you to make me feel good. Any specific requests? Alexa's cheeks pink up, but she doesn't look away. No, I'll leave it up to your judgment. I get busy with the waistband of her jeans. I think I'll finger you first. I've wanted to touch your pussy for a long time. After I've fingered you until you've soaked my palm, I'll probably coat my dick with your juice. She lifts her ass for me so I can tug her jeans off. I do it slowly so I can enjoy the reveal. Light blue panties appear, followed by creamy thighs. Her knees are smooth, and I take the time to caress her ankles and the tops of her feet. And then, like I'm not just saying the filthiest things to her, I continue casually, once I'm wet with you, I'll wrap up and spread your legs so I can stretch your tight sheath with my cock. I know it'll take a moment for you to get used to me. I'm a big boy. But you'll take me. And once I'm fully seated, it'll be hard for you to breathe because you'll be so full. That's what you want, baby, isn't it? To have your pussy crammed full of cock? I tip my head back, looking up from her pretty toes to see her cheeks as rosy as Mrs. Bliss's flowers in June. Alexa clears her throat. Once. Twice. And then, "You're a lot of talk and not much action." I grin at her. Then let's get to the action. I place a kiss on either side of her knees, and then nibble and kiss my way toward the juncture of her legs. She falls back and sighs, her legs parting so I can see how sopping wet her panties already are. "Baby, we have got to take these off. They cannot be comfortable," I murmur against the inside of her thigh. Her panties fall away with a tug and a kick of her feet. Once I touch her, all the dirty words I plan to say to her die on my tongue, only to transform into all the dirty things I want to do to her. I slide 2 fingers around her clit, squeezing that berry lightly, spreading her moisture all over her cunt. She moans and writhes against the bedspread. I have got to get her naked. I need to see her tits. I need to have my tongue on them. I'm gonna die if I don't. I make quick work of the buttons on her silky shirt. When I part the fabric, all the breath is sucked out of me. Sweet Jesus, you are beautiful. I've never seen such a perfect pair of breasts, plump and tipped with rosy nipples hardened into tight points. I run one finger along the underside of her breast, and then cup her just so I can feel the glorious weight in my palm. She shifts restlessly under my gaze. I slide my fingers along her pouty, swollen cunt lips and then dip in slowly, savoring my first feel of her pussy. One hand in her cunt, one on her breast. She's the best handful a bear could have. I could come just doing this, I tell her as I press my lips against the top curve of her breast. Just looking at you makes me harder than a steel pike. Touching you like this? I stroke her shallowly with slow, even thrusts. It's taking restraint I didn't even know I possessed. Tell me if I'm touching you where you need to be touched, kissing you where you need to be kissed. Tell me if you want it harder, softer, rougher, more tender. I want to know you, Alexa. I place a peck on the tip of one nipple and move to her other breast. You're doing fine, she gasps out. Fine? That's a terrible word, baby. I don't want you to feel fine. I want this to be awesome. I drive my fingers in until my palm slaps against her pussy. Her response gets caught in her throat. Yeah, no way does this feel fine. She's boiling hot, wetter than a rain shower in April, and so goddamned amazing that I tear my hand away from her tit to squeeze my balls to the point of pain so I don't come all over her hip. I want to be inside her when I shoot my load. I want to feel it, to understand what it means to be claimed by me and to do her own claiming. I want to walk around tomorrow with her scent imprinted deep in my bones. Her pussy clenches my fingers as I drag them out, making the channel impossibly narrow. She's going to feel like a vice around my cock. I pinch my balls even harder. Your pussy loved this. Admit it, I growl into the valley between her tits. Her pussy pulses rapidly. I can feel the telltale tremors undulate, like tiny waves against my fingers. It's good, she manages to squeeze out between labored breaths. Oh, now she's just fucking with me. I reapply myself, working her in steady, forceful thrusts with my finger. I ravage her tits, sucking on one erect nipple and then the other. The hand around my dick alternately squeezes and strokes, bringing myself to the point and then pushing the impending orgasm back down with painful tugs. I close my eyes and revel in the feel of her, the moans that render her fines and goods complete bullshit. She comes with a scream. Her pussy walls convulse around me. Her hand finds its way into my hair and she tugs that with fierce strength. I want you inside me, she hisses in sharp staccato rhythm. Me too. Abruptly, I sit up and pull the condom out of my back pocket. I have my sleep pants around my thighs and the condom on my cock before she can take her next breath. And with one fierce plunge, I'm inside of her. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I chant. Holy mother of all that lives and breathes, this is some kind of religious experience. My eyes roll back in my head as the last waves of her orgasm contract around me. This is the tightest fuck I've ever experienced. You feel amazing. This is the best night of my life. If I'm dreaming, I tell her in a strained voice, don't wake me up. I brace myself with one arm next to her shoulder and grab her hip with the other. She pulls me down on top of her, and our mouths meet again in a clash of teeth and lips and tongues. She's done with me talking, and I'm okay with that, because I don't have any thoughts in my head. It's all feel now. The slick grip of her cunt as my cock shuttles in and out. Her soft tits rubbing against my chest. Her diamond-hard tips growing harder with each pass. Her luscious lips eating at mine as if I'm the most delicious thing she's ever tasted. All these sensations overtake me, and my intention to take this slow and fuck her until she passes out flies out the window. My body seeks out the release I've been holding back for so long. Because I'm finally inside of Alexa. I'm finally buried balls deep in her sweetness. I'm finally fucking home. With my mate. And it's just too much. I give in to the euphoric pleasure that has been held at bay for too long. It engulfs me. Come with me, I beg. Without breaking my rhythm, I reach between us and find her clit. I rub it in circles until I feel her pulsate against me. This time I drink down her scream as she comes again. The blood roars in my ears as, I swear, all the sperm I've ever generated since birth comes barreling out of my cock to fill the rubber. I collapse on top of her, breathing heavily and completely worn out. Give me 10 minutes, I mumble into her pillowy breasts.
Chapter 6. Alexa. It's weird to be in bed with a man and know I just used him for sex. I idly trace my hands down Griffin's arms because really, touching them is a pleasure all its own. My body's tired and sated, but my mind's going 1,000,000 miles a minute. I can't sleep, unlike Griffin. He's crushing me with his large body, and even though I like the feeling, I'm going to lose all ability to breathe if he doesn't roll off of me. I nudge him with my hand. Too heavy. Sorry, he mumbles, and then rolls onto his back. With whip-fast motions, he drags the condom off his cock, tosses it into a wastebasket nearby, towels his junk off, and then flops back onto the pillows to sleep some more. His eyes close. 5 more minutes, and then I'll fuck you blind again, baby. Promise. I snort at that. I see his mouth curve into a sleepy smile. And really, I can't even get mad. He knows what he's saying is ridiculous. But then again, if anyone's going to fuck me blind, it'll be this guy. I still ache between my legs from his pounding, and it feels good. He's stretched out in the bed like he doesn't have a care in the world, and I turn on my side and study him in the low light in the bedroom. Naked, he's an impressively gorgeous specimen. No tattoos anywhere. There's not an ounce of fat anywhere on his body, and I bet if I leaned over and tried to pinch the skin on his side or near his belly button, there'd be nothing to grab onto. He's all taut and lean, and just looking at that body gets me all wickedly turned on again. I am officially the world's horniest librarian. I lean over and slide a finger over his chest, tracing muscles. He's tanned and golden brown everywhere, and when I touch him, his mouth curves into that cocky smile again, though he still doesn't open his eyes. You looking at my junk, baby? Typical man. Though I was going to look at his junk. I just hadn't gotten there yet. I was just noticing you don't have hair on your chest. Yeah, he yawns. I'm smooth as a baby's bottom. Sorry to disappoint. Weren't werebears supposed to be, I don't know, big and hairy? Or is the whole werebear thing a hoax and I've bought into it? No one really talks about it, and Mrs. Bell says I'm not supposed to know, but I'm dying of curiosity. I continue to trace a finger down his belly, gliding over the ridges in his abdomen. So, Are you really a werebear? I can feel his body stiffen next to mine, and the air practically vibrates with tension. One eye cracks open, and he looks over at me. Am I what? A werebear. I heard you were. Heard lots of locals were. Where'd you hear that shit? His voice is almost a growl, like I've pissed him off. This isn't going how I planned. He's getting all defensive, and all I want to do is play. So I try another tactic. My hand slides down to his cock, at half-mast and still wet from the rubber he'd been wearing, and I begin to tease him. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I let my voice drop to a husky note. Everyone knows. How does everyone know? Yep, he's definitely growling at me. For some reason, that low, surly growl is doing all kinds of naughty things to me. I guess because he's not denying that he's a werebear, or that I'm stroking his cock and it's getting harder every second, even though he was exhausted just a moment ago. I'm in control, and I'm having fun. I give a light shrug and circle his cock with my fingers, then squeeze. His breath hisses. We just know, I tell him. You going to turn into a bear for me? Right now? Huh, so that's a yes. I'm fascinated. I give him a tight stroke of my hand, making sure to flick my wrist when I get near the head of his cock. His mouth parts at my touch, and I can feel him tense under me. Love that. Not right now, some other time. So do you have to be naked when you change? His eyes narrow at me. I lean in and bite at his nipple to distract him. I found the perfect way to get what I want with Griffin Love. I just manhandle him and interrogate. For some reason, I find this incredibly pleasing. I swipe my tongue over his nipple and then give his cock another tug. The breath rushes from his lungs. I flick my tongue over his nipple again. Naked or not? Where does your clothing go if you're not naked? Naked, he grits out, and then his hand covers mine on his cock. Ooh, interesting. I picture that as he works my hand over his shaft, using my fingers to masturbate. He strokes his cock a lot faster than I was, and he watches me as he does it. When did you know you were a werebear? Born one. He releases my hand and gestures, get on your knees for me. This is about me, remember? He arches an eyebrow. You telling me you don't want to get on your knees and see what I can do to you? All right, he's got me there. I mock pout, but get on my knees anyhow. You going to keep telling me about werebears? Long as I get to finger your pussy, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. I shiver, picturing that, and lean over his torso. My ass goes up in the air, and I lick his belly button. Can I touch you while you do that? Fuck yes, he growls, and I shiver all over again. I'm starting to really dig that growl. I drag my breasts over his chest, letting my nipples tease his skin, and then I lean over his cock. I flick my tongue over the head of it because he's still gripping it tight. It's like he's feeding it to me. So, tell me all about your first time. Naughty minx. Griffin's hand slaps my ass, and then he rubs it. First time I fucked a girl, or first time I turned bear? So many choices. I drag my lips over his cockhead, spreading his pre-cum on my lips. Bear, this time. I'll save the dirty deflowering story for next time. Then I realize I'm thinking next time. Shit. this isn't going so well with my whole use him and discard him plan. Before I can change my mind about the direction we're heading, his fingers push inside me with a rough thrust. I whimper, my mind short-circuiting at the sensation. As he works my pussy, he starts to tell me about when he was a boy. His dad and uncles all shifted regularly. He couldn't until he was a teenager. And one day, his dad took him out to the woods and walked him through how to shift. He tells it all in a bored voice while his hand works my pussy, occasionally reaching a finger forward to flick my clit. As he fingers me, I moan and drag my mouth over his cock, licking and sucking as best as I can. But it's hard to focus on giving him pleasure when he's lazily fucking me with his fingers. I'm so wet that I can feel my juices trickling down my thighs, and I'm not real sure what we're even talking about anymore. All I know is that his cock is in my face, and I rub my cheek, my mouth, my tongue against it as he pounds into me with fingers that aren't quite as thick and wonderful as his cock. It's like a big fucking tease. "So that's the story," he drawls. "You want to hear more?" I give him a senseless moan and lap the pre-cum from the head of his cock. I definitely want more, but I'm not sure what more he's talking about. "I'm teasing you too hard, aren't I, baby?" He pulls his hand free from my pussy. And oh God, the wet sound my body makes is embarrassing and needy, and slaps my ass. "Stay on your hands and knees while I get another condom." As if I could move. The thought of him fucking me hard from behind has me turning to jelly, and I quiver on his bed, anticipating his touch. I bend forward, thrusting my ass in the air, and my cheek hits the blankets. I should be embarrassed that he's taking control of the situation, but the truth is that I want this so bad that I think I'll die if he doesn't touch me in the next moment. I hear the sound of a package tearing, and then a moment later, a warm hand goes to my hip. He drags me backward on the bed, lining me up to meet his body. The moment his cock thrusts deep inside me, he reaches a hand around my front, between my thighs, and finds my clit. And I scream into the blankets, because I'm pretty sure I'm coming hard all over again. My entire body clenches around him, and I keep coming as he thrusts into me, fucking me hard for what seems like forever. I just keep coming, and he keeps rubbing a finger on my clit as he pounds into me. All the air and all the muscle control is leaving my body, and by the time he groans my name out and comes to, I'm pretty much a sobbing, orgasmic mess. But man, I feel good. He gets rid of the second condom, crawls back into bed, and pulls me against him. Griffin smooths my hair back and strokes my arm, my side, my hip, helping me calm down. I'm flustered and exhausted and all weirdly emotional because I've never come so hard before. I lost control of things. I need to take it back again. As his hand glides down my side, I murmur, "Thanks for the sex. I'm not staying, though." "That's fine." He doesn't sound bothered at all, which irritates me. "And I want that lumber. All yours." He leans in and kisses my shoulder. "And the labor hours. I want the discount." "Done." His tongue flicks on my skin, even as he caresses my thigh. "You don't have to bargain with me, Alexa. It's all yours. I'm a bear of my word." "I want to see you shift sometime, too," I demand, and stifle a yawn. "Not tonight, though, because I'm leaving." "Anytime you want." Really, the man should give a girl more of a response than that. Isn't he upset that I'm using him and leaving? He acts like he couldn't care less, and that irks me. I fall asleep in his arms, determined to give him a piece of my mind in the morning.
Chapter 7. Griffin. "How's the library project going?" Eddington asks me 4 weeks later. "We're wrapping up the A-frame this week. Once we got the go-ahead on the flooring, it was a breeze to finish. We'd have finished 2 weeks ago, but Mrs. A-frame took one look at my partner and decided that her renovations needed tweaking, which was her way of spending more time with him. It took 2 additional weeks for her to realize that no matter how nice he cleaned up, Eddington is, and always will be, an asshole. Good. We're starting to frame today." An envelope flies across the room. I snatch it out of the air before a pointy end can gouge my eye out. "Our accountant says we should be doing more of this. The library renovation would be good for our taxes. Maybe you should splurge and put in some fancy marble flooring." "Nah, this is all sustainable. Bamboo flooring, recycled wood wall. Although," I tap the letter against my cheek, "a solarium might be nice. We've got those solar panels that were sent to us by that company out of Edina. We'd have to order about 8 more panels, which would be pricey, but according to this," I hold up the envelope, "the accountant says we should be spending twice as much on charitable contributions to offset the profits." "Do it," Eddington agrees. He stretches his long legs out. "Besides, my kids are going to use that place. Might as well make it nice." I do a double take. "I thought you just mated with Maddie?" "I did. Doesn't mean we aren't making babies." The smug look on his face says that he's willing to be making babies all the fucking time. I'd like to be breeding Alexa, but the human is still clinging to this notion that she can't have sex with me unless she's gaining something other than the usual 2 or 3 orgasms. I guess I'll use the solarium to blackmail her into having dinner with me. Eddington makes a noise in his throat, halfway between a snort and a cough. "You still doing that?" "Yep. And don't mess this up for me by letting it be known that this is good for our business. If she finds out that I'd have done this renovation for free, the jig'll be up and I'll be spending all my nights alone again." "What are you using to bribe her into staying over?" Eddington's shaking like a leaf from all his suppressed laughter. I should go over and pound on him a little, but I need to save all my energy for Alexa. That woman can fuck. She's got more energy than a nest of bunnies. My dick's getting a few calluses, but hell if I care. She gets tuckered out at night and ends up staying. I toss her a few bones in the morning to make her feel better about it. Like what? He enjoys this shit too much. At my glare, he waves his hands. "It's funny shit, you gotta admit. You're building a library for your woman, but she thinks she's blackmailing it out of you. Maddie gets a kick out of it." I scowl. "You two better keep quiet about this. If you ruin it for me—" I let the unspoken threat hang in the air. He pretends to zip his mouth shut, but I get a feeling I better talk to Alexa before she figures out that she's not blackmailing me at all, but that I'm giving her everything because I want to. Because my day starts and ends on one single thought. How do I make Alexa happy? Everything looks good at the library. I check over the progress, help install the walls, and then hunt down Alexa, who I find staring at the project from the back of the library. Her expression isn't exactly one of satisfaction. I should know. I've seen the slack, satisfied face at least once a night for the past 4 weeks. Alexa's anxious about something. She tries to hide it by raising her cup to cover her lips when I stroll over. We should be done in another 4 weeks. Once the framing's up, we'll board up the exterior, do all the HVAC and electrical and drywall. The painters will come in and make it look pretty. So soon? You're not taking shortcuts, are you? Course not. Now, I don't mind Alexa thinking she's using me for sex, but I do mind if she calls the integrity of my build into question. I've got my best crew on this job. It's going to be better built than the shack we're in now. The entire town would blow down and this addition will still be standing. She sticks her pretty nose up in the air. You don't need to be sarcastic. I was simply wondering whether you were trying to speed things up. That wasn't something I had bargained for, and I just wondered if I would be owing you for that. Ah, crap. Now my dick's semi-hard. Lust is making it hard to speak, so when I do, my voice comes out gravelly. Yeah, I'm cracking the whip here. You're going to have to do something real nice for me tonight. She shudders slightly. I shove my hands into my pockets so I don't rip off her clothing right then and there. The library isn't the right place for that. There are kids not 20 feet away from us. Although if these were bear-shifting cubs, they'd understand. Nature is what it is. We breathe, we fuck, we die. Will you be installing LED lights? I was doing some research and they would save the library a great deal of money. As well as being energy efficient, they significantly reduce greenhouse gases. LED lights are pretty standard in the industry, so she doesn't need to bargain for this. Anyone who did any research would know this. I inspect her face, but I don't see anything there but interest, and I can't tell if the interest is for the stupid lights or me. I shifted my boots. We've been doing this for 4 weeks, bargaining for things I'd be giving her anyway in exchange for the sex she doesn't want to have unless she thinks she's using me. It's weird, but kinda hot. More importantly, it's the only way that Alexa allows me to lay my hands on her. The look in her eyes is telling me that now's the time to move this out of the public eye. My blood drains into my groin as I grip her elbow. Your office. Now. Her breath grows shallow. It's hard to walk when your dick is growing so hard that it's tinting your jeans, but I manage it, using Alexa's body as cover. Hopefully it looks like she's taking me into her office to ream me out for taking too long or cost overruns or ordering the wrong lights. Whatever the reason she comes up with, I'm just going to smile and nod. The door barely slams shut behind me before she launches herself into my arms. Our mouths meet in a wet, hot groan. I start mauling her, pulling at her pink blouse, spreading my legs wide so I can rub my hard dick against the front of her way too tight skirt. She's in the same mindless state. She rips my shirt out of my pants and runs her nails up my chest, scratching a little too hard to be termed a caress. Alexa's got claws, and she likes leaving her mark. I sure as shit don't mind it at all. Scratch me all you want, baby, but later, because I need to have my cock inside your body more than I need water, food, and air. I spin her around. You want those LED lights? It's going to cost you. How much? I'll let you know when you're done paying. I slide a hand between her legs, under her tight skirt, and drench my fingers in her cream. She's sopping wet, as she always is, ready and hungry for me. I don't know whether this little game we're playing is because she needs the justification or just likes the kink. And I don't give a damn, because I'll take whatever she gives me. I run my hand up her spine, keeping my heavy palm in the hollow between her shoulder blades, and give her a push until she's face down against some purchase orders and a list of award-winning books. I'm just using you, she reminds me, for the library. Whatever you need to tell yourself, I think. I could pull her skirt up. I've done that before, but instead I pull it down so it binds her legs together. She wriggles her ass in front of me, and it's one hell of a lure. Maybe a stronger man than I would have been able to resist the temptation, but I slap that ass, pulling my hand up from the bottom so that the entire cheek jiggles. If I wasn't in such desperate need to get my dick in her, I'd bend down and bite that juicy bottom. I can't move, she complains. Her pretty ass is exposed, the dark rosette waiting for me. Fucking her in the ass will have to wait. That isn't the sort of thing you can do as a quickie. I cover my dick with a rubber and position the broad head at her entrance. She pushes back, as eager to cover me as I am to impale her. I use the lube of her body to slick up my finger and then circle her pretty virgin asshole. She gasps in surprise, and her whole body tightens, her cunt walls making me choke on my next breath. What are you doing? That's not a no. I'm getting you ready. My finger keeps circling around the tight hole, going as slowly as possible so she can't mistake my intent. Not there? The high end of the sentence makes it more like a question. I lean over and nip at her neck. It'll be here if I want it to be here. She shudders and creams against my dick. I slide another couple inches inside her hungry cunt. I match the movement of my cock by pushing past that first ring of resistance with my thumb. She muffles her sharp cry by pressing her face against the desk mat. Her hands curl around the edge of the desk, and I take a moment to appreciate what a fucking picture she makes right now. All stretched out, her legs bound together by her tight skirt, her shirt hanging open so her tits rub against the papers and leather and other miscellany of her work. I press in until my balls are pressed against her thighs, until the root of my cock is rubbing against those swollen pussy lips. She's everything I'll ever need. We could nest together in some hidden den in the forest, living just off of each other. I'd go out every morning to find her honey and berries. I'd lay them in the hollows of her body and eat and lick her until she forgets how to breathe unless I'm standing next to her. I want her morning, noon, and night. This library project? It's never going to end. I will sabotage the damn thing so I can stick around, just to be able to stand in the same room with her on a daily basis. You're so fucking gorgeous, I breathe, tangling my hand in the strands of her hair. Every night I wait for you. I pump again slowly, holding out against the orgasm that beats at the base of my cock. Every morning I turn over and you're there as a good morning. With my free hand I lift her ass up so that her feet are off the ground. The only thing holding her in place is my hand and my cock. I'll give you everything you can ever want. Just say the word. I don't know if she hears me, so I tell her with my body. I love her with every stroke of my cock, every press of my lips against her neck, her cheek, her shoulder, every caress of my hand. I love her. Love her. Love her.
Chapter 8. Alexa. You know how sometimes you really get a craving for chocolate, and you drive 10 miles to the store to get a candy bar, even though you know it's a bad idea and you'll probably regret that candy bar later? But you still eat it because it's so delicious and you can't help yourself? Griffin's my candy bar, and I'll be damned if I can help myself. I pull my car up to his house. It's late, and it's a Thursday night, so he won't be expecting me. Thursdays I normally have the book club meetings, but tonight Mabel Rutherford is sick and 2 others hadn't read the book, so the group suggested happy hour at the bar instead. I skipped happy hour and decided to head here to Griffin's house. I'm full of guilt and all kinds of weird emotions tonight. In the passenger seat of my car are a pair of heavy-duty scissors I stole from the library and an absolute bird's nest of destroyed wiring. I'm hiding the evidence of my guilt. Sort of. I park my car and get my overnight bag out of the back seat. Griffin has a key tucked under a flower pot on the back porch, and I take it and let myself into his place. It's become more like home to me in this past month than my own apartment, and I'm pretty sure I've slept here more than my own bed. This is part of the problem. I'm not ashamed to say I freaked out this afternoon. Well, okay, I'm a little ashamed. I'm also feeling super desperate and afraid. This last month has been nothing short of magical. Griffin's been amazing, both in and out of bed. I mean, okay, I fantasized a lot about how he was in bed, and he's surpassed every expectation. But actually getting along outside of it? I didn't expect that. But being around Griffin is just nice, fun, exciting, even when we hang out at his place. He bribes me with things for the library to coax me into spending time with him. This nice basin sink with the stainless steel faucets will look great in the new energy-efficient bathroom. Cost? 1 night of Netflix together. Built-in shelving with an attached ladder. Dinner out and a movie. Stained glass cathedral window with a reading nook built into it. That one cost me a full weekend at his house, but it was so worth it. The window is pretty nice, too. My problem is that the closer the library add-on gets to completion, the more desperate I feel. Even though I said I wouldn't get attached, I've fallen for Griffin. I live for his smiles, his bargains, the way he touches me. I've got it bad, and with every day of construction and the wing actually starting to look like a real library, I get more nervous and upset. Today, after weeks of watching drywall go up, his crew put in electrical wiring. Griffin had worked alongside them, getting sweaty, deliciously so, and shot me a few hot looks throughout the day that let me know he was thinking naughty things. Which made me think naughty things. Which made me worry what would happen to us once we no longer had the library to bargain over. At the end of the day, he'd sauntered over to me and leaned in. "Tomorrow, you get those LED lights like you bargained for." My stomach had dropped to my shoes. After the lighting, things were pretty much done. No more Griffin. No more sexy bargains. No more spending nights curled up on his sofa, a book in my lap, my feet in his lap as he watched sports. That was how I found myself with a pair of shears at the new wing when the book club fell through. I went in and ruthlessly sabotaged wiring, trashing it and slicing cords that hung in neat bundles along the walls. I might have cried a little, just a little. When it was done, the electrical wiring was destroyed, and I felt empty. I'd ruined hard work all because I'm a chicken. All because I worry that I have nothing to hold Griffin if I don't have work for him to do. I feel like the lowest person on earth. I need to apologize. I might have just destroyed any sort of friendship, or more, that we had together with a pair of scissors and a belly full of fear. I have to own up to it. So here I am, showing up with my bag and my guilt in the hopes that he won't hate me. That I'll just have to bargain a bit more to make him forgive me. I can do that. Blowjobs? I lick my lips. Not a problem. Anal? I don't know about that. But if it'll fix things between us, I'm game. Whatever he wants, he'll get. Griff? I call out, but his house is empty. No one's home. I see a pair of discarded pants and a shirt next to some boots by the door, and I idly pick them up and fold them. When I find his keys underneath the shirt, I pause. He's naked, and he's home, somewhere. That means he's probably shifted. I set his folded clothing down on a counter and move out to the back porch. The breeze is nice tonight, the night air crisp. There are mosquitoes, so I can't stay out long without being eaten alive. But I sit down on the top step anyhow to wait. It feels important. A few minutes pass, and I hug my knees, scratching my calves through my work slacks. No sign of naked Griffin or a bear. Griff, I call out loudly. You hear? Silence again. Well, of course it's quiet. I don't know if bears have sensitive hearing or just really great tongues. My cheeks heat at the thought. Something crashes through the woods behind his house, and it sounds large. I get to my feet, a little anxious. If it's a real bear and not him, I might be in trouble. Sure enough, a moment later, a big furry creature comes sauntering toward the house. A bear. One of the largest ones I've ever seen. I grab the porch railing as if it'll protect me. If that's you, Griff, can you pause? The bear pauses, sits on its hindquarters, and then waves a paw at me like I've seen bears do at the zoo. Funny. I take a step forward and then pause again. It is you, right? He puts a paw to his snout and pretends to blow me a kiss. Okay, yeah. Can I touch you like this? It's the first time I've ever seen him as a bear, and I'm fascinated. He lies down in the grass, likely to make himself less threatening, and I take a few more steps forward. I'm still cautiously slow because it is a bear. When he doesn't move, though, I get braver and reach out to touch one ear. I stroke the velvety soft fur, and a groan erupts from the bear's throat. A chuckle escapes me, and I kneel beside him, fascinated. I bury my hands in the thick ruff at his neck. The hair is coarse here, but soft over his brows. I run my fingers along his head and his body, exploring him. This is my first experience with such a big, dangerous animal. Just a perk of being the girlfriend of a werebear, I suppose. Then I freeze because I'm not his girlfriend. We just bargain for fucks. I'm human, and werebears don't take humans as more than a quick lay. The thought hurts, and I get to my feet. Thanks, I mumble, and head into the house. I should get my overnight bag and get out of here. Coming was a mistake. Hurt and misery pour through me, and I dash through the living room looking for my bag. It's in the corner where I dropped it, and I grab it and head for the back door. I'll just leave, and tomorrow when I have a clearer head, I'll tell Griffin we're done, and there's no more bargaining to be done. Before I can put a foot on the first step, though, Griffin's there, sweaty and naked, in his human form. Bits of grass are sticking to his body, and his cock is sporting semi-wood, probably from my touching. "Where do you think you're going?" The look on his face is playful, sexy. It hurts to see. I clench my jaw, determined not to crumble, but it's tough. "I'm going home. This was a mistake, all of this is." His face hardens, and instead of stepping aside, he moves forward and grabs me by my arms. He turns me around and pushes me back toward the house. "Now that calls for some explaining. Come inside." "I really should go." "You just got here. You obviously came to see me, or to bargain, and you shouldn't be disappointed." He sounds angry. "Griffin," I say, wrestling out of his grip, "I can't do this anymore." I can't look up into his face, because if I do, I'll start crying, or something wimpy like that. "Do what, Alexa?" His voice is low, and it feels as if it caresses my skin. "The bargaining for things? Using you to get more stuff for the library? I can't play these games anymore." I cross my arms over my chest and stare at my shoes. "It's not right to use you like this. I can't keep doing this. I may be human, but I have feelings, and it's hard to stop and think that this isn't real." He stiffens, and I can feel the tension in his big naked body. "This isn't real to you?" I lick my dry lips and fight the urge to cry. "That's not it, Griffin. It's too real to me. I know I'm human, and I know what I want doesn't matter." He grabs my arms and pulls me against his naked chest. The sudden motion makes me look up, and his expression is so fierce. "You quit saying that." "Saying what?" I'm genuinely confused. "Saying you're human and you don't matter? You're my mate, whether you like it or not, and you matter to me." My heart thuds, then begins to beat an excited, traitorous rhythm. Did you just say I'm your mate?" His gorgeous mouth crooks in a half-smile. "Been waiting forever for you to wake up and realize it. I know you're using me, baby. You think I care? I'll do whatever it takes to get you in my bed and in my life. You're my woman and I'm your bear." My hands go to his chest and I touch him, almost reverent. "This is all mine?" "But I don't understand. I thought bears didn't mate humans." "Some don't. Some of us are smarter than that." He leans in and rubs his nose against mine, then presses his mouth to my lips in a quick kiss. "You've been all mine since the day we met, Alexa. Just took you a while to realize it." I move my arms to circle his neck and kiss him again. There's no bargaining for this kiss, for this affection. Just our mouths meshing together and a sharing of pleasure. It feels right. It feels good. "I love you, Griff." "I know, baby. I love you too. Have since the moment I tasted your honey." The grin he gives me is wicked. I peek up at him and trace a finger against the back of his neck. "I didn't know we were mated." I know. Like I said, you can take a while to come around to things. He leans in and nips my lower lip. I don't mind waiting, long as I get you in the end. I don't want you to wait anymore. That's real good, 'cause I'm tired of waiting. His hips press against me, and I feel his hard cock against my belly. A hot flush of arousal moves through me, and I'm excited for what tonight will bring. More hot, delicious sex, more kisses, more everything. And not a single bargain. I continue to stroke his neck as he leans in to nibble my ear. Hey, Griff? I might have panicked earlier. He backs up, eyes narrowing. What did you do? I might have sabotaged your electrical wiring so you could keep working on the library and I could keep you for a few more days. I bite my lip. Admitting it sounds childish. The grin on his face widens. You did? Yeah. Just to keep me? I nod and avert my eyes. I'm such an idiot. He leans down and puts a finger under my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. That might be the sweetest thing I've ever heard, baby. And that's when I know that not only am I his mate, but he's mine. Because I'm never letting this man go. This concludes Shift by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Mason Lloyd and Jillian Macy. Copyright 2016 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.